to go through. Wait, hold on. What's this? Oh no, he did it again? No. I wish he did the yell like he did in the Luigi one. That would have been so funny. Oh my gosh. I just got done eating dinner, and I want to have some vegetables, so I just brought some carrots with me to stream. We're gassing this. But, alright, cool. I posted. Stand by go for this. He did this for Luigi like 3 years ago. It was so funny. What in the... Anyways. Let's make deers. We will start here. Actually, we'll add a row above. I'm gonna make this the white. I'm a big fan of color coding things. Above. What's up, James? How you doing? We are making our matchup charts for today. Get it going. I think I decided I would use these terms to talk about it. No, I think just even. Yeah. This isn't a Wi-Fi tournament. It's not a Wi-Fi tournament. Shouldn't be listed as one either. I thought I changed that. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully I'm in a much better place than doing a Wi-Fi tournament. We're off those for a little bit. Okay. Put Roy in even for both. I don't know if we'll get quite that. I can see it for PT. I don't know if I can see it for Zero Suit. That's kind of actually how I think it is too. I think if anyone wins between Roy and PT, it's probably slightly PT winning. And Zero Suit definitely loses to Roy. It's not terrible though. Okay. And then, in my opinion, winning should even should always be yellow. And then slight winning should be green. Okay, yeah. Most even matchup in the game, that's just factually incorrect. The most even matchup in the game is without a doubt Zero Suit Palutena. Zero Suit Palutena is so much more even. But, you know, we're getting the spoilers now. Anyway. Or no, that's just... Actually, there's going to be a whole separate tier here. You guys will know who it's for. Alright. They don't need to know about that one, James. Right. Alright. Slight wing. Alright. So. Saw me a Riptide and I'm not saying hi? Never be afraid to say hi to me. I'm always down to say hi. I might be like brief or something sometimes at majors. For one thing, I'm just like bad at being social. So like whenever I'm like meeting new people or something like that, I kind of like blank out a lot of the time. But I'm never like upset or gonna be angry with you. I'll just be awkward sometimes. But absolutely. Am I going to Big House? Yes, I am. I don't know if seating's out for that yet, but I'm not intimidating, I promise. Yo, Vic, what's up? How are you doing? Today, we get the truth on matchups. Okay, so I've made them. as you guys noticed, PT has an extra category because in advance, I know for a fact there's going to be one character that fits the dog milk description. That will not be. Seriously doesn't have a dog milk matchup, but PT has at least one, and that's gonna be in there. Seeding is out. I know I'm the 28 seed, and so if I like really did the math or something like that, I could figure out what my bracket is. But I didn't know if they like posted round 2 pools yet because they showed me my round 1 pool is, but they didn't have any postings for like round 2 or anything past that. How you doing, Anthran? Your dog meat is great. Am I going to Big House? I am going to Big House, yes. Which also being a 28 seed is crazy. Anyways, so there's actually not a single character in the game whose tag starts with A. That's like Banjo's the earliest in the alphabet character. Oh, the whole bracket's out? Yeah, we can take a look at that in a little bit. But actually, I don't know. Maybe while we're waiting for people to come in, we take a quick look. I don't want to like interrupt the tier list, or not the tier list, the matchup chart while we're doing it. Let's see what we got, boys. Also, let me know if there's anything wrong with audio. It's been a while since I've been streaming. But view my matches, ultimate singles, phase 2. Actually, I'm gonna take a look at top 96 and go back from that's top 32. I'm a top 32 seed, so I can go back this way. And then we show me what the projected is. I'm gonna be in losers, so I'm projected to lose to Zenodo and losers. But that's okay. So this is my round 2 pools. I already know who my round 1 is. I have no idea who CRB is. I've heard of Elijah Min, but that's a Shulk, I think. I'm optimistic about that. You guys know me in fighting Shulk. That's gonna be a good time. And if I win, I get to play Tweak. I'm going to get absolutely waxed. No butter. Shit's gonna be ripping off my skin. I'm gonna get absolutely blown back. But it's gonna be a great time. I hope that's streamed. Mr. Dempsey will have his way with me, unfortunately. And then if I lose the Tweak, I get either Anthony isn't cool, who's the cloud player who actually beat me a couple weeks ago, so I might study for that. Or I get Luma, who's the St. Louis Rob. I'd rather get Luma, but I don't love getting either. But I can't complain. DoorStop versus DoorStop. What's the matchup? Losing for both. Only L's here. And then after that, it's Noto or Lavish. There's no way they seeded. Look at how the amount of Michigan that got seeded into each other over here. What the heck? It's losers, I guess, but like, I guess there's only so much you can do. But like Zenodo, like Lavish, Copel, that's Michigan. Zenodo, Lavish, that's criminal. But I look so serious all the time. I didn't know I could laugh. I laugh all the time, dude. I'm not a very serious guy. I have like a permanently furrowed brow, so I don't know. I guess I just look mad at things, but I don't know. I'm doing a good time. Okay, so that's interesting. We got an interesting bracket here. If Tweak somehow gets upset before me or loses and I make it to top 32, I get AK though. That's nice. I'd love to get AK. He's 3-1 on me, but like the sets have only gotten closer each time. He's one of the people, even though like he has a winning record on me, I still feel very confident against. But that's facts. Dude, just listen to me when James is around. I'm not serious whatsoever. Oh, wait, never mind. AK's not going because he was going to be in our hotel room last second, but he had just too many things went wrong. So AK actually just isn't going, period. Which means who's probably going to get... I don't know. Probably one of these people are probably going to get there. So Zenodo's probably actually not going to be in losers because he's probably not going to lose to whoever he runs up against. So who are we getting instead? Oh, so I don't know. My loser bracket if I lose a Tweak isn't so bad. Because AK DQ'd, so I'm probably going to play whoever loses this set in losers for like top 24. And I don't know, that's like not bad odds for me. Anyway, back to matchup charts. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this. I'm just going to go put one up here. Oh, I forgot to make a... based off the first one. This is winning, but then we add a row below. This is going to be the IDK, because there's a lot of matches, especially for PT, there's going to be a lot of matches where I just don't really know. And IDK. We'll just make that purple. Sure. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna start. So this Zero Suit Banjo is not a matchup I played a ton of. I played it a lot more than I played it with PT. But I don't know how I feel about it. I definitely think that we win. I am just not certain as to how hard. One of the biggest things is Zero Suit has really good nade counterplay. It's kind of like a lot of projectile characters that have a also Vivid. Thanks for the follow, Algerian boy. Thanks for the follow as well. Of course, thanks for the sub to Vic. I saw that earlier. I don't have notifications on, so I'm just like making sure to watch and look at that. But who's slurping up? Me. They didn't hear that from me though. Anyway, so yeah, Banjo somewhere in slight winning or winning. Zero Suit has really good counterplay to like characters that have those like setup projectiles where okay, they need a little bit of space to get it out, and once they have it, they can play the game like pretty well. Zero Suit's just able to like pressure from a little too far away, I think. Banjo has some tricks though. I don't know. I think I put it in winning. This winning tier doesn't mean like we shit on him by any means. It just I think means solidly Zero Suit favored. This is gonna be a pretty broad category for what degree of winning is because it's not where I have like vision slight winning, but Zero Suit just has really good counterplay to characters that have those kind of projectile setups where they need a little bit of space to get it, but once they have it, they're real. Some of Banjo's notable counterplay is that you can't actually press buttons for free against Banjo. Like a lot of like other low tiers, Zero Suit can just kind of spam out with Zairs over and over again and get past them, but Wonder Wing makes you actually be really careful about the buttons you press. You kind of have to Zair camp without pressing Zair. You have to just like constantly be threatening it and occasionally doing it. But you can't get too obvious about it because all it needs is one Wonder Wing read and you just take 30 or die. But you also can just run them out. It's very easy to bait those out. I think Zero Suit deals with like a lot of the ledge tricks really well. Most characters that have any kind of like planking strategy don't do well against Zero Suit because she's a little bit too well equipped for people who are trying to fight over there. So yeah, I think Zero Suit solidly wins this. I don't think it's like terrible though. I think Banjo has counterplay for sure. And then for PT, I have zero idea. Don't play this matchup. This is one of those like low mid tier matchups that whenever I do encounter it, I just do it on Zero Suit because I understand how Zero Suit beats these kind of characters. Whereas PT tends to require a lot more knowledge specific to the matchup. So I cannot say that I've played the matchup a ton. I can say in theory crafting, I don't imagine it being too bad for PT. I think like PT like loses to very specific types of zoners, like characters with like charge projectiles tend to be a really hard time for PT, but I don't think this type of zoner is too rough. I imagine Razor Leaf does pretty well against a lot of the grenades, but the problem is Razor Leaf can get beaten out by Wonder Wing, so you have to be careful. You can't again, it's like you can't spam it, but I don't know. I imagine probably PT wins, but I'm gonna put this one on IDK because I just do not play this matchup. It's probably winning. I imagine it is, but I just don't know. It'd be dishonest to say. But Bayonetta, this one for Zero Suit, in my opinion, is probably slight losing. I don't think it's terrible. I think there's a lot of counterplay. But Bayonetta, essentially the whole flowchart of this matchup is that Bayonetta is constantly going to be like looking for rising ABK anti-airs. I was just curious. Grabbing Banjo seems to be very good. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to grab Banjo too because of like Tethers is actually like kind of good against his like setups. They kind of rely on you not having that kind of a range on grab, but I definitely think like that's a pretty good matchup for Zero Suit. But Bayonetta on the other hand, Bayonetta anti-airs that's really hard. So like ABK rising is just so high. Like the risk reward is so skewed in her favor, and because we're tall, even sometimes if we don't jump, we get hit anyway. So like this matchup's constantly about trying to like bait out bad ABKs from Bayo and then getting punishes on them, but our punishes usually aren't as hard as hers are for hitting them. So it's like kind of like we playing these mind games where it's net ultimately her favor. I do think with really good movement though, it's just definitely just a matchup you can outplay them in. I think one of the big problems, and this has kind of always been a problem for Zero Suit in this matchup, even in Smash 4, is when Bayonetta blows through like all of her specials in the air and then has to land with some kind of lag, uh, the mix-ups between like witch time and like air dodge and other options that like Bayonetta sometimes have are like really strong against her because we don't have a grab that we can react to. We have to kind of guess what she's gonna land with still. Whereas other characters, if they just have a normal grab, can just reaction grab her or something after she burns all of her mix-ups. But unfortunately, like we actually have like a weirdly hard time juggling Bayonetta for some of that stuff. On the upper end, though, we can hit her for a lot of things that other characters just have to watch. Like if she's doing like too many things in the skybox, she's doing too many things at like full hop height. A lot of characters just have to watch that. We don't. We can swat her out of the air for that. But it's like mainly just like annoying. It's really really hard. I used to think that I had a Bayonetta problem, but I don't think I have a Bayonetta problem. I think I just have a Geist problem because Geist I think is both particularly good and particularly good at the matchups. So uh, yeah, I definitely would have Bayo in slight losing for us. Yeah, and we don't get much off grab too. Like a lot of other characters, like Bayonetta burning through all of her special lag mix-ups and then still getting grabbed anyways, like a really big problem against some characters. Some characters get a lot of damage for that. But Zero Suit, like our grab isn't as good at getting it and also doesn't get us as good at punishes. Um, Reverse Dare. Ooh, is like a punish. That's cute. I definitely like that a lot. But I don't know. It's one me and Andrew have been talking about this matchup a lot since we're living in the same house now, and we're the two Ohio Zero Suits that keep getting our butts waxed by Geist every single time. Um, but I don't know. We don't think it's terrible. One, and so for PT, I'm gonna put this in even, and it's a little bit strange. I used to think PT had a slight edge. I don't quite think so anymore. And it's strange because I go Zero Suit against Geist, and I don't go PT against Geist. I do think the matchup's objectively better for Pokemon Trainer. I think Pokemon Trainer has a lot more like traditional answers to a lot of Bayonetta stuff. Where like PT has like a normal grab, good follow ups off it on all the Pokemon. Just like a lot of ways to punish her, like special lag and stuff. Uh, and that's some of the stuff that I really like. I like the neutral for PT a lot more than it is for Zero Suit. However, I think Bayonetta really makes up the difference with like how brutal the edge guarding gets. Every single time I played against Geist, now I know it's like definitely one of the biggest faults of my Pokemon trainer in particular, is I am not. Uh, my disadvantage needs a lot of work on Pokemon trainer, but where in the world are the rest of the characters? Do the Kirby matchup chart. The Kirby matchup chart would be very boring. It would just be like losing harder, and losing even than impossible. But Elijah Man, what you say the most annoying thing is for you in the Shulk ZSS matchup? Uh, I can talk about the ZSS matchup, Shulk matchup, quite in length. Elijah Man, there is so many VODs out there. I won't. Here, look at. Okay, I won't pass you to. I'm not gonna pass you tips personally. However, if you're looking for VODs, let me tell you, they are out there. If you want ZSS Shulk, you have it in every flavor, every type. All right, look, Dragon Squad Esports. I know. Back in the day, Starway Gaming used to do a whole lot of it. There's just so much content on this. I have fought this character for my entire life. I have been watching Shulk turn yellow out of my up smash, my boost kick, since the day this game came out. Like there's so much out there. You can learn how to beat me. We're like dead even 50-50. I think there's also a set of like me versus Defoe. There might be an Uncivil Ninja set out there too. I think I actually lost the Uncivil Ninja set. But yeah, there you go. There's your content. You don't need to. For people wondering why this is going on, projected brackets for Big House just came out, and guess who I got? Look at that. This is really cool. But anyways, so yeah, essentially PT Bayo. I think it's even because I think the neutral's a lot better for us, and I think PT is a lot better punishes for like traditional Bayo stuff. And but I think the downside is that the punish game's a lot better for Bayo. I think Bayo hits like I don't know, just some of the sets I played against Geist, at least when I feel like I get hit by Geist to Zero Suit, if I die when I get hit by Geist, it's usually my DI being bad. And like in our later sets, our more recent sets, I've like gotten better at DI. I've like I die to a lot less things. If I die because of like Geist, it's usually because he read me or something like that with the back air, some smash attack. Whereas PT, I get hit one time and I just do not touch the ground ever again. It's so brutal. But I think a lot of that could be just me needing to get better. So I think that's probably an even matchup for both of us. Okay, so Bowser, Zero Suit wins it. I'll probably put it winning. I think I'm not good against heavies. I think like in general, I need a lot of work versus this archetype. And certainly Leon housing him for a little bit put that into perspective for me. Um, but also, how you doing, Vivid? Appreciate the follow, Elijah Man. It's good to have you in there. My notifications aren't really going right now, but it's good to have everybody in chat for this. But it was a close call. Not really, because fortunately, it might have actually worked if someone didn't bring up the big house brackets are open at the very start of the stream. So actually, you just got unlucky. It was not a bad idea. Um, I love talking about the Shulk ZSS matchup, so I probably could have done it forever. But yeah, so Banjo or Bowser ZSS is annoying because it's one of those where like, okay, if you play like perfect, Bowser shouldn't be able to hit you. He should never be able to touch the ground. It's really annoying, but because we're humans, there is a lot of opportunity for Bowser just to win in 3 hits. I think like one of the most annoying things is that Bowser plays shield really well. And so you have to have really, really good counterplay to shield. One of the best ways to beat characters that I found, like, okay, so Zero Suit's traditional answer to shield is shield pressure, not grabbing people. Because you don't want to grab people's shields with Zero Suit, because if you get too obvious about that, they only need, like, Bowser spot dodges once, so you're 30%, you die to a forward smash, right? Because you whip to grab. So you don't want to like get too comfortable grabbing shields as like counterplay to them. So generally the counterplay that ZSS has to shield is shield pressure, where she's gonna hit your shield with a whole bunch of really safe stuff, and then like condition your out shield and start getting reads off that to punish you. The problem is Bowser has a really good out of shield, and he plays the mix-ups really, really well. Parries are really, really scary, and it's usually a losing game to even try and hit Bowser's shield a lot of the time. So what option number 3 that we have is we just kind of dance around his shield and don't hit it. The nice thing is you never have to hit a shield, but that also is just very, very difficult. You have to get really, really comfortable with your movement. Like you're trying to bait Bowser into bad swings with movement. I remember watching like a Mars Leon set that Mars won, and Mars won it shielding like twice a game. And if he was shielding, it was like brief flashes for a parry or something like that because he was reading a forward air or something like that. It's an entirely like movement based matchup. Yeah, not being able to nair Bowser's shield is a huge difference. That's one of the things I think I struggle to adjust with a lot. And so movement is like the really, really big key to this matchup, so that way like Bowser doesn't get too comfortable playing out of shield. It's one of those matchups again. I think Bowser has plenty of counterplay, even if you're playing it right as Zero Suit. He just needs a couple good reads on movement, and he's in the game. But it's not free. But I do think Zero Suit probably wins that, and probably by enough that I can't call it slight winning. I want to say it's slight winning. I hate fighting Bowser, but it probably is just a winning matchup for us. PT Bowser sucks, but not really. It's just not great. I think PT actually slightly loses this matchup, and it's a pretty unique reason why. So Squirtle kind of messes Bowser up, but Squirtle's on a really low health bar versus Bowser. If Squirtle gets to like 60%, you have to like sometimes not even like 50%. Sometimes it's just too high. Like Bowser needs one landing there, and you just die. And so because of that, you have to get like you're gonna have to switch off Squirtle at some point. But Squirtle needs to accomplish hitting Bowser for 70%. You need to hit Bowser for 70%, which isn't hard because Squirtle can do that quite literally to Bowser in one combo. Like one grab at 0, there's like true 0 to 70 strings on Bowser. That's very easy, not a whole lot of counterplay too. But you need to get that grab. You need to get that hit, because if you don't get Bowser to 70 and you switch to Ivysaur, most of Ivysaur's kit gets tough guide up until like past 70. Like Nair out of shield just isn't safe on hit on Bowser. You can't hit him with like the first hit of back air. Razor Leaf is pretty weak against a lot of character, a lot of like Bowser's tough guys. Depends on the range because Razor Leaf has different knockbacks for how far away it is. Um, but there's just a lot like rapid jab doesn't work. I'm pretty sure multi hits of bullet seed don't even work if you were ever using that for some reason. But like tough guy actually is really annoying against a lot of Ivysaur's kit, and you need to get Bowser to 70 even to make Ivysaur playable. Charizard Bowser kind of just sucks. Is Bowser's just better Charizard. They have a lot of the same ideas in neutral, but Bowser just executes a lot better. Him having a command grab and Charizard not having command grab is a really big problem in neutral. Charizard kind of just comes out when you need to die or get a kill. But yeah, I don't love PT Bowser. I think the counterplay comes that PT has a game plan that in theory can work and is like decently consistent. But a lot can go wrong with it, and like the moment the whole flow gets upset, like Squirtle like gets to 0 to 80 without getting a chance to play the game. Sometimes your Squirtle just gets 0 to death. And then you're on Ivysaur, you have to switch back. It can spiral out of control really quickly. I think like at a human level, it's probably slight losing. I think like the more Taz you get, the better it is for PT. But I don't know. I don't like this matchup at all. A lot of PTs would call it a hard even though. Bowser Jr. seriously wins this one. This is pretty brutal. If I was like ordering it, I'd probably like I don't know if like further down means easier winning. If Ivysaur hits the downers, yeah. If Ivysaur hits the downers, is good. Like Ivysaur is good in the matchup once Ivysaur is able to be played, but Ivysaur needs to be able to get to that point in the first place. Squirtle down tilt 2 frames are also really good. And but Bowser Jr., this is just rough. Kart has a lot of ways for Zerus to just stop it. Zerus shuts him down really hard. Side B's like pretty obnoxious for him. He's definitely just one of the characters that if Zerus just spams full hop, Zerus gives him the low tier treatment. There isn't really a lot he can do about it. There's some like he has an item which like helps a little bit, but I don't know. There isn't a whole lot to say about this one. I don't think there's any particular fancy tricks. Bowser Jr. just gets out tier listed. I think for PT Bowser Jr., I still think it's probably like equally as hard winning. I usually go Zero Suit in the matchup. I think it's more sense to me like why Zero Suit wins. I also think if anyone has more counterplay in this matchup, it's like I think Bowser Jr. probably has more counterplay than he does against Zero Suit, but it's still pretty rough. He just kind of gets outboxed by Squirtle. Ivysaur with the lead is really obnoxious for him to deal with. Bowser Jr. really sucks at dealing with Ivysaur that's platform camping him. And I don't know. I think this is a pretty also the edge guards on Bowser Jr. like depressing. If you like run off weak nair with Squirtle, that can sometimes just kill Bowser Jr. at 0 if he ever has to up B. I don't know. It's pretty rough. I think the only difference between the two matchups is that Squirtle Trainer has at least fight Bowser Jr., which is like more opportunities for Bowser Jr. to get wins, to get neutral wins, whereas like he doesn't even have those openings against Zero Suit. But I think PT has an even stronger punish game on him, and still I think the neutral like most boxing interactions are just in his favor. I won't spend a whole lot of time on that one. Zero Suit, I think we beat Byleth. Probably like around there. Byleth, it's one I haven't looked at for a whole lot. I only started looking at Byleth as a character once I found out I was seeded into MKLeo last year's Riptide. And there's like a couple interesting things about the character. I didn't realize his LP was frame 9 at that point. But I don't know. It's just hard for me to see how Byleth really stands up to Zero Suit's. The mobility is way too in her favor. Byleth has a lot of like interesting things. He has really, really oppressive range and frame data. Like how safe like a lot of his buttons are for how far away he can press them. He covers a lot more space than like most characters of his speed should be able to. Like his threat bubble is very large despite having not good speed at all. But I don't think it's quite enough to really like keep up with Xerxes' mobility. It's really hard. Xerxes' mobility is just I don't know. We just kind of out movement the character. I think also like Xerxes has like a decent capacity to edgeguard him if he ever gets hit out really far horizontally. I think it's kind of hard to edgeguard Byleth if he goes low and has the opportunity to go low. But if he doesn't have the opportunity to go low, Xerxes can get pretty brutal versus tethers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he lands quite well enough. Byleth Nair, I think trades with Zero Suit up air from below, which like is a big problem. Um, Also, Wilds, I saw your message. I'll get to Kazuya and Sephiroth, but I won't be speedrunning it. I think I'm just gonna keep going down the line probably. I'll probably try to speed it up though. I don't want us to like spend too many hours putting this shit together. But I don't know. I don't know. If chat has requests, we'll do. I guess we can just do the character. Um, but yeah, I don't know. That's how I kind of feel about. I'll put also where's Zero Suit. We'll put her here so we know which chart we're talking about, not just the numbers. Okay. So, PT Byleth, I am not sure whatsoever. I played it a little bit. Fun fact: my round one at Shine, I thought was gonna be a Zero Suit player because I checked like who they were, and I think there's someone who I didn't know who they played, and then there was a Zero Suit player as my other potential round one at Shine, and I just didn't know who it was. So I was like, well, I know that there's at least a Zero Suit, so I'll start PT against whoever I'm up against. But I guess the other guy won, and they were playing Byleth, and so I played PT Byleth game one of my first set, and I got two stucked. I played really sloppy. I got like reverse up, be edge guarded like twice as PT for going off in stupid spots as trainer. But I just kept running into hitboxes and stuff like that. I lost game one, and then I switched to Zero Suit and I six stocked the guy. But I don't know. It's just one of those things that every single time I've played PT Byleth, it seems like a trainer matchup that should be PT favored. There's like a lot of the traditional things that Squirtle does really well against swords all applies here. It's like really easy to outspace him and get whiff punishes. But I don't know. I can't say that I played it enough, and I can't say I played it enough to like good results. So I'm gonna put it in IDK for Pokemon Trainer. There's gonna be a lot of matches for Pokemon Trainer that I don't really know that well. I get the feeling it's probably even or slight winning. How much better do you think our Zero Suit is than the PT right now? Significantly. Right now, like it's annoying actually because there's like a lot of matchups that I should like more as PT, but I just am not as good with PT. And I think there's a lot like for example against Bayonetta, like right? I have Bayonetta listed as even here and slight losing for Zero Suit, but I'm still going Zero Suit against Bayo right now because I think my disadvantage with Pokemon trainers is so bad that like every single time I get hit by any like competent like player with a competent advantage, I am at risk of losing the game. Whereas with Zero Suit, I'm just not. If I have like opportunities to keep forcing neutral over and over again Zero Suit, I can beat a lot of really good players. But with Pokemon Trainer right now, I'm just not getting like the same opportunities to the same extent. I still play them for a couple like the really bad Zero Suit matchups, and it's been pretty successful because those are the matchups I know really well with Pokemon Trainer. But I've been kind of thinking about like putting PT in the backyard until I can do some more work for a little bit. I've been spending a lot more time on Zero Suit the last like month or so. I've been trying to put more time on Pokemon Trainer though. Like I want to. There's a certain list of matchups I want to get very comfortable in Pokemon Trainer in, and I also want to start like learning the PT matchups that I don't know, just so I can like get used to getting counterpicked and not just have to deal with the fact that if the opponent has a Banjo or something like that and they counterpick into the Pokemon Trainer, I just auto lose because I don't know how to play the matchup. Also, Corey2912, thank you for the follow. I don't have notifications on, so I might be a little delayed on reading some of these. I'm glad you enjoy the way I'm doing this. Yeah, I try to like talk about it. If there's not a whole lot to talk about in the matchup, like Bowser Jr. Zero Suit, I'll probably like go through quickly. But I actually do want to like give every character I think the time they deserve. I have a lot of time tonight. I might start playing with Andrew later. But I don't know. I want this kind of be like a talk to chat. I like input, like putting in ideas here. But I don't know. The conclusion for Byleth is I don't really know. I don't play the matchup. I play it on Zero Suit. The times I have had played it with PT has been mixed results. I think the theory of it sounds good for us, but I'm not super certain. I know Quid lost to Leo, but everybody loses to Leo. His matchups aren't really a thing there. All right, so Falcon. I think Falcon's a slight winning matchup. I used to think Zero Suit probably won harder, but I don't know. I think I've lost this matchup as Zero Suit almost every time I played it. which is kind of incredible. I haven't played it a lot. Falcon's one of those characters in this game. I feel like you only run into them if they're pretty good. Um, but I in Smash 4, beating Falcon was like Falcon was one of the best characters I wasn't fighting. Cincinnati had so many Falcon players in Smash 4. And it was really, really simple. The beat Falcon in Smash 4 Zero Suit, you just kind of ran Falcon down and got him in shield. If you caught Falcon in shield, he's a bad character, and you just read one of his out of shield options, and then he dies because everything comboed him super hard. But in this game, we don't have the punish game that we used to, and we don't have the shield pressure, I feel like, that we used to. I feel like we have a lot of other things, but I don't feel great about it, because Falcon's one of those characters where he actually is capable of like covering Zero Suit's options, like all of the mix-ups pretty well. I think a lot of our buttons win, and I think that's where we probably win the matchup. Like if a lot of times a Zero Suit, a Falcon press a button at the same time, I think a lot of times Zero Suit wins. But I can't say like in good faith that I think we body him, because I don't know. Every single time it feels hard. It feels like Falcon has all the counterplay he needs. I think his out of shield's like a little weak, but I think up B helps a lot. Certainly a lot more than it did in Smash 4. A lot of Falcon stuff's just true. This like flip jump doesn't save us a ton. He has the ability to like cover the space on flip jump if he stays grounded, so it's not like a free to get a disadvantage for free. I feel like it's a very honest matchup. I think Zero Suit probably just outbuttons him a couple spots, but I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. What I do think is that bad is Falcon PT. I don't think Falcon PT is particularly close. I played it with Sean, and Sean beat me game 5. I got horsed really badly, and supposedly Sean's amazing at the PT matchup, which I don't feel particularly great against Falcon in this game. I don't get to play against them very often. And the fact that like me, Sean was that close, and the entire time I was playing Sean, I felt like the matchup was free. I was just exploding at 50 sometimes because I kept like forward tilting into stomps. It's a lot of the reasons you'd think. Falcon has a really hard time hitting Squirtle. The way that Sean was doing it is that Sean would read like certain forward tilt approaches that I would do. If I was a little too obvious on any like forward tilt approach, any dash grab or something like that, he would stomp in place and then get like a kill at 50 or something like that with a stomp knee. Pretty simple. And he just got that like a few too many times. I mean, barely clutched out the set for that. But for the most part, I was quite literally mashing buttons on him. It's very, very, very hard for Falcon to deal with that kind of pressure. He doesn't have a good enough out of shield to deal with like Squirtle buttons. He has a hard time hitting Squirtle in the first place. He has to make a lot of reads just to do so. And it's not like he's like a tank or anything like that, and can like he's not like Bowser, who like Bowser can afford to be wrong 9 million times and still get kills. Falcon can only be wrong a couple times before he starts getting hit off stage, and the edge guard between Squirtle and Ivysaur can be pretty brutal. It's not like free. I don't think it's like quite a flowchart, but if I know for a fact if like you ever hit him far enough out that you have time to like hit him with a water gun, it's pretty GG's for him. I don't even think Charizard does like that bad at the job he's supposed to do. You can like parry the first hit of his Nair, get an up B at a shield for that because the armor comes out frame 4. So like by the time the second hit of Falcon Nair comes and hit you after the parry, your armor's already out. There's a lot of, I think PT is definitely just like a lot of the strengths that PT all just get shown to highlight here. So it's a good matchup for us. Footstool Falcon kick out of shield. I'd never been hit by that, but I imagine it's a thing. Which that would help him a lot if it's consistent. Frame 4 out of shield is good in every universe, so. But Crumb, this is Zero Suit's first, like, I think solidly losing matchup. I think of the I used to think it was Zero Suit's worst, but I think of Zero Suit's solidly losing matchups, I think it's like the least bad. Crumb is probably, I'm particularly good at it. I think a lot of other Zero Suits would rate it as bad or worse than I do. But I think I'm particularly good against Crumb, and it's always been a character that I've really just like been strong against. I actually think Zero Suit does better than, or I think Crumb does better than Roy does. So like once we get the Roy, we'll see where I put him for that. But Falcon, or not Falcon, I think Zero Suit in general against sword characters is very strong because Zero Suit actually outranges most of them. If you really think about it, like most like Lucina or something like that, right? Zero Suit outranges Lucina. She has like Nair and like Zera are like bigger hitboxes than um, than most to like the Lucina's entire kit or something like that. Zero Suit also out mobilities most sword characters, which is like the really big combination I think that makes Zero Suit very strong against that archetype for the most part. But I think the unique trait here is that Zero Suit does not out mobility Chrom. Chrom actually has the ability to keep up. And Chrom has like pretty good shield pressure on us. I don't think it's great shield pressure. But for example, like he can't jab our shield for free. It's a forwarder out of shield every single time unless he's doing it from the back. But like if Chrom down tilts our shield, there's almost nothing we can do about it. And the fact that Zero Suit has like the ability, like against Roy, for example, we can like flip jump camp. We can get really full hop campy, and Roy has to like make pretty hard reads just to like hit us. But most of the time, if he is gonna hit us, it's gonna be with like one of his weak hitboxes. Whereas Chrom just barely nicks us, it hurts. Chrom has a lot of true combos, whereas like Roy relies a lot harder on advantage. And Zero Suit does worse against characters with true combos, in my opinion, because he's a really strong disadvantage. Um, I think the counterplay here comes from the fact that I think a lot of people like assume that like the counterplay for Chrom, where like matches kind of balance out against him, is for edge guarding. I actually don't think that's really the case for Zero Suit. I think Zero Suit juggles Chrom really hard, and that's where we kind of make up the difference. I think Chrom and Roy both really struggle at landing. They don't have good hitboxes beneath them, and their air drift's really good, but they don't change direction well. They have like side B tricks, but those all commit the lag. It's and Zero Suit just juggles like Chrom for eternity. We have edge guards on him. They're not terrible, but I think as far as like characters in the game go, I think Zero Suit probably has like bottom 5 or bottom 10 like edge guard flowcharts on Chrom. She's got really good edge guarding in general, but I actually think against Chrom specifically, we don't do really well against him. Um, Details -5 if you get this. If you parry, you can get an F tilt. That does help, yeah. Well, is F tilt's? I thought F tilt's 10. It might be 9. I'm not sure, but yeah, if we like, get a parry on the detail if it's too obvious, we can like get a forward tilt, and we can take that if, especially if it's like a tech chase or something, we can make good enough work out of that. But I don't know. I think like Chrom definitely just outbuttons us. He chases us down really well. All of his hits hurt, and I don't think we make it back enough in our advantage state against him to call it winning or losing. I don't know. I think it could be slight losing. I think of our like losing matchups, I might put it in slight losing. I don't know. We'll see where it gets to in later, but I think for now I'll leave it in losing. I definitely think it's like right on the fence though. It's not as bad as I used to think it was. I used to think it was worse, but yeah, detail and backer are really obnoxious. They cover backer covers so much space so well. It's also like really safe to land into us with against, and detail is just we just can't do anything about it for the most part. Chrom, I think PT beats Chrom. For Pokemon Trainer, a lot of things are different. I think, in particular, I think like one thing that matters a lot is the out of shield game for Pokemon Trainer. If Zero Suit gets a parry against Chrom, it doesn't actually change a lot of our punishes. It just means we get a forward tilt or something like that. The punishes that PT gets for like any Chrom button almost always leads into a grab for Squirtle, and that's huge because off one grab, Squirtle can probably get a kill on Chrom. Like advantage for PT is so strong against him. Like the threat of edge guarding is really strong. He has to rely on landing. Like he needs to like on a stage with like a lot of platforms like Battlefield. I think like the biplats are pretty good for him too. Because those can help Chrom land, and if he lands, that means sometimes when he gets hit, he'll like be able to live. But like especially on stages like FD, Smashville, like any like small stage, if he just gets grabbed like anywhere near the edge, it's so brutal for him. Like all three Pokemon have extremely strong edge guarding flowcharts on them. The advantage is really strong, and Squirtle plays neutral really well against this archetype of sword characters. One of the things I love to do is I love to like run up to Chrom in neutral, and I will crouch just outside of his down tilt range and just wait for a button. Because on it, like all you don't even need, doesn't even matter what button he presses in that position. If you're at that range, Squirtle can just reactively come in with like a sliding forward tilt and always get a whiff punish. It can, like you can whiff punish down tilt quite easily from that range, and it's just so easy for Squirtle to convert it into an offstage situation. It gets extremely brutal. I love playing this matchup. It's probably like one of the matchups I'm the best at in the entire game. I think I'm good at Zero Suit Chrom too. I don't think I'm really good at it, but I think PT Chrom is like one of my specialties, and I've played almost every good Crom, and it's never been particularly close. It's just very, very, very simple once you understand it. It gets pretty rough. Where there is counterplay for Crom is ledge is really bad for PT. I think as good as I am at the matchup, if a Crom gets me to edge 3 times and is good enough at the ledge trapping, they can take games. I think it's just the consistency on who's going to be dead more often than not favors the PT player by like a pretty considerate margin, but there is some counterplay in the fact that like ledge is really brutal for PT. We have no like all of our tricks just lose to like jab spam. We have to kind of play games for our life once we get hit past 50. Also, Crom does mess up the other 2 Pokemon pretty well in neutral. I think in neutral the other 2 get messed up pretty hard. I think the problem is if the other 2 hit him still, he still also dies. But it's a very Squirtle-centric matchup in general, I think. For Cloud, ooh, another losing matchup for Zero Suit. I used to be more optimistic, then I think Cloud just kept getting better. And the better this matchup gets, the switch from ledge, dodge, jab, or not at all. It does, but the problem is he just jabs again. It's a frame trap. Switch is a laggy option. You don't switch to get out of disadvantage all that often. Even in like Squirtle tricks like instant wall jump, still don't get away from the Crom ledge trap too well. But Zero Suit Cloud really is kind of annoying. It's one of those, I think Zero Suit can win if you are I think you need really good movement. I think it needs one of like 3 things. You need to be significantly better than the Cloud player. This is the first way to win the matchup. You're just significantly better than them. And the second way you win the matchup is you have extremely good movement and you're only slightly better than them. If you're really good movement, it helps a ton. And then the third way you win the matchup, I don't even know. I think it's just you have to be. I blanked. I think there was a third one I had in mind, but really you just need to have really good movement. So the problem is Cloud has this massive like threat bubble around him that we have to respect extremely hard. Characters with really safe buttons on shield from range are really obnoxious for Zero Suit to deal with. Zero Suit has really good out of shield up close because Boost Kick has no range, but it has really good frame data. Yeah, gimp them all 3 times. Yeah, you can cheese them with edge guard. Just see, yeah, the option 3 is you cheese them. That's the cheat. That's what I was thinking of. The option 3 is you cheese them. And they're all possible, which is why I don't think it's like terrible. But is the Ditto losing? The Ditto is losing for the audience. That's what it was losing for. But Cloud Zero Suit, the biggest problem in the matchup is if you think about the game in terms of like a triangle of I think like this is a very relevant to a lot of matchups. I talk about this with my Metaphy students a lot. Is there's a triangle in this game. A lot of people think of like grab, shield, attack, you know, like grab beats shield, shield beats attack, and attack beats grab. That's like decently relevant. It's like the traditional fighting game triangle. I think what's more relevant in Ultimate is the triangle between rising aerial, falling aerial, and shield, where falling aerials beat shield because they're safe and like allow you to provide safe pressure. Rising aerials beat falling aerials because if both people do a rising and falling aerial at the same time, the person who did the rising aerial is going to get the hitbox out first and they're going to win. And then rising aerial loses to shield because if you hit a shield with a rising aerial, you're not going to land safely. And it's going to be unsafe and you're going to get punished out of shield. So the problem with this matchup is that Cloud kind of has like a gun in this rock, paper, scissors, and that gun is called rising forward air. Cloud's rising forward air, it doesn't matter how rising or like badly he does forward air, as long as he doesn't do it like at horrifically bad spacing, which he can adjust in midway through the move, there is no way he'll ever be unsafe against Zero Suit Shield. Also, how you doing, main? And there's no way he'll ever be unsafe in the shield. No matter how badly he does a rising forward air, he just won't be unsafe in the Zero Suit Shield. And then even if we like try to stuff him with a rising aerial, unless we have the perfect timing on like guessing when he jumped, his forward air is going to come out first, and it's a giant jointed sword against our foot. So forward air is like a particularly big problem in the matchup. I remember watching Mars fight Spargo at Genesis, and Mars was playing so hot. It was like that was Mars, like peak Mars at like just last year's Genesis. So good. It didn't matter when he ran into Spargo because of how like Spargo kind of figured out halfway through the set that he could just spam Rising Forwarder, and Mars just couldn't be right enough times to make a difference on it. It gets really hard to deal with. Where I think Zero Suit gets the counterplay is that if Zero Suit moves around really well and avoids Cloud hitboxes, you can't play out of shield in this matchup whatsoever. Back air, forward air, all way too safe. They're just it's bad mix-ups for us to play. So what we have to do is use the fact that we have a slight mobility advantage on Cloud and try to get him, bait him to making bad swings at us, in which we try to reversal him off a bad swing and then take advantage of the fact that he has a very uncomfortable time landing and recovering. There's a lot of opportunities to get red while doing this. You can't be too campy either, because if you camp him, he just gets limit. So you have to be, it's like very movement based. You have to constantly be threatening with movement all the time, or else it's just not like a fair fight. It's very much so, you have to be the better player, but I think there's enough counterplay that it's playable, maybe even like consistently winnable, but it gets rough. I don't like this matchup, and I like it less and less the more I see of it and the more I play of it. For Pokemon Trainer, on the other hand, I think it's a very different story. I think Cloud has a lot of traditional problems. How are you doing, Silver X, by the way? This is the DoorStop matchup chart for both Zero Suit and Pokemon Trainer. We'll post on Twitter once it's done, I'm sure. But for Pokemon Trainer, it's a little different. For a lot of the same reasons, is that Squirtle is really, really good at outspacing sword characters. If you just get outside of like their range of their immediate burst range, Squirtle has a really easy time actually getting a lot of whiff punish, just a sliding forward tilt. Squirtle can play out of shield better. Like parries actually mean something when Squirtle gets them, whereas Zerasu gets them, it doesn't mean shit. So there's a lot more opportunities for Squirtle to get the hit, and not only that, when Squirtle gets the hit, Pokemon Trainers like edge guarding an advantage is way stronger than Zero Suit's, and is very, very capable of getting like early kills on Cloud, forcing limit out of him much earlier. But I think one big problem is the same kind of problem we have against Cloud. I think advantage. I think Chrom doesn't juggle us as hard as Cloud does, which I think is something that Cloud does uniquely well. Cloud juggles PT really hard, but Cloud also ledge traps us incredibly hard. I think Spargo had it listed as like somewhere in the same on his matchup chart, and I think it kind of comes down to, I think neutral is pretty even. Maybe like I think neutral is pretty even. I think PT wins slightly harder off the hit, but I think if Cloud has a really clean advantage state, it gets like pretty close to even. So I don't know. I think PT has a slight edge, especially like the lower level you get. I think gets better for Pokemon Trainer, but like as Clouds start getting cleaner and cleaner, ledge trapping and edge guards, it can get pretty brutal. It's not the easiest winning matchup, but I do think it is winning for PT. Corrin, I think Zero Suit wins this. I played it a little bit, probably more than most people. I played it with Geist Corrin a decent amount. I probably put it like, I don't know, more like here. I don't think it's free, but I don't know. I think it's not. I think Corrin doesn't move well. It's kind of a lot of the traditional sword character problems against Zero Suit. Zero Suit kind of just outranges with Zaire. It's really easy to get pokes with Zaire. And the advantage can be pretty brutal. I think Corrin lands uniquely well. I think Corrin lands a lot better than on the traditional sword characters because Nair is just really good from below. But I don't know. I just think it's just kind of one of those we just run circles around them. We out advantage them. We outrange them. It's nothing particularly crazy about it. Corn Upper is really good. Corn Upper is one of the most messed up moves in the entire game. But I think if you're careful and like not too obvious about certain things, like not too obvious about like obvious flip jumps or bad full hops or something like that, Corn shouldn't be able to get enough to matter. But Falco, we'll get to Falco soon. He's not far down the list. But yeah, for PT, I think I also have this one in slight winning. I think it's a kind of another. I think it's a little different from most traditional sword character matchups. Like PT wins, I think, for a lot of the traditional sword character reasons. PT gets like a hit really easily with like parry or sometimes with whip punish. But Pin is kind of an awkward angle for Squirtle to deal with. A lot of times the way to like be good against Pin is to have a really good vertical game, which Squirtle doesn't actually have. So like Pin can get pretty obnoxious, but I think there's a good amount of counterplay if you're like careful. Water Gun can get really funny with Pin. If you like kind of like push them off stage for doing like a retreating one. But and then the advantage is just also brutal. I think again, good ledge trapping, good juggling is where Corrin can make up the difference and has an opportunity to make the matchup a lot more fair. But I do think neutral's pretty heavily in trainer favor. I actually think advantage is probably better for Corrin though, just not enough to make a difference. I don't know. It's not a matchup I play a ton. I like it a lot more with Zero Suit, weirdly, which in general I actually do like sword characters more with PT, but we'll put Peach up instead of Daisy. But we'll where's Peach? And Peach, I have Peach in winning. This is probably another one of my other specialty matchups, kind of like Crom. I don't lose to Peach players. I am really, really strong versus this character, and I think it's very, very simple for Zero Suit. I actually don't think I like have any incredible practice in the matchup or anything like that. There used to be a Peach player in Cincinnati who I played almost as frequently as I played Shad back in 2019, but they kind of stopped playing after a little while. And it was, I wouldn't call it like, you know, like top level Peach practice or something like that, but it was enough that I realized how simple the matchup is for her. You can really kind of break this matchup down to like a flowchart of if Peach stays on the ground, you nair her. If Peach tries to float at you at like short hop height, I did beat Ling recently. Yeah, I've beaten Samsora in a money match. I've beaten Ling. I played Toad in a money match. And I won. Toad was probably the closest I've ever gotten to losing to a Peach. Toad almost had me. And there's a couple other good, really good Peach players. I think the only good Peach player I haven't played is like Mudace. And it's just kind of simple. You can break it down to if Peach is on the ground, you nair her. If Peach is floating at you at short hop height, or not short hop height, like just like the float just off the ground, she's floating at that height, you just nair her. If she's coming at you at full hop height, you fair her up her. It's kind of, we have just a great way to wall her from every angle. Advantage is really, really nice for us. We juggle her really, really hard. We can get actually pretty annoying with edge guarding too. Her getting off the ledge is actually really difficult. If she doesn't have a turnip, her getting like past down smash ledge traps is really obnoxious. I think Peach has the ability, because Peach's movement's good enough that Peach will have opportunities where she gets in and she has to make the most out of them. But I don't think she's capable of making the most out of them as she can versus like, there's a lot of matches where like, oh yeah, we just wall Peach out forever, but then the moment she gets in, she lights you up and you catch on fire and die. Like Peach Cloud's probably like that, you know, right? But Zero Suit doesn't die. She'll get hurt. It won't be fun, but usually we survive Peach openings and we wall her out harder than most characters that she loses to already do. I really, really like it for Zero Suit. For a Pokemon trainer, I don't like it. I think it could be even. I think this is probably where I have it overall. I think PT just has to fight Peach, and Peach is really strong when you have to fight her. Ivysaur is really strong against Peach with a lead. I think that's where like it could be even. If Ivysaur has the ability to camp Peach, it's really hard for Peach to get in. The problem is if you camp Peach too hard, she can camp for turnips, and that's always like a potential comeback mechanic. The like turnips is so powerful because the threat of potentially pulling a Stitch kind of like allows Peach players to camp even when they're down against characters that are camping hard enough against them. The Falco request, all right, I'll do Falco next. And I actually think Squirtle is like pretty bad against Peach. I haven't played it a ton, but Quid 2-7 against Tilde. Oh yeah, we'll get to Falco. I don't like Falco. But I don't know. It's just very hard to fight Peach with Squirtle. She kind of outranges you. Float. Squirtle doesn't cover vertical really well, so like float camping angles get really strong against him. You kind of have to play Ivysaur for most of it. Charizard is really strong at kill percents, but the problem is you can't. It's the same reason why you can't play Charizard against Zero Suit at low percents. If you play Charizard at 0 against Peach, you're gonna explode. Like Charizard's the type of character where against like characters with really strong like combo games or advantage, you can only bring him out when you're both at 100%. If Peach is at 100% and you're at 0, you can't be on Charizard. You're just asking to get down tilted to 120%, or death comboed. But when you're both at high percent, it gets really strong because a lot of times Charizard only needs like a parry against like a certain. It's weird though because like Peach's pressure is good enough that a lot of times even that doesn't matter. I don't know. Peach has like Charizard has a lot of abilities to make reads against Peach. Charizard has a lot of good counterplay against Float too. A lot of his hitboxes are kind of like designed to cover Peach Float, but I think it's one where like PT has like enough counterplay to like make it decently close, but it's I think Peach in most practical senses. I think every Peach in the world would love to hear that they have a PT coming in their next bracket match, especially these days. Whereas I can't say the same for Pokemon Trainer players. But anyways, Falco next. Falco. I have debated this character a whole lot in my head because I actually played against Falco a lot. I practice with Nexus from SoCal all the time, and I don't feel any better at the matchup for having done so. I think there's like things I know better, but I don't like fighting Falco at all. I think it's also partially like the type of player that I am. I think I'm a very aggressive player. I like to box, and that just doesn't work against Falco. You have to play as Tilde would say, without morals. But I agree, Vic. I also think it is an even matchup. I actually sometimes lean towards slight losing. I think with old Boost Kick, it was probably slight winning for us. I think with current Boost Kick, no. I think Falco's shield pressure is too strong. And the unique thing is Falco's one of those characters, right? He's like the mid tier, like he's not mid tier, but here's the reason why he's not mid tier. Like he's a very common archetype of like slow mid tier character that just nukes you the moment he gets close, right? Very common. The problem is none of those characters that are mid tiers have a full hop as good as Falco. So normally what Zero Suit does, till they say Zero Suit loses, I don't think that's crazy. I definitely debate slight losing sometimes, and he has the record to show for it. The problem is Zero Suit just full hop camps all of these mid tiers that do that to her. You full hop camp them, you circle camp them, you have a great time, right? You say Zare, boom, 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 stay away, and they never catch you. The problem is Falco eventually will corner Zero Suit because you can only horizontally camp for so long, right? And then normally what we do is we jump, we double jump, we flip jump to the other side of the stage, and we continue horizontally camping them. But Falco is capable of intercepting that because he has really good full hop and really good lingering hitboxes. So it's really not simple in a way to like camp Falco. He hits way harder than us with a lot of true combos. So they'll kind of, and like Zero Suit's edge guard on Falco is really not that strong at all. I think it's hard for Falco to pin us down, but I think it's something he is capable of doing. Like in the way that Luigi can't. Luigi cannot pin Zero Suit down. If Zero Suit is playing it correctly, Falco can. It's just hard. So I think if Zero Suit plays without morals, plays very campy, there's like horizontally camping, is very careful about playing out of the corner, and gets enough like off juggling Falco, and occasionally like hitting the edge guards. I think it's like a pretty even matchup, but there's a lot of room for error on Zero Suit's end. Getting hit by like any of the combo starters is brutal. There's nothing special about us. We get hit, but we get comboed as hard as everyone else does. Some of his niche confirms work on yeah. He combos us hard. Like harder probably than any other character in the game does. And however, I think we can out neutral him enough that it's probably even matchup. That said, I don't think any Zerus is particularly good at the matchup, so maybe like we run into one that's like campy enough. Tilde will finally start losing that matchup, but Tilde does not lose it right now, and it very easily could be losing for us. It doesn't feel like a losing matchup, but I don't like it. It's not fun. For Pokemon Trainer, I feel the exact same way. I used to think PT did better, but the Shoto's next. We can do Shoto's, yeah. I don't like this matchup either with Pokemon Trainer. I think the Pokemon Trainer hits harder than Zero Suit does. I think Pokemon Trainer can kill Falco like decently easily. but I don't think PT is as capable of avoiding Falco as Zero Suit is. I think PT is much more easily cornered. PT is much more easily pinned in shield. Um, Tilde has a pretty hard time. Quid has a pretty hard time against Tilde in this matchup. Quid is like kind of a farmer in New York. Quid kind of fucks up everybody in that state. But one of the only people he doesn't do it to is Tilde. He has a losing record against Tilde overall. I remember messaging him about Falco, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know, bro." Uh, and so it's like and every time I've played it, it's not. I've actually lost it like quite a few times, despite knowing the matchup pretty well. I think I do better in it than I do with Zero Suit. I do better with Zero Suit than I do with Pokemon Trainer, but I can attest that like possibly just being me being bad with Pokemon Trainer right now, particularly bad in Disadvantage where Falco can abuse that. But Falco just pins PT down really well. Again, PT is a character that kind of has to fight these characters, and I don't think PT wins the fights. I think PT wins the edge guards. I think PT is like a little bit more lethal, but Falco gets so much damage, dude. He's just like Game and Watch, but if the death combo, like if the combos killed you. So I don't know. I think I call this even, but I could see this being losing for like both on the low. I think it's a matchup where even now I still need a lot of work in. I play it a lot, but I don't feel good at it. But yeah, they're not fun. So Shoto's next. We'll go with Ryu. These are characters that I understand a lot. Where is Ryu? Okay. I think we probably beat Ryu. I played this matchup a good amount with Darkshed. Darkshed, I love Darkshed's Ryu. I think even in this game, I think Darkshed's Ryu is like his best character. I think it's the most him of all of his characters. I think Ryu's just the worst character on his lineup, though. I don't know. I think Ryu could be better than Ken, and I can see my opinion changing on this. Like, honestly, I think Ryu could be like just in slight winning. But the biggest difference between Ryu and Ken is all my opinions and all the FGCs. We'll figure out an answer eventually. Yeah, I hope so. We're working on it. So Ryu, I've like thought about this for a while because like Ryu's got a lot better results than Ken. And I used to like, I don't know. I think it's possible that Ryu just could be a better character than Ken. However, I just have a theory that Ken encourages bad gameplay. I think Ken players play like total monkeys. They go ape shit. They just run at you the entire time and like roll their face in the controller. They're slobbering on it, like absolute brain dead gameplay. Ken players get like encouraged to do that. But Ryu players play with like all brain cells functioning. They play so much campier in a way that I don't understand why Ken can't. Like, I know that Ken's fireballs aren't quite as good, but like if Ken players played with half the amount of brain cells as they do with when they're playing Ryu, Ken could probably get the same results. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if Ken or like Ryu are better characters than the other. I do understand their strengths and differences though. And I think Ryu's strengths have a lot of merit in a lot of matchups. I actually don't think this is one of them though. Yeah, random short use. Ken players love that shit. I think Ryu's advantages are not stronger against Zero Suit. I think like Ryu's a much campier character. He zones a lot harder. He plays like hard defense, whereas like Ken players is more running you down. And I actually think that's worse against Zero Suit. I think Zero Suit deals with the fireball camping a lot better. Zero Suit can short hop over fireballs if you like at the right spacing and get direct punishes on them. You have to be careful about not hitting like Ryu's shield brainlessly because getting parried down till it hurts. Literally is what Jazzo does. Yeah, he camps like Jazzo played Ken like Ryu. You can crawl under too for style. You can. There's a little bit less point to crawling under them, but it has applications. I do it sometimes. You just gotta not let Ryu like land in your shield with an air, and you got to not like let him get free parries. If you don't do either of those two things, and you just like bait out fireballs, get punishes, you can juggle him pretty hard. Which should you think is the most out of parries? I think Ryu gets worse combos, but I think he gets better kill confirms. I would rather get parried by Ken at kill percent than get parried by Ryu. I just know I'm dead when it's Ryu, whereas Ken, there's a lot of times you can escape. But Getting parried by Ken at 0 sometimes hurts like hell. Or even getting parried by Ken at 50. Like, dude, sometimes getting like parry, like heavy up tilt Shoryu'd, and you just watch your percent fly from like 50 to 100 as you die. That's just painful, dude. Oh, damn, Eds. Sorry, I don't have a way to turn those off. They just go. Um, but yeah, so I don't know. I think Ryu's game plan is just less strong against Zero Suit. So I think Zero Suit has just more ability, like ways to just get around the fireballs, get punishes, get openings. I think Ryu is better at killing Zero Suit to an extent. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know. I think just Ryu's advantages aren't quite as good. I don't necessarily think that makes Ryu a worse character though. Ken, on the other hand, for Zero Suit, I think I only put in slight winning. I think the reason for this is I think Ken has a lot more opportunities to make reads, to wins, whereas like I think Ryu can kind of be like flowcharted a little harder, whereas Ken can always just get a read on your movement in a way that Ryu can't. Because Shoryu, like the way Ken's Shoryu works that kills at the top, like run up Shoryu reads as jump reads are really strong against Zero Suit sometimes. If they have a good read on him. Obviously as Zero Suit you can bait them out, but the fact that Ken has that like degree of counterplay I think makes Zero Suit's game plan less reliable. I still think it's roughly the same thing. You just kind of dance around and bait fireballs, get hits, don't get parried too. Will this VOD be up on my YouTube? I think it actually almost definitely will be. It might be cut up heavily, but I think this will almost definitely will be. This is be good YouTube content. But yeah, I think Ken just has more opportunities to make reads to win the game, but I think the game plans are relatively similar. I think Ken players play dumber. I think they run at us harder, which I actually think is sometimes harder to deal with. Ken has a little bit more ability to run at you because he's a little faster. But yeah, Ken doesn't have the Ryu doesn't have the capability to extend his advantage like Ken does. Yeah, I think Ken kind of like encourages the more like combo video minded players where they're like, ooh, I want to hit the full Ken combo and stuff like that, where Ryu players will just be happy sitting there, parry down till Tatsu, reset neutral, parry, right? Parry fireball. They'll just heavy down smash, right? They'll just take their damage and go. But I think Ken just has a little bit more ability to run us down, make some reads. But I think overall, kind of the same game plan. For Pokemon Trainer, on the other hand, I don't know how I feel about Ken Ryu, or Pokemon Trainer Ryu. I think I probably have it. I think I probably have it in even. Well, I don't know. This might be an IDK matchup. I know how I feel about PT Ken. I actually don't know how I feel about PT Ryu. I think I have it in even. I also think this is a matchup that Ken does slightly better in. I think it's one of those where, again, it's the big problem that PT has that Zero Suit doesn't, is that PT has to fight these characters, whereas Zero Suit doesn't. PT does have to fight Ryu, but I think Ryu is a little less scary to fight than Ken. A little bit less, not a ton. And I don't think the fireball camping is like incredible. I think it's way more obnoxious for PT to deal with than it is for Zero Suit, which is like maybe Trainer has some pretty strong edge guards on Ryu. It's pretty flowchart actually. You kind of have to screw something up for Ryu to get back alive. Or he's able to go low or something like that. But I think off the hit, it's like pretty strong for PT. PT hits like comparably as hard. You just have to be really careful about not getting like a forward tilt parry by accident or something like that. I don't know. I don't love it. I don't think I hate it though. I think Ken is worse though. I think Ken also beats PT harder. Again, I don't necessarily think Ken or Ryu is like a better character, but whenever I fought Shad's Ken as opposed to his Ryu, I felt way less pressured. Whereas like PT, I could feel like I had time to like set up the engagements I wanted because Ryu doesn't run us down as well. Whereas Ken just forced scraps and they're always ugly, and generally there's Ken favored. I like dealing with the run. I'm also as a player, just dislike being run down more than I like being camped. I I think getting rundown's fun, but I think it's like in terms of like winning, I'm less good at dealing with it. Um, and I think Ken is just able to force very ugly interactions that probably favor him, whereas Ryu, I'm able to like wait longer and like wait for like the right time to go in perfectly and then get my hits that way. I have a lot more opportunities to be precise, um, and in a way that I think helps PT out more than it helps counter Ryu out. Um, there's some fun little bits of counterplay in the matchup. Charizard against like down tilt spam cannot be out of shield because the armor will come out frame 4, which will avoid the second down tilt. It'll armor the second down tilt. Sometimes you can get like hits on that, but that's not like a true punish or anything. It's just kind of a mix up. But I don't know. It's not particularly fun. I think also the other reason is like Ivysaur is a really strong Pokemon in this matchup, and Ivysaur deals with being run down less than Ivysaur deals with being camped, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't love it for either. I think it's probably slight losing for PT. I think Bree's probably even. I think I like Ken less than I like Bowser, but um, Pit, Dark Pit, I'll put them in here. I'll put them both in here. I don't think the arrows change the matchup like a ton. I don't think the side. I think the arrows probably. I think Pit's probably slightly better against Zero Suit than Dark Pit is, but I don't think either are like. I don't think it's a notable difference. I think the arrows matter more than the side B. But neither are particularly impressive against us. I think it's just one of those where Zero Suit just completely outmobilities this character, and off the hit we're stronger. Our advantage is stronger. Down tilt 2 frames are really free on him. I don't know. I've just never felt particularly threatened by Pit. I know he has stuff, but I just kind of feel like it's a lot of ways like worse Lucina, where it's like it's all pretty simple stuff and we just move around it way too well. Kind of the same way I feel about Pit PT. I remember I played I don't play Pit PT nearly as often, but I played it in Squad Strike against ZD's Pit at Riptide, and I fucked it up. His pick got rolled in this matchup. I think Dark Pit probably might be slightly a little better against PT than Zero Suit than against Zero Suit. I think the side B matters because PT is going to be horizontal to Pit a lot more, whereas Zeus is going to be a lot more vertical. There'll be less opportunities for him to find that hitbox. But I think in either case, they just get outbuttoned. Squirtle's hits matter more. Squirtle's better at finding them off whiff punishes. Pit's dash attack's a little annoying in this matchup. Like any character with a good overshoot dash attack can like screw up with PT's Squirtle's like normal game plan. But I don't think he deals with Ivysaur's platform camping well at all. I think Charizard does his job. It's just I don't know. There's nothing to stop the typical PT game plan from doing what it does best. So it's like pretty simple. Diddy is the only character, well, one of two characters that I will have in losing for both of us. I have Diddy in slight losing for Zero Suit. A lot of Zeroes hate this matchup. I've never disliked fighting Diddy Kong. It's probably been one of my favorite losing matchups even since Smash 4. I always just enjoyed playing it, even though I definitely think it's losing. But I just never think it's... I never felt like I've lost to a Diddy Kong player that's worse than me. It's just... Diddy Kong has all the tools required to outplay Zero Suit. And certainly at like a low level, if the Zero Suit doesn't understand this matchup, it gets really brutal. Like understanding how to fight against Banana can get really annoying because you can't really fight against Banana. If Diddy Kong hits a parry on like any of our moves with Banana, we probably get Banana punished. We can't grab Diddy Kong holding shield with Banana because it's too obvious. And especially like as Diddy Kong start mixing in like Z-drop mix-ups, like even platform camping Diddy Kong isn't that simple. It's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to platform camp Diddy Kong until he decides to throw the Banana away. But like he has Z-drop mix-ups in there, which can help him pressure us better than normal. I think the what makes the matchup slightly losing for us is the fact that Diddy Kong has too much counterplay even when he's holding Banana. That we have tricks, but we're gonna run out of tricks eventually. And if we aren't able to beat him before we run out of tricks, like neutrals is gonna get very oppressive. One of the best things Zero Suit can do about the matchup is Zero Suit can prevent him from getting banana in the first place. Zero Suit's really good at like snatching the banana, like right as he's pulling it. If he's not careful about it, we can hit him for pulling the banana and then take the banana from him and throw it away. I think our advantage, we hit harder than him. But Diddy Kong has all the tools to chase us down. There's no like particularly like degenerate camping strategy that works against him. We just have to play very, very careful, and we just have to be better at the banana versus platform camping mix-ups than he is. And then ultimately, it's like slightly his favor. Like the flowchart works out. The flowcharts work out slightly better for him, but I don't think it's a terrible matchup whatsoever. The only times I've ever lost this matchup are to like Aaron and Zanotto, which like they're just better than me too. So I don't feel particularly bad about it. What I do feel particularly bad about, this is another strange one. In the same way that I think Diddy Kong absolutely dumpsters PT. It seems like dumpsters Zero Suit if Zero Suit doesn't know what's going on. I think PT dumpsters Diddy Kong if the Diddy Kong doesn't know what's going on. PT fights Diddy Kong really well. Squirtle, like, I think fights at the close range so much better than Diddy does and kind of messes them up for it. I think the problem with this matchup is Ivysaur and Charizard are terrible against Banana. They have like almost no counterplay to it. And if you run into a Diddy Kong, or like Ivysaur and Charizard just have no way to hit Diddy Kong's shield when he has Banana. And that gets so like unfair to deal with. So if you like play with the Smash 4 Diddy Kong style, Ivysaur and Charizard are just completely invalidated. But that doesn't solve Squirtle. What do you do against Squirtle? Diddy has the ability to just monkey flip circle camp across the entire stage, and Squirtle has very little counterplay to it. You have Water Gun, and that's kind of it. And if you're not careful, Diddy Kong just keeps like swiping in. It's like he's like a hit and run tactics work really, really strong against Squirtle. If he's just like full circle camping, platform camping, it gets very, very obnoxious to deal with. Board the platform minigame. That's how Zero Suit plays it. Yeah. But Diddy Kong kind of turns the camping angle around on PT. And I think if Diddy Kong's willing to circle camp as hard as they can against Squirtle and just plays against Ivysaur and Charizard like Smash 4 Diddy Kong, it's a very hard matchup. I don't think there's just a lot of room to play it right. I think if the Diddy Kong plays it wrong though, it gets really rough. Because I think PT's amazing at fighting Diddy. It's just the Diddy Kong doesn't have to fight, so it is rough. One of two characters that I think beats both of mine. I think only slightly beats Zero Suit. I think more solidly beats Diddy Kong. Even for like a losing matchup for PT, I don't think it's that bad. I think it's worse than these two, like these three, if played optimally. But I think it's still not really that bad. Definitely playable. Dark Samus. We'll just get Samus. All right, Samus. I think I put into solidly winning. It kind of I feel the same way I feel about Bowser with Samus, where I think Samus has an annoying amount of counterplay. But Samus has like counterplay, but I think the overall game plan is just very strong for Zero Suit. So this matchup's all based around charge shot, as matchups frequently are for Samus, but it's based around charge shot based on whether or not she has a transcendent one or not. If Samus gets to half charge on charge shot, she has a transcendent charge shot, and Zero Suit has to be really careful about playing around it. The nice thing is Zero Suit camps from far away really well. Zero Suit has really good mobility, so if Samus has a full charge shot or even a half charge shot, Zero Suit can camp and just bait out the charge shot, get Samus to throw it away, and then proceed to play neutral from there. What's very important is very time-based. Zero Suit has to be able to get to a position where she can threaten Samus for charging charge shot before she is able to get a transcendent charge shot. So like the ideal way to do this is you get to a platform from in which range you will be able to drop through Samus for charging charge shot before she has a transcendent charge shot out. Because she doesn't have a transcendent charge shot, Zare beats it. And if Zare beats it, Samus gets hit. And Samus is unable to charge shot and then has to take like a wild swing at you just to get you out of that range so that she can go back to charging charge shot. But those mix-ups are all very, very bad for her. So like that's the ideal position you're trying to get to against Samus all the time. Is you're trying to get to a position where you can threaten her for charging charge shot before she gets a transcendent one. But once she has a transcendent charge shot, Zero Suit kind of just has to camp it out. And if you're down, you have to play against it. Zero Suit's probably one of the best equipped characters to try and play against it, but it's still not fun. I have like an even record with almost every top Samus I played. I'm 1-1 with Teaser. I'm 4-4 with Icy Mist. I think I'm 1-1 with Advo. I think Zero Suit wins the matchup overall. Zero Suit's some of the best equipped to deal with her, but Samus is just pretty broken, dude. Also, we get around her ledge trapping better than a lot of characters, but Zero Suit's certainly not exempt to like bomb charge shot traps. She has to deal with Samus sledge trapping a lot more than you'd expect. But we can do it somewhere a little bit. PT, on the other hand, I very nearly would put this matchup in dog milk. This is what, my opinion, PT's second worst matchup. I used to have it as like only slightly losing, but the more I watch it, the more I've attempted to play it, the more I'm convinced that this is so free for Samus. Samus, like, it's rough. So like what PT does really well is PT has really strong advantage against Samus. Ivysaur's juggling is really strong against her. The edge guarding can get pretty rough. Samus can have a hard time getting off edge. PT does well off the hit. The problem is Samus should never be getting hit by Pokemon Trainer ever. Samus farms PT. Yeah, it's like very nearly dog milk. It's rough. But I could put it in dog milk. I might even change my mind on that. But the problem is Samus almost never dies. Samus lives forever. So even if you place her in advantage, you still have to get like a good read to kill her most of the time. And then neutral with Squirtle against Samus is really rough because Charge Shot just kind of covers everything. If you full hop over Charge Shot as she's shooting it, you're not going to be in time for a punish. And if she gets shield out and you do a high aerial, she just up-Bs you. It's like almost flowchart. You kind of have to just bait a Charge Shot out with shield, play a out of shield mix up. And then like get like, I don't know, sometimes you like water gun her to push her off stage. Maybe you try to box with her if you ever get close enough, but it's all not fun. Like if up B True Punish is forward tilt, Squirtle can't do a whole lot about it. The other two Pokemon don't approach any better. Have I already done the Zero Suit matchup chart? I have not. So we're flipping back and forth as we talk about matchups. I also do take chat requests if you guys want a character to look at me next because we got a while to go. But yeah, so Samus PT is just Samus should never be getting hit by Pokemon Trainer, and it's even worse because once Samus hits you, if Samus gets Pokemon Trainer on edge, there's like no counterplay. We have no tricks to get around any of the like bomb charge shot setups. The ledge trapping's so free. I think the only reason that's keeping me from playing like putting in dog milk is the fact that I don't play it all that often. I haven't played it enough to like definitively say we have like no options, but I played it enough to know that it's not fun. It's really bad. I know Beast doesn't like going to Pittsburgh. I keep telling Beast to go to Pittsburgh because it's like a middle ground between us two of us where we can meet up, but he doesn't want to go to Pittsburgh because he just doesn't want to play Icy Mist ever. It's just garbage. Beta B, you get a free water gun kill at zero. Sometimes, sort of. It's not always that simple. You have to have the water gun charged. You have to have enough space to jump backwards to be able to get it. It's not free. And also a lot of times in order to get that up B out of it, you have to press a button in the first place, which commits you to lag. But yeah, Samus sucks. PT Mac, you want PT Mac? Okay. Well, first let's talk about Zero Suit Mac. I think Zero Suit beats Little Mac. I don't think it's actually that free. Where is Little Mac? Okay. I think in good faith, since I put these matchups like in here, I probably have to put Little Mac in here too. But I think this kind of betrays it, like makes it look like we're throwing him in here because he's free. Little Mac by no means is free for Zero Suit. I think especially ever since he got that like neutral B armor buff, keeping advantage against Little Mac actually isn't that free. I think one of the things that Zero Suit does really well in this matchup is Zero Suit, for one, she full hop camps, which Little Mac doesn't deal with really, really well. But Little Mac has a little bit of counterplay into that, in that he can shark her landings really well. There's like some answers in that regard, but I think just in general, doing defensive short hops and full hops against Little Mac kind of just walls them out, and there's not a whole lot he can do about it. It's all pretty bad mix-ups. The edge guarding is... I don't think Xerxes is particularly good at edge guarding Little Mac, but it's good enough. And the juggling is where I think the matchup used to be free, where I think like Little Mac has better chances than he used to, is because Xerxes only has 2 moves that break Little Mac's armor. It's back air and it's flip kick, which are both kind of awkward to hit, and it like juggles a lot of the time. So we don't juggle him for free anymore, but Peanut has a solid record against AOS. Yeah, I bet, like, I mean, Peanut is just very good Little Mac player, and it's not a free matchup for Zerasu, but I definitely think it's winning. The more I've played it, the more I've realized I actually don't hate fighting Little Mac. I still don't like it, but I don't hate fighting Little Mac as much as I used to think I did. Does Vine Whip Sharking not beat Bomb Spam? Vine Whip Sharking does beat Bomb Spam. But like PT has a strong advantage against Samus. The problem is he just never should be able to hit her. And Samus's advantage is way stronger. You missed the Cloud synopsis? This will all get uploaded as a YouTube video. Don't worry. I had an extensive rant about Cloud. Fuck Cloud. Fuck Cloud Zerasu. PT Cloud's alright. I don't mind that. But yeah, so I think is counterplay, but I think Zerasu wins. PT Little Mac, I have no idea. I don't play this matchup. I have attempted to play it one time and I lost it to I lost it to Mac Attack. Then I switched to Zerasu and I won. I think the problem is we have to fight. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in IDK because I don't really know. I don't play it extensively. But I could see it being like a slight winning for PT. I don't know if I go as far to say even, because like the edge guarding is particularly brutal. Like even for Little Mac, PT kind of fucks on Little Mac's recovery. Like even for like Little Mac's recovery is bad, like just period. But PT particularly fucks on it. And the other big thing is Squirtle up B hits every Little Mac till out of shield. Little Mac doesn't have anything safer than frame 10, and Squirtle up B hits it every single time. So Squirtle so against Squirtle's shield, PT has to go or Little Mac has to start grabbing him and has to start playing like mix-ups. But I think Byleth could be even for PT too. I just again another one. So I think the difference is that like PT plays advantage a lot stronger than Zerasu does. I think the edge guarding and juggling is way better for PT. But I think neutral is a lot harder because again, Squirtle trainer actually just has to fight them. But I think the way PT fights him is PT just outboxes him. You have to beat him with like better play out of shield and just like a couple of good reads. At the end of the day, like Falco, like Little Mac might even like beat like Squirtle in the boxing match like a neutral, but the thing is Squirtle only needs to hit him one time, whereas Little Mac needs to hit him a couple more times than that. If every stage list was like FD, then like probably even, right? But because of like, especially once you like throw in the fact that if Little Mac is ever down at any point in this matchup, Ivysaur platform camping gets so unfair. It's not like it doesn't really matter if you don't have a lead, but it gets really rough when PT does. So I think it's probably like slight winning, maybe hard winning for like maybe hard. Again, this tier isn't hard winning by any means, just harder winning. I don't think I could say in good faith it's even. It's probably even on FD, but I don't really know. I don't play it a ton, but you also think Zerasu wins against Aegis? Yeah, we'll see what we think about that. DK's quick. Zerasu just kind of fucks on DK. DK. Thomas 2323. It's unfortunate how much time you have to spend on Little Mac. It is unfortunate. Unfortunately, neither of my characters can just say that I fuck on it for free. Unlike Donkey Kong. I actually lost this to was it Chunky Kong? Yeah, it was Chunky Kong at SmashCon. I played horrible. I got cheesed so hard. I died at 50 to miss inputs twice to choke like a 3-stock lead. But even as your Doomer take, sorry for winning. But that was depressing. But past that, this matchup's free. You just cross up Donkey Kong every single time on shield, and then you crouch. If he back airs, you just reaction punish him, or you shield. You can crouch or shield after crossing up his shield. And DK has to start doing like turnaround grabs out of shield to do anything about it. But even that's like very easily avoided, and you get whiff punishes on that. Advantage is really, really free. Two frames are really, really free. Edge guarding is really, really free. You just kind of bully him. You just have to be precise because Donkey Kong can kill you in like 3 hits. But nobody heard from him for hours. That's not true. I needed like 30 minutes outside. But yeah, I was. This match is pretty rough. It's for Donkey Kong. It's pretty free. Pokemon Trainer, similar. I'm actually not good at it. I'm not good at PT versus. I'm not good against heavies in general, but especially the Pokemon Trainer, I'm not good against it. But this is probably like one of our hardest winning matchups. Period. It's similar in that Squirtle just kind of hits Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong doesn't get to play the game. You switch to Ivysaur when he's off stage, and he just kind of dies. Donkey Kong has some counterplay with like longer range tilts. But it's all stuff that you can avoid. You can read a down tilt with a short hop fair and get your grab that way. If he back airs to try and stuff your short hop fair, you just stay grounded and then you get your combo that way. Like, it's just a bad neutral flow chart for Donkey Kong all around. It's not hard at all. For either. Zero Suit shits on Dr. Mario. I actually lost this matchup to Bacon at cost, and I learned quite a few things about this matchup, but I still think base Falco placement. Did Timbo crying somewhere? Yeah, he should be. I hate Falco, Justin. You missed my whole Falco rant, unfortunately. I would love for you to know how much I hate Falco, but yeah, it's probably even on both of the characters. But yeah, so Dr. Mario just gets outmobilityed, outranged very, very hard. I didn't know a lot of the things about it, but like I played Bacon and Friendlies afterwards, and it started going a lot better. And I was like, oh, okay, I see how this works. Once you like avoid a couple tricks, he has some like interesting thing with like pill camping, and if he plays really well out of shield, like Bacon was crazy with some parries that helped. But BT Heavies is like fake winning, except DK Gang Carol. I actually for the most part agree. Yeah, Zero Suit definitely wins this matchup against Dr. Mario. It's pretty solidly winning. I've lost it, but I don't think that really changed my mind. It just showed me that Bacon was just better. I have zero idea. I've never played this matchup. I don't play PT Dr. Mario. I imagine PT probably wins. Again, just out mobility, edge guard him really hard, but I can't say that I know for a fact. You're excited for Roy. We'll get the Roy. Also, Chip FGC, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Timbo still shits on you, Donkey Kong. We need to work on your advantage, Hot Dog. That's cross up his shield and like get a PT shits on Doc. Probably true. Again, I can't say personally. This is my personal experience matchup chart, so I'm keeping an IDK because I can't in good faith say that I played the matchup. But yeah, I imagine it's probably free. You gotta go. Looks like you're free on a lot of things. It'll get posted on Twitter later. I appreciate you being here. Don't worry about it. It was good to have you. Duck Hunt, I think, is also gonna be pretty quick. I think Zero Suit beats Duck Hunt pretty solidly. Sick of PT matchups charts with 3 losing matchups. That's not gonna happen. Don't worry about it. we're gonna have a few more than that. But yeah, so Duck Hunt is a lot. Zero Suit just kind of pokes the can really easily. Like, one of the biggest things we can do is if he ever gets can out, a lot of the setups just don't work. We just get to. I think Zero Suit beats Duck Hunt for sure. Yeah. I used to room with one. There's a Duck Hunt that used to live in my house. We were housing him for about a year and a half, and well, I can't say like I've played it like at a top level. I've like played enough to understand why Zero Suit just kind of messes around on it. Kozar for Duck Hunt. You just get the poke at can too easily. He shouldn't ever be able to set anything up. We rush him down really hard. Yeah, this one's gonna be quick for all the mid-tier zoners. It's pretty much the same thing. Like, yeah, yes. Yeah, we rush him down really hard. He doesn't get to set anything up. Zare pokes at his setups from too far away too easily with no risk. We juggle him hard. We edge guard him hard. It's Duck Hunt. It's not like unlosable, but it's not particularly hard either. I actually think this is probably one of PT's best zoner matchups. I think PT also wins this matchup. Um, Squirtle fights Duck Hunt decently well. It's not great if Duck Hunt doesn't have time in neutral to set up like the wall. When are we doing another PT lesson? I should have my Metafy open again. Multi is requesting link. Or requesting to link, or I'm not sure what's going on here. But Clay Pigeon is annoying in Zero Assist Duck Hunt a little bit, but you can just wait it out. Or go over it. You can full hop over it a lot of the time. It's really laggy. Like full hop can sometimes like true punish like Clay Pigeon on reaction because of how laggy that move is. But PT on the other hand, if Duck Hunt doesn't have time to set up like the full wall, Squirtle can get in pretty easily. If he does have time to set up the whole wall, it's pretty rough and you have to wait it out. But it's like a patient enough neutral. Link the character. What? Oh shit! Fuck. You're right. True. I thought you were talking about like a link in chat. But we'll do link next. Fine. But I don't think what Squirtle is what makes this matchup particularly easy. What makes this matchup particularly easy is the fact that Ivysaur Razor Leaf goes through like every projectile that Duck Hunt throws up. It's actually kind of sad, like watching Duck Hunts like scramble to try and like build their house, you know, and like set up the whole wall and everything like that. Your dumbest friend says do Ridley next. We'll do Link first, and then we'll do Ridley. And then you just like keep like blowing the house down with Razor Leaf over and over again, and it gets really really annoying. You're the dumbass friend. So yeah, Razor Leaf spam kind of like beats it pretty hard. I don't like Charizard Duck Hunt at all. I think Charizard's too big and gets like hit by everything. He does his job sometimes, but I think really this match is kind of decided by Ivysaur. Razor Leaf spam is really strong against Duck Hunt. Anyways, so Link next. Link, I think, is even. This is a weird one because usually, this is that said, mid-tier zoners, we kind of normally just kind of poopies on them. Link is a weird exception. I think the things that Link has going for him is that Link zoning, I think there's like a lot of like types of zoning in the game, right? There's like the charge shot zoning or something like that where you just like throw things from across the stage, like young Link zoning or something like that where you throw boomerangs up. Then there's like the kind of snake zoning where you like set traps up and stuff like that. I actually think that style of zoning is a lot stronger against Zero Suit because you can cover like the entire stage if done correctly. Whereas Zero Suit's like whole thing is that she moves around the stage really well. So against like most traditional zoning, she can always be where she needs to be from any position on the stage. But you have the ability to like limit her options a little bit more. So like I think Bomb is like not a bad projectile against her. As far as projectiles go, I don't think it's like amazing, but I think as Chip gifting subs, gifting one to the shark. Thanks so much, appreciate it. You gonna grind Squirtle? Have a good stream. Thanks so much. But so I think the projectile is like better than most characters got. But really, what I think does it is the fact that Link's out of shield is really good. Parry, like the threat of parry up B, like makes Zero Suit shield pressure against Link not safe. Space Zers, very well spaced Zers are safe. But past that, it's like just not fun mix-ups to play, hitting his shield or playing around his shield by any means. And like obviously we don't want to start grabbing his shield because Link has some really hard punishes if it's like a spot dodge or something like that. So juggling him isn't free either because of how strong Nair is. Nair's really active, so like forwarder doesn't always beat it air to air in the same way that beats like every other character's air to air. It's just like kind of weird. It's like fighting like Bad Wolf with a projectile in a lot of ways, where where Zero Suit is able to fight back is like in terms of mobility. We're able to out mobility him really hard. Sometimes we catch him for like trying to press certain buttons and setting certain things up that he doesn't have time to do. Sometimes we can juggle him well, but we have to be really precise and careful about all of it because there's a lot of ways Link can get reversals. I don't love Zero Suit Link. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. It's weirdly difficult, and every single time I've played it, it's never felt free by any means. PT Link, I have actually very little experience with, but I realized that I like it less. I can see PT Link, where is he? I can see PT Link being even or slight losing. I think I lean towards even. It's a fun match. It's like one of the more fun zoner matchups, I think, for PT. Because it's like a lot of the games you play with Bomb with like PT Link are kind of funny, where like Link throws a bomb at you, you water gun it back or something like that with Squirtle, or you intentionally blow it up with Charizard like fire moves or something like that, like flamethrower. There's a lot of tricks with bomb that like PT has as counterplay, so it's not as great. I don't think he zones this quite as hard as um, Young Link does. Like certainly not even close to as hard as Young Link does. Um, and because he doesn't move around quite as well, so he's like easier to catch. But he's hard enough and scary enough, and like the ledge trapping's really good. I feel like Link has plenty of counterplay and isn't like a fake. He's not like a fake enough zoner that it's not like one of those where PT just needs to learn the matchup and then PT wins. Because there's a lot of like zero suit. There's a lot of Pokemon Trainer versus mid tier zoners where it looks really bad for Pokemon Trainer until you learn the matchup, and then when you learn the matchup, you're like, oh, we probably actually kind of like slightly win this. Like Richter's like that for Pokemon Trainer, Robin's like that, but I don't think that's probably quite the case for Link. So I think this is a pretty even matchup as well. I like it less than Zero Suit Link though, which I don't like Zero Suit Link either. So I could see this being slight losing, but I think I'm inclined to put it in even for now. Ridley. Ridley kind of gets shit on. It's unfortunate. I have a lot of experience in this matchup. Simeon's really good. And Simeon made me realize that I had to know the matchup more than I used to, because there was a while where I was getting by like literally not knowing a single thing about this character and just, buttoning him to death. There's a couple things to be aware of. Ridley has really good anti-airs. Nair and up smash are like really strong against Zero Suit if you're lazy. But if you really, all it does is it doesn't necessarily mean that like Ridley has like fair enough counterplay in the matchup. It just means Zero Suit has to be not lazy, which I think a lot of Zero Suits want to play lazy against Ridley, and it's really easy to get caught for doing that. But I think that's also the only way Zero Suit loses the matchup. If Zero Suit plays very movement campy, uses her movement well, doesn't press bad buttons, like Ridley's out of shield isn't good enough. If you're like for like Zare and like Nair to be like unsafe if I'm parry most of the time. Like Ridley can cover space well. He's like better than a lot of like mid-tier characters at like covering Xerxes landing is like an advantage and stuff. But the reverse is so rough. Like Ridley getting hit by Xerxes is such a horrible time. You can down air like suicide, sometimes even trade with like this uppy. Once you understand like how his angles work and the fact that he's like limited to 4. It's very easy to catch his recoveries. There's a lot of like really sad ways to gimp him with like runoff side Bs where by the time he's out of the side B hit stun, he's like at a diagonal where it's literally impossible for him to recover. This matchup's really bad. It's not fun at all. It has like a couple things that were like Ridley's can catch Xerxes for not knowing it right, but who's the Ridley getting farmed? Honestly, I feel like if I were Mars's chat and I saw this Ridley player having a single set win against a Xerxes that's supposed to be as good as me, I'd feel pretty proud of that Ridley player, personally. And like Saya has like 2 or 3, I think. So, for as many times as we played, Saya's not doing all as bad as I think they should have been. So, PT Ridley, kind of the same thing. So PT Ridley, I think is I like playing it less than Zero Suit because again, it's just kind of like all of those, any of those characters that they win by fighting you. PT has to fight Ridley, but PT I do think outfights Ridley. Squirtle can up B like his down tilts on shield. Squirtle like Ridley's forward tilt's a little annoying. It can sometimes wall us out, and if he ever catches us jumping with like Nair at the right time, we get hit for it. But it's all things that like Ridley has to preemptively call. And if Ridley's wrong on any preemptive calls, usually Squirtle gets a whiff punish. And off the hit, this matchup is really brutal as well. It's one of those where there's just a whole bunch of ways for us to force him off stage. And Ridley does not have the mix-ups to get around Ivysaur. It's very, very free. Ivysaur downer going straight through the stage completely ignores the one of the only saving grace on Ridley's up B recovery is the fact that the hitbox is huge, but Ivysaur's downer is so big that it just ignores it. So it's like a same timing every single time, no mix-ups. Side B's not any real mix-up. It doesn't really snap well enough to avoid anything. It's a very brutal advantage. The difference is that unlike against like Zero Suit, I think like Zero Suit again has like more abilities to get resets than PT does. So if Ridley gets a hit, It can be pretty rough for Pokemon Trainer too, but it's just not in the same degree of lethality. Um, Wave Dash back against Ridley. I think Wave Dash back is really busted against a lot of characters for that exact reason that a lot of characters like Ridley or something, they'll have to like defensively nair to avoid it. I think if the Ridley does the nair retreating, Squirtle doesn't get a direct punish on a Wave Dash back, but Ridley still loses space for it. Definitely not worth doing. You have to just watch out because sometimes they might like dash attack as an approach and read that or something. But yeah, I think it's pretty solidly winning for both Pokemon. I'll see more requests, so we get to one fast. I'm sure he's been waiting for. This might be Xerasu's worst matchup right now for me. I'm like debating between it, Olimar. I think Cloud's probably. I think Cloud Wolf are like, I don't know, maybe contenders. I don't think actually though. I hate Xerasu Fox. I think it's a fun matchup, but from a needing to win matchup, I think it's very rough. Fox is just very well equipped to handle her. I think before Xerasu got nerfed, I think this matchup was a lot closer. Maybe even in some circumstances because of like being able to boost kick Fox Nair on shield was really big, but she can't do that anymore. Unless Fox steals it or does it high or badly spaced. And so without that, Fox is just very well equipped to like just run her down. And Xerasu has to like preemptively defend herself in a lot of ways, but all the ways she has to preemptively defend herself are all things that Fox can wait out and whiff punish or go around. I think like defensive short hops can help a lot for Xerasu. Like defensive short hops, like they're kind of awkward for Fox to deal with a lot of the time. And if you're like really like ready to react to some full hops, you can catch him out of the air. There's always the fragility of Fox, how fragile he is. You can sometimes blow him up. There's like the cool trick that Fox up B and Xerasu downer almost always trade, so that Xerasu will live for going to suicide downers on Fox up B. But there's a lot of presumptions you have to make to just assume that like Fox has to be recovering at a certain angle, or forced to recover a certain way at a certain timing for that to work out that way. And it's just a very hard time. Fox covers our disadvantages. Like we have a real disadvantage against Fox. He covers everything well enough. I think this matchup gets won by Xerasu making very good baits. You just bait the Fox to take a bad swing at something, and you gotta kill him for it. And because it's Fox, you can kill him for it, but I can hardly call it a consistent strategy. Whereas in the way that Fox gets to play so reaction based against us, it feels very unfair. Nerfs made this matchup so much harder than it used to be. I agree. I think it's one of the most nerf impacted matchups in the game. Because it used to be Xerasu just loses matchups until loses the match. Xerasu just lost to Fox until Fox hit 80%, and then Fox couldn't press like a single button on your shield anymore, and then Xerasu would win. So it was like a lot closer to even. I think I used to say it was even before the nerfs, but after the nerfs, Xerasu just loses the entire time. So yeah, I don't like this one. Fox PT, I have a lot of thoughts on. It's probably one of my most played matchups now, thanks to you, Thas. But if anyone wins, I think it's Fox. I do think I put it in even though. I think it's one of those matchups that the more precise Fox players get, the better it'll be for them. But I think where human error is at the moment, PT gets too many opportunities. It's one of those where neutral is very good for Fox against all three Pokemon. All three Pokemon have enough counterplay to make it playable, I think. Squirtle again has to get really reliant on defensive short ops. Squirtle's buttons are like not laggy at all, so like Fox has to be more careful about how he whiff punishes. He has to be a little bit more picky about it sometimes. But also the upside is a lot of times Squirtle's hitboxes just lose to Fox's dash attack anyway. So even if you're not whiff punishing, sometimes you can straight out beat out things that he does in a way that Fox I think doesn't usually get to do against a lot of characters. But on the other hand, like I don't know, Squirtle has a lot of opportunities, especially if you're really careful about playing around full hops. You can bait out full hops from Fox. You can dash back and get whiff punishes sometimes. Being like, if you're able to pin Fox and shield, Fox doesn't play out of shield very well against against Squirtle in my opinion. Not terribly, but I don't think he plays great. Fox parry up tilt's really annoying because one of the things you try to do is you cross him up all the time, but parry up tilt's like a frame 3 option on a shield, I think. But what do you think went wrong against my setting against Light? I think I just wasn't ready for the way that Light played. I really liked my setting against Light. I was actually very proud of it because I was expecting the way I was expecting the set would go is that if I got 3-0'd, it was just going to be me getting run over the entire time. And if I took a game, it was going to be one of the early games, like games 1 or 2, and it was going to be like me bullshitting him. And then him just figuring out how I bullshitted him, and then him proceeding to continue running me over. Whereas actually the way the set went is I got ran over the first game and almost won the second game, did win the third game, and the fourth game he had to slow it down a lot to finish it out, which I feel very optimistic about if I played him more often. I feel like if I just like am more ready for like the way he ran at me, I think there's very real worlds where I win against Light. But at the same time, he's also just incredible player. So like he is just gonna be really hard to outplay consistently because I have to do that if I want to win the matchup. But yeah, really the only Fox player that I lose to besides the one setting against Light is occasionally I lose to Fass. I played Comet twice, and both times I kind of ran over him. Every other Fox I played feels easier. It's just, I think once I knew the matchup, I put a lot of work into this matchup because there's a time like a year ago where I hated it. I got a whole Metafy session from Quinn based around this matchup. Once I got better about like doing drift tricks with Ivysaur, like disadvantage got a little bit less bad. I think I figured out my edgeguard flowcharts a lot better. I think PT has enough options in neutral and has enough lethality on the hit to keep it even. Even if Fox advantage and ledge trapping can get very oppressive. And I think definitely Fox has a slight edge in neutral. But Ganon, we'll make this quick. Zero Suit shits on Ganon. Mr. Nichols beat me one time. Every set we played since got a lot less close. It's one of those where if Zero Suit's very lazy and she's like Zera camping to like the end of time, and gives Ganon a little too many opportunities to parry, Ganon can make enough reads to win this matchup. But if Zero Suit camps with movement and not with just buttons, and Ganon will have a very, very hard time finding enough consistent, meaningful hits to ever do anything. And off the hit, it gets pretty brutal. If Ganon goes low, Zero Suit's edge guards on him aren't that strong. You can downer suicide him if you're up, which is pretty strong. But like, it's just one of those where Zero Suit's movement beats Ganon by itself. You have to get lazy to give out Ganon opportunities. PT Ganon, I also think is winning. I think it's less winning than Zero Suit is. A lot of the same reasons. PT actually has to fight Ganon. But I think Squirtle just buttons him to death pretty hard. I think the only thing that makes it scary is the fact that Ganon players, if you're playing Ganon, you're probably very good and know a lot about what's coming to you. So they probably have a couple more tricks on you, and maybe they make that work to win a set. But as a consistent strategy in winning a matchup, I don't think Ganon really has any. Squirtle just outboxes. Ivysaur platform camps. Charizard does Charizard things at kill percent. It all works. It's no interruption to the game plan whatsoever. The edge guarding's pretty strong. It's Ganon. It's not worth spending a ton of time on. Greninja's interesting. Greninja, I think for Zero Suit is even or slight winning. I think I'm inclined to put even. I have lost the matchup. I lost it to Dr. Copter in Alabama at one point. However, that was on the worst stage list of all time. Not the worst stage list of all time. I've seen MDVA stage list, but it was pretty bad. If you ever have to play Greninja on a stage list where you can't ban FD, you can't ban any two of FD, Kalos, in town, and you have to just accept the fact you're going to start the set down 2-0. If Greninja gets the chance to play without platforms, so like FD layouts like FD, Town, and Kalos, really, really strong for Greninja. It's really hard for Zero Suit to play this matchup without platforms. Greninja's like strategy is just dash attack with punishes over and over again to like on full hops is just really consistent. But Greninja has very bad platform pressure, and the fact that he has to jump, he has to jump to do everything, to like pressure platforms. Zero Suit then gets to make it an air-to-air battle when the platforms are involved, and Zero Suit's way stronger on that. That's pretty solid on town in the matchup. If you camp for town layout, like if you camp for platform layouts, I bet it's okay on town. But Kalos and FD sucks so much. And but if there's a platform involved, I think it gets a lot harder for Greninja. So like even maybe slightly winning depends on what stage list we're talking about, in my opinion. I think Greninja's game plan is pretty dependent on whether or not the opponent has access to platforms. PT Greninja is a matchup I want to invest in long term because I think PT does slightly better. I think PT slightly wins it. I think it's a matchup like kind of similar. I think defensive short hops with Squirtle get really, really good. Oh yeah, Greninja is also super free to 2-frame. And PT Greninja is very similar. I think Pokemon Trainer Greninja is like I think Greninja kind of like out Squirtle to an extent. I think Squirtle is like in a lot of ways you can describe Greninja as like Squirtle with mobility, which is decently true. But Squirtle off the hits him a lot better, and Squirtle like plays really defensive with short hops. Greninja has a hard time finding ways to hit him. And if at any point he takes like a bad bite, he takes like a bad dash attack, bad dash grab, bad nair, he's gonna eat a lot of damage for whiffing. Greninja also this matchup is really lead based, where if Pokemon Trainer has a lead, it's really annoying for Pokemon Trainer to get it back because none of the Pokemon out mobility Greninja. They don't have a better full hop. They are all slower. Greninja Shuriken camping can get pretty obnoxious. But if it's the other way around, Ivysaur platform camping destroys Greninja. Greninja has no way to interact with it. It's really bad. But obviously, again, a lead is required for that. So it's very lead-based. I think PT has enough tools in neutral and just like better ways of getting the lead. Also better ways of getting back the lead. I think there's way more cheese on PT's end than the other way around. I think PT has stronger edge guards. PT has a stronger advantage. Greninja's out of shield's really bad. One of the big things that Squirtle has on Greninja is if any point if Squirtle catches Greninja in shield, he's in huge trouble. He's like pinned down. This should never happen because Greninja should be playing with his mobility, but it's another place where Squirtle I think like has enough of an edge that I would call it slightly Pokemon Trainer favored. Yeah, Greninja, a very common trait on characters that I think not enough people consider is the fact that I think like a lot of people when they look at like stats, for example, when people look at Pikachu, he's broken because he has broken edge guard, he has broken combos, he's hard to hit, he has a good neutral, which is a vague statement. But where he has an amazing recovery. What's wrong with Pikachu? He has to be the best character in the game. A really important stat that a lot of people don't consider is how good is their vertical game. Like how scared are you to be above them? And Pikachu and Greninja are great examples of characters where it's actually not that scary to be above them whatsoever. And then what that changes is how like easily platform camped or full hop camped these characters can get. And Greninja and Pikachu, not that they don't have counterplay to it, but like those strategies get really strong against them because it forces them to play a whole bunch of like low reward, high risk games just to try and hit people who are vertically camping them. And that stat is like very important because like when you look at characters like one of the like what are the characters that don't have all the things that Pikachu have but like might be better than him, like Xerus is not a character that might be better than Pikachu, but Xerasu's up air is really good, and the fact that she can't get vertically camped in the same way is huge. Fox can't get vertically camped. You're scared of being like beneath these characters. You're not scared of being beneath Pikachu. You're not scared of being beneath Greninja. Hero Xerasu shits on Hero. It's pretty bad. It's probably one of the Steve Uptilt, fantastic example, exactly right. You're terrified of being above Steve. Aegis up airs, right? Being juggled by Aegis is so scary. But yeah, Hero, Zero Suit. Hero doesn't even get time to read the menu. Hero should probably get the chance to like, if he's not top decking everything, he should have like 3 opportunities to read the menu the entire match. He's very easily rushed down. He doesn't deal with spaced like out of shield pressure very well. It's like if we're pressuring his shield from a good range, we're constantly moving around him really well. None of his like camping bullshit works. We can mobility camp him really hard. Whenever he has like one of his buffs, random shit can happen. So there's counterplay, but Zero Suit just kind of fucks on this character. It's like the perfect archetype for fighting him. Um, PT Hero, I think Pokemon Trainer wins. I think Hero suffer. I think it's a little bit. Mm, I don't know if it's slight winning or winning. I think I'll put it slight. I'm sure here when I post this on Twitter, Hero mains will jump me if I say hard winning. I think Hero has all the traditional sword character problems against Squirtle, where he's very easily outmaneuvered. He's very easily whiff punished for pressing any of his A buttons. The problem is a lot of Hero's zoning can make it not easy for Squirtle to get on. But if you're careful, you run him out of MP if he uses too many lightning bolt things. You don't run into like a whole bunch of the top deck stuff. You have to be precise about how you approach him from like the mid and long range. But once you get into like the mid short range, and your hero has to start defending himself with normals as opposed to specials, Hero's in huge trouble. It's not free by any means. I don't think it's like free. I think it's like definitely a lot more counterplay than it is for Zero Suit. Just because like there's a lot of places where PT can get caught trying to approach. But I think PT's got a consistent enough ways in, and once PT gets to that short mid range, he's just any other sword character at that point, even worse in a lot of ways. Ice Climbers. I hate Ice Climbers, but Zero Suit beats them. This character is really obnoxious to fight. A lot of the same rules as a lot of the characters in this tier. You camp them with Full Hop and Zers to Eternity. We have very quick throws, which helps. Because a lot of times you're like Ice Climbers are a shield camp you. Obviously, you don't want to get spot dodged, but the nice thing is the way the climbers work is that even sometimes when they spot dodge, sometimes one of them get grabbed anyway, just because of how long Xerxes' grab lasts. It's very hard to, and like because we can throw them so quickly, usually we're not getting in too much trouble for it. But it's very lame. Zero fun allowed, exactly, right? You just full hop, he's there. You don't want to get too obvious about Zers because he gets parry punishes, so a lot of it is just purely movement camping and trying to bait side Bs and you down there and land on them or something like that. And once you juggle them, you rip them to shreds. But the Ice Climbers players will probably play as conservative as possible to avoid that happening. And you're going to play as conservative as possible to avoid getting Luigi comboed 0 to death, bullshitted, you know. Ice Climbers have a good up air, which helps, but it's just kind of not fun, hard camp. Ice Climbers can make enough reads to win, but it's not going to be a... If Xerxes is playing it right, there's going to be no consistent way for Ice Climbers to win it. Pokemon Trainer Ice Climbers, I have no idea. I have played this matchup a little bit back in 2019. Never seen Ice get clipped. It's just facts. If Ice get clipped, it's because like Nana killed herself or something. It's nothing fun. I'm gonna put this in IDK. I have played it a little bit. I used to play Percy on Wi-Fi back when Percy played Ice Climbers, and this matchup I got fucked up in. What happened is I played it for like 10 friendlies and I got bodied every single matchup, every single game, and I switched to Zero Suit and started winning. I think it's probably rough for Squirtle because you have to interact with them. I bet Ivysaur platform camps really hard, and I bet that's like probably where like Pokemon Trainer makes up the difference. But it was not fun to play with Squirtle. I bet Charizard gets fucked up. I bet it's just like a very much so Ivysaur needs to back your camp this character to the end of the time. But I can't say for certain because I haven't played it enough. I just know that I don't like it as much as Zero Suit. Ike. I think Pokemon Trainer probably slightly beats Ike. I used to think this was harder winning. I think the Ike changes helped Ike a lot. I think there's a lot of matchups where Ike became a worse character because of his changes, and a lot of matchups where he became a better one. I think this is one where he became a lot better of one. Ike having his up B at a shield creates like a huge threat to Squirtle at very low percents in a way that Ike didn't used to have. Ike, well, I guess I'm starting on Pokemon Trainer. Normally I start on Zero Suit, but for this one we'll start on Pokemon Trainer. I think Ike platform camping Squirtle hard enough and shield camping Squirtle hard enough at percents where Squirtle can die for screwing up at any given point creates a lot of human error opportunities for Pokemon Trainer to die very, very early. Even if you're not dying to like the Nair or dying to the up B, playing the disadvantage against Ike is really not fun. There's a lot of ways to get like ledge trapped and juggle for a very long time. Um, it I think almost makes up for the fact that when Pokemon Trainer hits Ike and gets whiff punishes on Ike like he normally should be, because I think again Ike has a lot of the normal sword character problems in the matchup. I think Pokemon Trainer edgeguards like Ike decently hard, a lot harder than most characters do. Hot Dog, I appreciate the sub. Thank you so much. Subbing with Prime. Thank you so much, man. I think Pokemon Trainer, I think all three Pokemon do pretty well, which is nice. I think they all suck in disadvantage, which is the problem, which is why I think it's only slight winning. They all kind of get fucked up off the hit, but they're all very good at hitting Ike. Ivysaur's really good at covering full hop and platform camping, and Ike doesn't have like the mobility to like rush Ivysaur down. Will this VOD be on YouTube? Yeah, it should be on YouTube. We're gonna turn this into a YouTube VOD. I'll probably cut it a lot. It probably might take a while for me to get up, but this is definitely gonna be YouTube. There's just too much content to avoid it. But yeah, so Ivysaur covers full hops really well, and Charizard gets like a lot of parries and gets a lot of punishes that way. He's really good at playing out of shield, but Ike's also good at getting grabs. I think just it's kind of like a net. Pokemon Trainer does what he's supposed to do, but disadvantage really sucks. But past that, the other ones just don't have a ways to stop him before. I think what made it better for Pokemon Trainer in the past is the fact that Squirtle used to be able to mash on Ike Shield like really free, because up out Shield just wasn't the same threat that it is now. But Ike's mashing, like the mashing potential against Ike gets brought down a lot by that. So I usually don't play the matchup a ton. Zero Suit, I do think beats Ike. I don't think it's like incredibly hard. And I think there's a lot of things you need to know about it. Ike is probably one of my most played matchups. I played a lot with Psychod. He's the one you always see I end up clipping on Twitter. For as much as I clip Psychod on Twitter, I actually think he's the best Zero Suit I played against Ike. And I've played Raven King. I played Cyan. I played what's the Kentucky one's really good? Roger. I played Roger. I played them all a lot. I think Psychod actually is the best one at the matchup. And I still kind of mess him up in it because I just understand the counterplay that well. Frame 4 air dodge absolutely sucks against Zero Suit. It's really rough. Ike is incredibly clippable. His disadvantage against Zero Suit is really brutal. More brutal than it is, I think, is Pokemon Trainer, honestly. Zero Suit has a lot of ways to edge guard if he's not careful. Zero's really good against side B recoveries, for example. Flip kick covers like up B at certain ways, certain times, to a certain degree. Zero Suit outmobilities him. I think the problem is if Ike is ever able to pin us down or pin us in shield, we have a really hard time. Ike has really good shield pressure on us. Ike has a really good grab. You don't want to get caught in the trap of trying to play out of shield against Ike. It's really bad. You have to have good movement, but if you have good movement, this match is pretty free. That's something I always notice whenever I'm like playing well. I have good movement. Whenever I'm not playing well, I start playing out of shield a lot. And it's always like playing against Ike is always a really big indicator of how well I'm playing. If I'm like struggling against Ike, it's because I'm not moving well. It's probably a bad day. But anyway, Incineroar, I think Zero Suit beats Incineroar. I don't think I beat Incineroar, but I think Zero Suit beats Incineroar. I think I'm better at the matchup than I used to be. I have more willingness to camp than I do. I still don't have a lot. But this is one of those characters where you have to beat with mobility. Specifically, like, it's not a character you can just simply Zare camp, because if you Zare too obviously, he gets revenges. But you have to mobility camp him. You have to... My favorite character... This is my least favorite character. I saw a tweet at some point that was like, if Incineroar... Society, if Incineroar was as good as he is in VGC, if he was that good in Smash or something like that. And it was like the Happy Society. And it was like, no, where's a JPEG of hell? Because that's exactly what it would be. This whole shit would burn to the ground. For one thing, I don't think that person understands quite how good Incineroar is in VGC. Incineroar is like better than Meta Knight was in Brawl in VGC. The difference is that you get 4 Pokemon on your team, so the centralization problem isn't as huge of a deal, right? You still have some diversity in Pokemon because you have 3 other slots, but like the fact that VGC Incineroar is so busted. But apart from that, side tangent, fuck this character. You have to camp him with mobility extremely hard. There's a lot of places to make mistakes. I think this, again, a matchup Incineroar can win by making good reads. But there's no consistent way for Incineroar to win this matchup as Zero Suit has good mobility camping. Mars played this matchup against SkyJ and fucked him up. This is not close. And Mars is, I think, one of the best players at playing with just mobility. I think something that studying Mars against SkyJ was one of the things that when I was talking about like Bowser way earlier on in this, is the fact that like I've watched Mars play entire sets like shielding under 10 times. Like he used the shield button under 10 times and he's like beating characters like Bowser and Sora, like playing like that, because that's how you're supposed to play against these characters. You don't want to get caught in shield. You don't want to uh, do anything that stops you from moving. You want to constantly be moving around them and getting them to take bad swings, getting whiff punishes, and then juggling them to death. And Sonora is a character where you also have to be very conservative in your advantage. There's a lot of ways to get reversaled, and it's always way worse to like give these characters even a tiny opportunity to hit you than to just like abandon the chance of hitting them. It's fine, just beat them in neutral over and over again. Don't go too hard. Zero Suit wins it. Incineroar Pokemon Trainer, I also think is winning. Sort of. Yeah. It might be slight. I don't know. Kind of the same problems in that, again, PT actually has to fight this character, which sucks. However, PT has a really good grab game, which helps this character a lot. It's one of the things that Zero Suit doesn't have. Edge guarding is really strong for the most part. Incineroar has like a lot of times he'll make it back, but there's also a lot of times he won't. I think it's consistent enough. PT wins in neutral and like advantages hard enough that winning works. Well, it's winning. One of the nice things is Water Gun really fucks with Incineroar. Incineroar just has terrible mobility. And so like Water Gun spam against him is actually very strong. If you ever catch him jumping at any point, you can push him off stage for free. Make him play landings over and over again. It's another one of those hyper conservative matchups. PT has to be very precise. But yeah, I think Pokemon Trainer is an edge. Ferb says that Zero Suit loses to Ices. Ices loses ZSS pretty bad. Yeah, Ices does lose to ZSS. I have 2 matchup traits going. PT, I have no idea. I don't really play the matchup. But for Zero Suit, yeah, I have it in winning. But Inkling Zero Suit. I think Inkling Zero Suit could be slight losing. Honestly, I kind of think it's even. I have lost it before. I don't think I played it particularly well in the set that I lost it. And I beat that same player in the run back very solidly later that tournament. I think Zero Suit probably goes even. I think the reason is that it's a matchup that Zero Suit I think can very easily lose if we try to fight Inkling too often. It's very similar to Greninja, where if we are stuck with FD, Talon, or Kalos, it gets really rough. But if we're not stuck with FD, Talon, or Kalos, I think we win pretty solidly. I don't think we win pretty solidly. I think it's like a very fair matchup. Inkling does not pressure platforms well. Inkling's a very big victim of not having a particularly like threatening up air. More threatening than Greninja, for example. Like it actually kills, but it's just like a very bad up air to miss. It doesn't cover a lot of space. They have to make it usually a pretty hard reach to take a swing with it. So I think playing very vertical against Inkling makes it a relatively even matchup. I used to not play it. I used to play Pokemon Trainer over it instead. And I actually don't anymore, but I think there's more to do with the fact that my Pokemon Trainer is not as good as it used to be. But yeah, I think Zero Suit Inkling is a very fair matchup. I think it's just if we have the options to ban the FD layouts, then platform camping is very strong against them. We juggle them really hard. Edge guarding is not too bad. You still think Inkling wins? I think it's possible. If anyone wins, I think it's Inkling. But I'm more inclined to say even. You just have to be very platform based. But I think it's definitely one that is possible. I just have a hard time putting it in the same tier as Bayonetta to me because I've never really stressed out over having to fight an Inkling. Pokemon Trainer Inkling, I think is slight winning. I don't play it right now because I need to put a lot of work into it. I used to think PT won this matchup for free before the Inkling buffs happened. I think Inkling buffs actually mattered a lot because I remember I used to love PT. PT Inkling was really free because Squirtle did his job for the most part. Squirtle got like slightly out neutral in my opinion, but Squirtle did his job for the most part. If you ever had a lead, Ivysaur platform camping got really strong against them because they don't cover platforms well. And Charizard was really good at like messing with Inkling's game plan. If like Inkling tries to do like the dash dance stuff, like dash dance full hop backers, Charizard has a lot of ways to like sneak into their zone and like get underneath with up smash to beat out back air. Like there's a lot of ways like like all three Pokemon were very strong against Inkling in their own way. I think what changed is the fact that Inkling's gun got so much better, like the Ink Gun. Inkling can kind of camp Squirtle and Ivysaur in a way that they weren't able to in the past. That's very annoying. And I started playing this matchup a little bit after the buffs, and I realized I didn't quite like it as much anymore. And I started going Zero Suit in it, like as a temporary thing, and I've never really done the work in the matchup since to decide how much I still like it on PTs. A lot of PTs still say they like it, and I'm inclined to believe them. A lot of PTs are like hard optimists, but like if they say they still think that's winning for us, I'm inclined to believe that's possibly true. But it's something I need to do a little bit more work in. I used to, like before, I definitely would have put it in like solidly winning, but I think it's only slight now. I think like Inkling has a lot of camping options that they didn't used to in the past versus us. Isabelle, Zero Suit shits on this character. The setups are so bad, and Isabelle doesn't cover full hop well. Villager and Inkling, Villager and Isabelle kind of have like the same problem, where they can cover two heights at once. Their whole gimmick is they side B to cover low, and then they slingshot to cover high. There's a lot of ways to like get in between. So like Zero Suit, if you short hop carefully enough, you can like be between like their ability to cover the full hop, between their ability to cover the Lloyd. Essentially, is if you just mix up between short hop, instant double jump, and full hop, Inkling can only cover one of those three options with the sling. And if she's wrong at any point in them, you get in, you go to town. Where if she's right, you take a forward air. It's very, very one-sided neutral. Like the neutral is like a bad betting game for her, and also the punish game is very in our favor. She has some traps, some tricks, but like it's a lot of matchup and experience stuff. This one's really free. Pokemon Trainer I think is a little harder, but I think it's a lot of the same stuff. So I think it's a lot of the same stuff. You have to like manually, like a lot of ways Zero Suit can like ignore like planting like the Lloyd, whereas like PT kind of can't in the same way, but PT can break it. It's a lot of Inkling has to like make a lot of preemptive calls to keep us out, and if Inkling's wrong in any of them, we go in, we get a lot of damage. Isabelle just doesn't have like the same punish game that a lot of zoners have to make their like zoning worth doing. They're just gonna be it's not gonna be like as foolproof zoning as like a lot of characters better than it, and it also doesn't hit as hard as a lot of characters better than Isabelle to just make it worth. I think like it's more losable on Pokemon Trainer. You have to deal with a little bit more of the stuff, but I think PT gets through pretty solidly as well. This is another very solidly winning matchup for Zero Suit. Jigglypuff has no vertical whatsoever. Jigglypuff has no ability to cover full hop. It's really, really... she has good air drift in a way that's like actually decently annoying. But because she has no way to cover full hop and she has no ground game, Jigglypuff has to jump at us. In a way that like Kirby doesn't. When we get to Kirby, you actually find this a little bit more difficult. Jigglypuff doesn't have a ground game, so she has to jump at us. Because she has to jump at us, she has to deal with all of our best walling options. Characters that have to get through our Zair to try and hit us, characters that have to get through our forward air, our Nair, are going to have a really hard time. And Zero Suit also juggles Jigglypuff really, really hard. I think it's like barely winnable for Jigglypuff, just on the term that she always could make a couple reads. But this is very flowchartable because Jigglypuff just doesn't have the ground game to like get close enough. A lot of characters where they like get in on Zero Suit's wall, the way they do it is they like are able to like rush us down from the ground, and once they get close to us, they force us to jump and they catch us jumping away or something like that. But Jigglypuff just isn't good enough on the ground to even get that far. Jigglypuff would cover all of her distance in the air, and that's so much room for us to anti-air. So yeah, Jigglypuff has a hard time against Zero Suit. Pokemon Trainer I actually think is much more slight. I think especially after the Jigglypuff buffs, I think again, because PT actually has to fight her to a certain extent, it's a lot more losable. It's a lot more opportunities for like Jigglypuff to like find hits. Squirtle actually doesn't outrange Jigglypuff in a lot of ways. I'm actually not even convinced that Squirtle's like worth doing against Jigglypuff for more than like 40%, because we don't even combo Jigglypuff that hard. Where the matchup gets won is in Ivysaur platform camping. The moment Ivysaur gets the lead and Ivysaur starts platform camping, Jigglypuff kind of falls apart. But you do need the lead to make that happen.
But it is like a very important dynamic because Jigglypuff can't really camp us back in the same way. So it's a very one-sided when one of us gets the lead, but not one-sided when the other one gets the lead. A lot of ways for Puff to die really early, really stupidly. Um, but at the end of the day, we don't have anything that really hard shuts down Puff's game plan, while at least the percents are even. So I think it's slightly winning for Pokemon Trainer in practice, maybe harder in theory, but moving on, we got Joker. I think we probably slightly lose to Joker. I think Joker could be even. I I kind of feel similarly about it to. I used to think Joker solidly lost to or solidly beat Zero Suit. I think that was when Joker had his full length Arsene, but now it's weird. Joker kind of has the problem when he doesn't have Arsene that he doesn't cover our full hops very well. He doesn't cover our platform camping very well. He has really good movement on the ground and really good ways to contest us at short hop height. But if he doesn't have Arsene, our aerial game gets really strong against him. And even when he does have Arsene, Zerasu's probably one of at least a top 5 character in the game at stalling it out. I think we have some of the most counterplay and ways to get around it. I think the problem is once we actually decide to fight Joker at any particular point, Joker's very good at boxing us. So I think with a lead, Zerasu's very strong against Joker. Probably one of the best characters in the game with a lead against Joker. But if we ever have to fight him, it's a little too in his favor. I've been playing it a lot with Non lately. We're pretty back and forth. It's never free, but I also don't feel like at any point it's particularly undoable. It feels very similar to Diddy Kong levels of difficult to me. So that's why I'm inclined to put in slight losing. I could see a world where it's even though. I don't think it's any worse than that, but probably one of the best matchups for us in slight losing. But Joker Pokemon Trainer, I'm also inclined to put in even. However, it is very hard for me to. It's one of those matchups where I think my Pokemon Trainer is a lot worse at than my Zero Suit is at it, so I've been playing Zero Suit in it, even though I think Pokemon Trainer does slightly better. I want to play Pokemon Trainer in it long term, but my Pokemon Trainer is just not there yet. Against Non, 2 of my set losses to Non were Pokemon Trainer, and I got dumpstered. And it's just impossible to get off edge versus a very very good Joker. I was getting outmaneuvered in neutral by his Dash Dance game, which I don't think is supposed to happen. I think it's more on me being just outplayed, and not having the skill of Pokemon Trainer to be able to fight back to that extent. Because I think a lot of other things Pokemon Trainer has going for them pretty well. Pokemon Trainer. So Pokemon Trainer, one Squirtle combo knocks out about half of an Arsene. 2 Squirtle combos gets rid of it altogether. 2 grabs is what it takes to get rid of a Arsene Joker. Sometimes 1 if it ends with him being off stage because of how free the down tilt 2 frames are. Trainer's edge guarding on Joker's really busted. On both Pokemon, on both Arseneless and Arsene Joker, Pokemon Trainer is really strong against. Squirtle's really good against Arsene Joker because the 2 frames are so rinse and repeat, so free. Not even just down tilt. Sometimes I just grab the edge and just keep jump nairing off edge over and over again, and it just nonstop keeps knocking him out of it. And when he's out of Arsene and he has to up you with Tether, Ivysaur run off Nair just kills him. It's very 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 easy. There's a lot of ways for Joker to die off stage. In the same way to make up for the fact that how bad ledge is for us, off stage is that bad for him. I think neutral should be very fair. Again, I don't think Joker covers verticals very well, so Ivysaur platform camping with a lead is very strong. I think Squirtle does well enough in the neutral that he's able to do his job. I think Charizard does his job. I think it should be an even matchup at higher levels, but I'm just not as good enough at it, so I do Zero Suit in it at the moment. Kazuya. This might be the first. I have no idea. I haven't lost to Kazuya. I have played a lot of them. I played Wilds. I've played Wilds twice actually. I played Brother. I played a lot of Kazuyas. I haven't lost it yet. I think actually no. I think I lost to Numa's Kazuya once, but I don't. In general, I don't lose this matchup, but it's always scary. I think almost every Kazuya I've played has gotten a game off me.
I don't think I usually win the set, but they almost always get a game. It's very scary. I don't fully understand a lot of it because I don't even know what half of his moves are. I know what the important ones are and the important things to do against a lot of them. I think Zero Suit probably slight wins. That's my guess. Because I have played it enough that I should know. It's just hard because I think Kazuya has a lot of room to go upwards, whereas I don't see the matchup getting a whole lot better for us. And I think one thing to be fair is that, like, okay, Kazuya's here to death us pretty, like, this, like, is bullshit, right? It's like Kazuya's here to death us. You know, he does his thing. Sometimes he just phases through our moves by being invincible randomly. But on the other hand, a lot of, like, you know, like a lot of the Kazuya apologists are like, well, but his disadvantage is so bad that he should be getting 0 to death like every single time in the back, right? And most of the time, that's bullshit. That's like Kazuya, you know, that's Kazuya players, like, just, I don't know, you know, just refusing to admit that the character is brain dead easy and stupid and busted, right? I actually think it's true against Zero Suit. I actually think Zero Suit advantage is so strong against Kazuya, it probably should be, like, he should die almost every time we hit him, too. And I think our camping game and full hop game, like, if Zero Suit doesn't beat Kazuya, I think nobody does. The thing is, that could also just be true. So, I think, like, if Zero Suit doesn't beat Kazuya, it's like min and that's it. I think Zero Suit is, like, very well equipped to deal with a lot of the stuff that needs to be. So, I'm inclined to say, like, slight winning. I think there's a lot of practical ways that Kazuya can just get a couple lucky hits, though. So, I don't know. I'm inclined to say that Zero Suit has a slight edge. It always feels like a slight winning matchup whenever I've played it as well. Some cool tricks in the matchup. You can, whenever Kazuya's are like off stage and you know they're gonna do the laser because they always do the laser. Sometimes I just raw flip kick them off stage for it. I get a lot of kills that way against like good Kazuya players because they always think it's something they can just like mindlessly do, but it's actually really free to hit. Yeah, make sure you abuse their disadvantage. The only trick they have at a disadvantage is like mashing their up air, and their up air has invincibility on it, so sometimes it just randomly wins against their juggles. But our juggles, for the most part, should be like pretty unavoidable for him. Yes, do that. It's so good against them. Just run off and flip kick them. Like, fuck you. Like, none of that laser bullshit. I get kills at like 40 with that. Sometimes earlier. PT Kazuya. I actually also think this is slight winning for very different reasons. I think for the same reason, I think the advantage for PT is also like that strong. I think PT should usually be killing Kazuya for hitting him because our advantage against Kazuya is very strong. If Squirtle is ever able to get like Kazuya off the ground, Kazuya has a really hard time resetting. It's very nice. It's like Kazuya has a really hard time resetting against that. The ground game is really scary, and Kazuya has a lot of ways to like make reads to hit us. But one thing that's really nice is Squirtle forward tilt goes straight under electric. So Squirtle can actually continuously like mindlessly forward tilt at Kazuya like any other character. He's not exempt from that because forward tilt goes over electric, or forward tilt goes under electric, and then you can just double forward tilt them to hit him anyway because the electric has enough lag that them whiffing the forward tilt just gives you a free forward tilt. Even if you whiff the forward tilt into them, you still get a free one. So I actually think like the neutral and advantage is practical enough that PT probably wins. That said, I don't like playing this matchup because it just involves playing close to Kazuya, and I just don't want to do that. I would much rather play it on Zero Suit. But I think in like a lot of PTs think we win this, and the theory makes sense to me, and I played enough of it to actually feel like the theory holds up. I think it's quite possible. Kazuya's still bullshit and busted, but I think both of my characters are pretty good against him. Scary though. DDD. Zero Suit fucks on DDD. I've played this matchup more than I should have. Frame 1 switch is good against the 0 deaths. It helps. It's like at the end of the day, it's still a true combo most of the time. But yeah, a couple like sometimes we avoid the combo finishers for it, and nicely if he goes for the combo finishers anyways and we switch out of them, they're not like frame traps because up smash actually has some lag. Not in like the same way that, you know, like Kroms can just jab edge, and even if we switch it, he just jabs again and hits us.
Yeah, like the switch definitely helps to a good extent. It's not. I wouldn't say it's like an end all be all. It helps us escape the combo in any way, but makes it less free for Kazuya. Um, but yeah, Zero Suit fucks on DDD. Gordo is really easy to hit back. Zera's really oppressive for him. He's so big, has a hard time around it. He has no aerial mobility whatsoever because he's a multi jump character. So he has a really hard time dealing with us in the air. He has good hitboxes for it, which is one of the nice things. He has like actually good ways to like cover airspace with hitboxes, but most of the time he should be getting stuffed down on it anyway because the frame did is not good. He just has a really hard time moving horizontally into us. So if we just camp outside of his burst range and then just take swings at us, take swings at him, he should have a really bad time. Um, not a good matchup. Pokemon Trainer DDD, I have no idea. I don't play this matchup. I get the feeling Pokemon Trainer probably shits on him, but I just don't play it because I know I don't have to. Every single time I've known him up against the DDD, I play Zero Suit because I know Zero Suit shits on him. How do you deal with his ledge trap? Well, generally one of the ways you just don't be there. Don't have him time set up. So I'm assuming you're talking about like the Gordo one where he's sitting at like range where he can down smash you for holding onto edge too long. You can sometimes time get up attack for that, depending on whether or not you're willing to bet he's going to shield or do a down smash. You can flip jump through it a lot of the time. Even if he reads it, he hits you with like an up air, which is usually less bad than hitting you with anything he was going to at the edge. If it's a stage where you can like wall jump off edge, like Kalos or something like that, that helps a lot too. I know that just basically makes it free because you can like wall jump off the edge, hit the Gordo back to him, and then like flip jump over. Because even if he like catches the Gordo to throw it back, he's in the animation, so that gives you time to flip jump over him. But it's not like it's probably one of the better ledge traps against Zero Suit, but I don't know. We're definitely not. We're less screwed than most other characters are. So, but with Pokemon Trainer DDD, I just don't play this matchup because I know Zero Suit shits on him. Zero Suit's always shit on him for me. I've never lost to a DDD. Zero Suit does what he needs to. What she needs to. K Rule. Zero Suit shits on K Rule. It's shocker to absolutely nobody. I actually played it a little bit. There's a good K Rule in my hometown where I used to live a couple years back. I think there's an annoying amount of counterplay because of the armor. I think crown armor can be really obnoxious to deal with. But a lot of times you get by that double hitting. There is one exception. Copel fucked me up in a money match. We played 2 and he beat me in both. And I definitely think it felt like it was getting better the more and more I was playing it. Because I started to understand how to deal with like armor better. Like double hitting with a forward air or something like that, or just waiting it out a little bit. One thing you just have to be careful about with Carol is that his frame data on shield is actually kind of wild. It's like very safe. So K Rool hits shield really well. But if you movement camp well enough, you just choose not to run into things. At the end of the day, like if you're getting hit by like crown armor, it's because you chose to try and hit him while he threw the crown. If you just choose not to do that, play safe, bait around, you should just out movement him and juggle him. It's not too rough. I actually think it's probably one of the less free heavies. Now I'm like thinking about it a little harder. I guess probably like less free than Donkey Kong, less free than Ridley, but still pretty solid, I think, for us. Pokemon Trainer, K Rool, I have no idea. I don't play this matchup. I might look into it, but it's not one that I currently play, so I can't really comment on it. I imagine Pokemon Trainer gets the job done. Zero has to be playing on point in the winning matchups. That's true, yeah. The nice thing is she gets a lot of opportunities to like figure it out though, in a lot of ways that a lot of like other characters can't. Like PT has to be playing on point to beat like a lot of these characters too, but PT gets a lot less opportunities to like not be playing on point, right? Like if I go in lazy against like these characters in this row with Pokemon Trainer, I'm dead in 2 hits. If I go in lazy as Zero Suit, I'm dead in like 4 hits, and I have like, oh wait, okay, I need to do this, blah blah blah. Of course, yeah. So if you're paying attention with Zero Suit, I think she gives you a lot more opportunities to figure out how to play on point, which is really nice. Kirby, I actually think we only slightly beat Kirby. I think this matchup is very lead based, and The reasoning for that is like Puff kind of has the problem against Zero Suit where she has to jump to get in on him, get in on her, like to make any progress, right? To close any distance, Puff has to jump, and that's something that Kirby doesn't have to do, and that's really huge. The fact that Kirby has a ground game makes like the floor lava against him. It's very, very difficult to ever contest Kirby on the ground. If you're in a game of ground moves against Kirby, Zero Suit just loses. His boxing is really, really good. It's really, really hard to. Hottest take is even. I don't think it's even, and I'll explain why in a bit. But essentially, Kirby just has the ability to like slowly close space on the ground, by like running up, fishing for parries, and then like forcing us to jump, and eventually being able to shark us and hit us. Where Zero Suit's got to do in counterplay, Zero Suit just has to constantly be full jump camping because Kirby does not cover vertical really well. Kirby's air mobility is awful. He's a multi-jump character, so he doesn't make it vertical height very well. He's a very hard time hitting our full hops. And so Zero Suit should be able to like full jump camp him and nickel and dime him enough times to get a lead and then be able to play the lead and keep playing like that, and it's really obnoxious for him to do anything about. The problem is if any point you've been in his Overwatch 2Q for like an hour, dude, I'm not even playing today. I was like thinking about playing, like I could have, but I don't want to play Overwatch. I'm not like the type of person who has to play a game immediately as it comes out. And like the moment I saw the servers breaking down, like DDoS attacks and shit, and I was like, yeah, no, I'll just stream this matchup chart that I told people to. How do you not be predictable as Zare and Side against him? You have to empty lane a lot too. You don't want to like against characters where you have to like camp them with Zare. I think a lot of people Zare's just like, myself included, autopilot by like constantly camping Zare. By like always landing with Zare every single time, but that makes it very easy to parry and for people to give opportunities to make reads on us. Just empty landing outside of his range because he has to respect the threat of Zare even if we don't do it. And that forces him to like start going for a couple more guesses. The parries start being less obvious for him and stuff like that. You get the timing mix him up. Zare camping without Zaring is such a huge concept against a ton of characters. It's huge against Incineroar. It's huge against my reasoning for Ices. So when I was talking about Ices earlier, basically Zero Suit has to full hop camp Ices to the end of time. It's very unfun, and it's a lot of like we talked about with Zero camping, like similar to Kirby, except you can't be too obvious about it because you don't want to give Ices too many opportunities to parry. The whole point of the matchup is you need to bait Ices into taking swings at your jumps and being wrong. If Ices is wrong about any of your swings at your jumps, we get like a free aerial, we get an up air, forward air, something like that, and then we get to split them apart. We kill them very, very easily with like better mobility and better range. Nice thing is Zare also goes through blizzards, so a lot of like Ices walling tactics aren't as effective against us. Grabbing Ices is scary, but it's actually usually pretty easy to grab one of them because Ices is going to spend most of the match playing out of shield. So it's easy to grab Ices because even if they read a grab with spot dodge, a lot of the times because of like the way Ices like delay works, it's easy to grab one of them unless they perfectly timed it. And if you grab one of them, you can throw them very quickly to get a hitbox out and kind of cover yourself. Sometimes you get hit for it, but like Zero Suit having really quick throws helps a lot in that regard. The problem is just Zero Suit's grab's decently reactable in the first place. Ice Climbers has enough opportunities to make reads, but I don't like. I think like there's no consistent way for Ice Climbers to win it. If Zero Suit plays the way that she has to, it's just like it's winnable because Ice Climbers could make enough reads to just like get the win, but there's no consistent way to like make those reads against a good Zero Suit. So like winnable, but like not hard winning. I don't know. Kirby kind of the same way. The difference is that when Kirby gets a lead, Zero Suit has very limited ways to hit him. Because then Kirby has to stop taking swings at Zero Suit's jumps. Kirby doesn't have to anymore. Kirby has the lead. Kirby gets to crouch as a reaction to Zero Suit doing everything. Zero Suit has ways to hit Kirby's crouch, but all of them are bad mix-ups. And the ones that we don't want to have to play in the first place. Essentially, Kirby having a lead forces Zero Suit to start playing a ground game, as opposed to Kirby having to play our air game. And that is... Icy's PT is even. It possibly is. I can see that. I just don't know it. I played it 10 Wi-Fi games against Percy's Ice Climbers, wanted to quit, switched to Zero Suit, started winning. That's... So I can't really say I have enough extensive knowledge on it. But essentially with Zero Suit Kirby forces you to play the ground game with a lead. The difference is that if Zero Suit has a lead against Kirby and Kirby has a lead against Zero Suit, Zero Suit has a chance of getting the lead back, whereas Kirby has no chance. If Zero Suit has a 50% lead on Kirby, Zero Suit can play for timeout, and Kirby's not going to be able to do anything about it. Kirby just has no way to catch Zero Suit that doesn't have to press anything. Which is why I think Zero Suit slightly wins. Because a lead is recoverable if Zero Suit is down. It's hard, it's not fun, it's difficult, you're probably losing. But Kirby has nothing on Zero Suit with a lead. So that's why I think it's only slightly winning for Zero Suit as opposed to even. But it is a very lead-based matchup and just not fun for both. Kirby, Pokemon Trainer, on the other hand, is awful. You don't even start Squirtle, you start Ivysaur. You start Ivysaur, you sit on a platform, and you camp with back air, and that is all you do. And if they don't interact with you on the platform, you spam Razor Leaf, and that is all you do. And that is it. It is very free. Kirby has no counterplay. It's very bad. If Kirby starts double parrying Ivysaur's back air consistently, that is your only hope. It's depressing. Yeah, this matchup sucks. Whenever Kirby comes out against me, I immediately LRA start Ivysaur. It's just, it's very, very easy. But this one, unfortunately, is like surprisingly real. Lucario could be slight winning. I'm inclined to say winning. In Smash 4, all I know is that this matchup's not as free as it was in Smash 4. In Smash 4, Lucario was a lot better of a character. However, Zero Suit was a very different style of character. And what I used to be able to do in Smash 4 is you used to be able to camp, get Lucario to 40%, and exclusively fish for kill confirms, which is like half of Zero Suit's moveset, so you still had a very real neutral. And you just wouldn't get Lucario past 40% until you killed him. And that was very easy. Unfortunately, Zero Suit is less directly lethal in this game than she is in she was in Smash 4. So there's a lot of chances for Lucario to live longer and just be a better character and fight more. I still think Zero Suit wins with better range and mobility. She definitely wins for sure. And like enough consistent ways to kill him. But it's just not as free as it used to, and that's all I kind of got the opinion of. I think Zero Suit gets around like the charge projectile pretty well too. A lot better than most characters can deal with. Like she can deal with Aura Sphere a lot better than most characters can. But yeah, I don't know. Pokemon Trainer Lucario. I just don't know. I don't really play the matchup a ton. I played it more early on in the game, but I imagine a lot's changed, and I probably can't in good faith say I have an idea what the matchup's like. But I just haven't played it a ton. Pokemon Trainer has some ways to kill Lucario, but Lucario, if he lives long enough to like start being able to Aura Sphere camp, I imagine that would be really annoying. PT doesn't like good charge projectiles, so my voice is dying on me. But so Zero Suit wins this one very hard. Lucas doesn't cover diagonals very well whatsoever. So like Lucas's zoning is very effective from directly horizontal to him. If he's ever directly horizontal to you, his forward air is an amazing move. His side B is a really good zoning tool. But Lucas has no way to cover someone who's like able to move in and out of diagonal spaces above him very well. And Zero Suit's full hop is just way too good. He has very bad vertical pressure because his upper is not particularly threatening. So Zero Suit's just able to full hop over everything he does and then just find an opportunity to land on him, and then it gets really rough. I love this matchup. It's one that I understand very well. I love it in the sense of like just being able to win it. I understand it very well, and there's just not a whole lot Lucas can do. He kind of just gets steamrolled. Lucas, Pokemon Trainer is actually a very different story. I think it's slightly winning for Pokemon Trainer. It could be even. It's one of those where if you have to be very careful not to like run into a lot of Lucas' stuff, because Pokemon Trainer, Squirtle especially, does not have the same luxury of being able to like approach. Squirtle doesn't have the same luxury of being able to approach diagonally as well. Squirtle doesn't move up and down as quickly as Zero Suit does. His full hop's not as good. He's not as scary with like landing shield pressure a lot of the time in terms of range. So like Lucas is able to like avoid Squirtle's full hop approaches more than Zero Suit. It's still good against him. And if Squirtle's careful and doesn't run into a whole bunch of stuff, Squirtle should be able to find his way in. and the Pokemon should all be able to do their jobs. Besides Charizard, I think Charizard is completely shut down. Charizard just has very bad options against characters that zone like this. Charizard is really good at horizontal, but he's not good at diagonal because he multi-jump character doesn't have a good full hop. Honestly, Zara might be a good way to go. Is like swat him out of the air when he's trying to do Aura Sphere stuff. It's possible. I just can't say I know anything about Pokemon Trainer Lucario. I haven't played it since 2019. But essentially, I think Pokemon Trainer has ways around it, but you actually have to be careful. We have to deal with a lot more of Lucas's stuff in a way that we don't have to with Zero Suit. So I actually think it's only slightly winning for Pokemon Trainer. It's annoying, for sure. Lucina, I think we slightly beat Lucina. Zero Suit, honestly, I think we might just solidly. I don't know. I'm inclined to say slight winning. I think Lucina has all the counterplay necessary to be able to beat Zero Suit. However, I do think Zero Suit just has the edge. Zero Suit has a unique advantage against like sword characters like Lucina because she actually outranges them. Zare outranges Lucina's entire kit, and she outmobilities Lucina. She has the ability to just run away from Lucina at any particular point. So we're able to like kind of like circle camp Lucina the entire time and just like find ways in. We're like constantly like poking with a needle, like looking for an opportunity like for a weak spot. And then the moment we find it, we get to go in. And it's really annoying for Lucina to chase because if she tries to chase the person holding the needle at any point, she leaves herself open to a lot of counter hits. It's very, I think it's a very, like Zero Suit's like traditional game plan is very strong against her. Where Lucina makes up some of the differences, Lucina's advantage, I think, is one of the few characters in the game that has a very strong advantage against Zero Suit. Like advantage state. I think she's actually able to juggle us way harder than a lot of other characters can, just because like how non-committal a lot of her sword hitboxes are. She just covers a lot of space on reaction very well. So if she's like a Lucina player with good positioning, a very good discipline, I think only slightly loses to Zero Suit. But I actually think it can be worse if Lucina's not disciplined. If Lucina starts like taking some wild swings at us, we just get really easy counter hits and juggles. If Lucina also locks us in shield, we are in big trouble too. Pokemon Trainer Lucina, I feel like is also slight winning. Actually, I don't know. It's hard for me in a good faith say it's like as. I think it's probably a slight winning. Yeah. It's a very traditional sword character for Pokemon Trainer. You get to do Squirtle things. You get to outspace down tilts. You get to outspace all of her buttons and have opportunities to like whiff punish with sliding forward tilt really easily. We don't edge guard her nearly as hard as Chrom. We don't edge trap her nearly as hard as Chrom, in my opinion. I think her landing mix-ups are a little better because she's floatier, has downers a really good landing hitbox. But I actually think neutral's easier against her for her floatiness. I also think she doesn't rush down as well, so like the other two Pokemon are a lot stronger against Lucina than they are against Chrom or Roy. So like the fact that all three Pokemon are like legitimate threats against her, like all three Pokemon do their job. I think it's a very solid, good matchup for Pokemon Trainer. But Lucina's just a very good character with very good edge trapping, and it's like harder to blow up than a lot of sword characters are. So I think she's able to like hold it back competitively. I think it's like a slight winning. I could see it putting in winning though. Luigi Zero Suit poops on Luigi. This matchup is not fun. It's similar to Ice Climbers. We full jump, we camp, we try not to get parried, and we don't get grabbed. Zero Suit has some of the best anti-grab in the entire game. I think this matchup could be harder. Playing against Guy at Shine and Money matches, I kind of got messed up because Guy was hitting me with confirms that I didn't know existed. Like Guy, if you're a Luigi player who's able to kill off of every Luigi hit and not just grab, I can see this being a lot harder. And I personally can say that I'm not like pre-prepared with the counterplay to deal with a lot of that. But Zero Suit's like one of the perfect characters to fight Luigi. If Zero Suit doesn't beat Luigi, no one beats Luigi. Our camping game is just very strong against him. I know Elegant hates this character. Hates Zero Suit for it. I don't know. Very much so on us to lose and not on Luigi to win. If that makes any sense, we kind of have to make mistakes to give Luigi ins. Um, Luigi Pokemon Trainer. I think this is even. Pokemon Trainer has to fight Luigi, and that's really bad. That said, Pokemon Trainer has a really strong advantage against Luigi. Luigi being floaty and not having good disjoints makes him very abusable once he's put in the air, once he's juggled. His recovery is not that great. It's very exploitable for Ivysaur. He's very easily platform camped when we have a lead. But the problem is just it's very, very dangerous to fight this character. And we have to fight him. It's unfortunate, so it's probably like even in practice. I think like a hypothetical theory Luigi, like theory Pokemon Trainer, like super precise, maybe beats him, but I think in practice it's much closer to even. Mario, it's either slight winning or winning for Zero Suit. I think I'm more inclined to put winning. I think no, slight winning. I think Mario has all the tools to be able to beat Zero Suit without making too hard of reads, in the same way that like a lot of the characters beneath her have to rely on Zero Suit to make mistakes or make harder reads, or Zero Suit has to make harder reads or like they have to make harder reads or have to rely on Zero Suit to make a mistake to try and hit her. Mario doesn't have to make that hard of reads. And doesn't have to rely on that many mistakes. That said, I think neutral is just very solidly Zero Suit favored. She outranges, she outmobilities, she juggles Mario pretty well. But Mario has some really good air drift and is really strong off the hit. That I think is without a doubt a very competitive matchup. But I have a hard time in good faith saying that like even seems like a little bit of stretch. Dark Wizzy beat me the one time. I choked. But I think that's more of like, I don't know, more on me not playing as well as I could have been, and him just being better in the moment. But like past that, I don't really lose to Mario's. Pokemon Trainer Mario, I think, is probably even. It could be slight losing. Same problem. Pokemon Trainer has to fight Mario. Having to fight Mario is annoying. I don't think he's quite as scary. Charizard's really strong against Mario at kill percents. Like once Mario stops being able to like combo, Zard actually is really strong against Mario. But up until that point, it's not very easy. I think Mario's like mobility and vertical pressure is like good enough that Ivysaur platform camping is not nearly as reliable as like it is in a lot of other like characters of this archetype. His air drift mix-ups are good enough that like juggling him isn't free. And boxing with him with Squirtle is very scary and very difficult. Like I think Mario kind of wins up close in a lot of ways. I think Charizard's kind of the saving grace at tail ends. I think just Mario has a hard time playing kill percents, but past kill percents, I think it's like maybe even slightly Mario favored. I don't know. That's kind of how I feel about that. I don't play it all that often because I usually go Zero Seed though. Marth, I'm not gonna harp too long on Marth. I think it's probably the same. I think like there's, if I got really deep into it, maybe I could like decide if I think like Zero Suit does a little worse against Lucina than she does against Marth, for example, because I think I think characters with like high mobility make it very difficult for Marth to set up the spacings that he likes, which makes Marth like a lot worse in most matchups because characters with high mobility against most good characters. I think Marth's probably worse, but against a lot slower characters, Marth could be a lot better. Kind of the same thing with Pokemon Trainer. I actually think Marth has a hard time. I might even have like a particularly hard time doing it. I'd like to hear the thoughts on the Ices matchup. I've explained it twice, but I think characters get a little bit more consistent tippers. That's true. I don't know. I don't think in either case it's like enough for me to like change a tier though, and it's like all the same reasons as before. I don't think Marth's like as bad as people think he is, but I don't think it's. I don't think it's like, I think for example like Sonic is a character that does a lot worse against Lucina than he does against Marth. Because I know like Marth really struggles to like get the spacing in Sonic. That's always been a thing even since Smash 4. But I don't think there's any kind of dynamic like that going on here. I think it's just relatively the same. But yeah, I explained like Ice Climbers twice. You go like earlier into the VOD. Justin asked earlier at some point for me to explain it, and I explained it there. And then when I put Ice Climbers in, I'm also gonna upload this as a YouTube video at some point, so you'll get to see that. I'm trying to save my voice at this point. I'm down to keep talking, of course, obviously, but if it's like involving like repeating myself, I'm gonna try to avoid doing that, just because my voice is definitely dying on me. Which I should be drinking more water. That would help. But I actually haven't gotten to like a lot of losing Pokemon trainer matchups. There's a lot coming up. Don't worry. Mega Man. Speaking of losing Pokemon trainer matchup, Zero Suit beats Mega Man. I think decently solidly. Mega Man's another character that struggles to cover diagonals well. I think he's better at covering it than like Lucas is, for example, but the ways he covers it are very low reward. It's like a lot of jump pellet stuff, jump forward air, single hit stuff. Back air is really scary. It's probably the scariest thing that Mega Man has against Zero Suit, because it's like a very low committal way to like potentially cover like Zero Suit's full jumps at kill percents. So it's like a way to kind of keep us honest at kill percents, and shuts us down in a way that a lot of other characters can't do. But in general, Mega Man just struggles to deal with Zero Suit's mobility, and Zero Suit constantly being able to like threaten an approach from a diagonal makes it really rough. I almost beat Yeti when I was a significantly worse player. Haven't lost to a Mega Man since. I don't know. I think it's one of Zero Suit's like better good character matchups. Pokemon Trainer, on the other hand, I think definitely loses. I think I'm inclined to say slight losing. I don't think it's terrible, but Pokemon Trainer just doesn't. Again, the same way that like Zero Suit's really good at covering diagonals, going like approaching by diagonals. I think Pokemon Trainer is very bad at approaching by diagonals. Pokemon Trainer is very much so a horizontal straight line approach character. We don't have a lot of great mix-ups to cover. To approach from diagonals, kind of just like full hop and forward air and hope they just get hit by it. A lot of Pokemon trainers hated it back in the day. I don't see any reason to see why it's changed a whole lot. We have some tricks like side being through Leaf Shield, with Squirtle, with Charizard sometimes too. Like random Flare Blitzes sometimes are like good against certain projectiles that he does. We can get stuck and then grab and up throw and then suicide. Like kill him. We usually live it, but like we have tricks. But in the end, it's just we get out neutraled really hard. Not a fun time for Pokemon Trainer. Not Min Min. Meta Knight. Zero Suit beats Meta Knight. I think Meta Knight's like a sleeper, really good character in this game. Not like actually, I think Meta Knight as a character is like probably mid tier, but I think as a counter pick character, like Meta Knight's one of the best counter pick characters in the game. He beats a lot of top tiers like really well. Like he beats Lucina, he beats Min Min, he beats Cloud, he beats Peach. I know there's a whole bunch of others that really don't like him. There's a lot of characters like good Palutena. There's a lot of really good characters that lose to Meta Knight. And just a lot of characters. Unfortunately, Meta Knight has a lot of matchups like Zero Suit 2 where he's really bad. Meta Knight's it's kind of hard to describe. Meta Knight's is kind of just a giant Zero Suit kickball. He's very easy for us to combo. He's like a very nice weight, size, and for like ladders. He doesn't cover vertical very well. His upper is scary. Like it's scary to get hit by, but it's very easy to avoid because he doesn't have good like vertical burst. His jumps are all very small. The up air hitbox is very tiny. Generally, he needs a setup. You don't see like Meta Knights hit raw uppers too often, and if they do, it's usually someone making a mistake. Especially if it was Zero Suit was making a mistake. So we're just able to avoid grab and dash attack very, very easily for that reason. And we just kind of mess him up off the hit. We don't edge guard him. Meta Knight's recovery is a little too good to like get edge guarded any kind of consistently. But he is very easy to juggle. And he just has a very hard time hitting us meaningfully. It's a very strong... Like, I think a lot of Meta Knights think Zero Suit's his worst matchup. It's just a very... He gets just very better charactered in every sense. And he doesn't have like the edge guard cheese that he does to like keep up in a lot of other bad matchups, and like matchups that are like bad in the same way. Like he probably has like a lot of same problems against Wolf, but at least against Wolf he can like cheese him. But like he doesn't have that same luxury against Zero Suit. It's very fortunate being cheese proof. Pokemon Trainer Meta Knight, I have no idea. I haven't played this matchup. I imagine it's probably slight winning. I think Pokemon Trainer probably
deals with all of Meta Knight's things well enough. I imagine Meta Knight struggles to deal with Ivysaur platform camping when Ivysaur has a lead. But I don't think Meta Knight. I think the edge guarding can be very scary. It is not something I ever want to find out about. Squirtle having to play a ground game against Meta Knight's dash attack leaves a lot of opportunities for like Meta Knight to get meaningful openings. It's not a matchup I want to find out how it is because I bet it's like probably only slight winning. It could be even worse than that for us though. But I just don't know. Mewtwo. Zero Suit beats Mewtwo. Zero Suit beats Mewtwo for a lot of like the same reasons that we beat a lot of other charge characters. Mewtwo's I think Shadow Ball's transcendent the whole time, unlike Samus's. I think Samus is only charged is only when it's half charge. And transcendent projectiles are annoying for Zero Suit because we can't just drop through Zair them because that's normally how we beat most projectiles. We just beat the projectile out with Zair and then hit them for throwing the projectile with Zair at the same time. But if they're transcendent, the Zair just goes through the projectile. The Zair will hit them, but we get hit by the projectile, and usually our measly 6% that we get for the Zair is not worth whatever we took getting hit by the transcendent projectile. That said, Zero Suit has other ways to get around him. His double jump being really slow out of combos makes it like very difficult for like him to land out of upper strings a lot of the time. He has to air dodge, which is very easily frame trapped. He's very big, he's very floaty, he's very near flip kickable. He's just very easy to blow up off the hit. That said, I think neutral's pretty hard. I think like because of like the way charge shot like or that charge shot like Shadow Ball works as a projectile, and Mewtwo having good enough anti-airs means that like there's no consistently free way to approach him if the Mewtwo's like good. I don't think there's like it's like undoable or it means like a perfect wall. It's just no free flowchart way to do it. Which makes like neutral real. We have to start outplaying each other to hit. The problem is Mewtwo hitting me does not mean the same thing as me hitting you two, and like by a pretty considerable margin. Pokemon Trainer Mewtwo, I have no idea. I don't play the matchup. Like I said, there's a lot of Pokemon Trainer matchups I do not know. They're all the weird mid tiers. Me Brawler. I think this matchup is only slightly winning. I have played it a lot more than I care to have. Me Brawler's horizontal's not very good. He doesn't cover horizontal space well. I don't know. He, like in the same way that like a lot of people compare him to like Fox or something like that, and I think there's like only like loose connections there. And one of the reasons why he's not Fox is Fox has really good ground movement. Me Brawler does not have the same thing. Me Brawler does not move horizontally nearly as well as Fox does. Or Mario for that matter, because Mario has really good air drift. Me Brawler doesn't really have either. It's not bad in either department, just not to the same extent. So horizontally camping Me Brawler is like a very consistent strategy. The problem is if you ever actually have the misfortune of fighting Me Brawler, he's very good. It's just not easy. He has like lingering nair is like really strong. He has good pressure on his shield. Is one of those characters. The way we beat him is by beating him with movement. We don't get to play out of shield. Zaire doesn't wall him out for free, but it's not. It's still very good. I don't know. I think it's only slightly winning. Pokemon Trainer, I actually feel the exact same way. I think all of their. Well, I don't know. I think it's slightly winning. Yeah. I think Pokemon Trainer. All the Pokemon do their job. I don't think any of them have any particular strong strategy. I don't think like platform camping Me Brawler is bad with Ivysaur, but I don't think it's like the end all be all as it is with a lot of other low tiers. Or well, Brawler is not a low tier, but like a lot of other the characters that Ivysaur really does shut down. Squirtle does his job. I think Squirtle boxes well enough, but he is susceptible. Like I don't know, Brawler's air game that like dealing with like Nair is sometimes really annoying. The same way that dealing with Fox Nair with Squirtle is kind of annoying. But if you play your horizontal game really well, I think all the Pokemon do their job. And it's well enough that I think we win, but I don't think it's free by any means. I think it's plenty of room to get outplayed. Gunner, Zero Suit, Poopies. Oh, shoot. I want to go back. Okay, I almost refreshed and knocked it out, but we're back. Yeah. So Gunner, Zero Suit beats very badly. That's where I put him, right? He should be somewhere in here. Yeah.
I actually had to lab this matchup at one point. It's one of the most lowest points of my entire life. I was not proud of it, but I had to lab me gunner counterplay. So the first time I ever ran into this character was against Katakiri. Katakiri used to play Pokemon Trainer. I had beaten him in the grand finals of a monthly a couple months before that in Columbus in a Pokemon Trainer Ditto. And the next set we played was a couple months later after he started working on his Mii Gunner, which had been terrorizing Columbus for like the entire summer of 2019. And I ran into him at a horribly run tournament. If you ever hear about TGG Mall Saga, I ran into him there, and I lost game 1 to his Mii Gunner as Pokemon Trainer. I got destroyed. I could not get off edge. I could not do anything. I had no idea what was happening. I didn't know what Mii Gunner did. But anyway, I lost that game. This set was really funny because just the fact that he locked into made Mii Gunner. I roll my eyes because I know he's going Mii Gunner. Like, okay, whatever. I switched to Zero Suit. He backs out after I switch to Zero Suit. I don't know if there's a rule against this. Where can you counterpick Mii Gunner sets? Even if your opponent's character counterpick, can you do that? I have no idea. But I didn't call him on it. I was like, whatever, dude. Okay, sure, yeah. Make your Zero Suit specific Mii Gunner counterplay set. So he makes a Mii Gunner for Zero Suit. I beat it. I 2-stocked it. It wasn't close. After getting shit on with Pokemon Trainer, I switched to Zero Suit. I have no idea what Mii Gunner's doing whatsoever, but I'm just doing basic anti-zoner stuff and shitting on him. I shit on him. He makes another Mii Gunner. Changes one move. I have no idea what it was. Maybe it was the side B, maybe it was the up B or something like that. We try again. We go into game 3. I 2-stock him again. He goes back out. He makes another Mii Gunner. It's game 4. He has made 4 Gunners at this point. 1 for Pokemon Trainer, 1 for game 1 of Zero Suit, 1 for game 2 of Zero Suit, and now 1 for game 3 of Zero Suit. 4 Mii Gunners. This one gets 2-stocked as well. And that's the end of the set. But he made 1 Mii Gunner. I was getting progressively more and more tilted. Not by the gameplay, which was very tilting, but just by the fact that he kept backing out and making a new Mii Gunner after every single game. Even the one he won, I have no idea why. To this day, I don't know why. I never got an answer out of him for it. But anyway, he beat me a couple months later after that in a close game 5, and I was very unhappy about it. I was very upset. I was like, I lost to a stupid gimmick character. And the reason why I lost was because sometimes Zaire was beating his missile. He has a Samus missile as one of those side Bs or something like that. Sometimes my Zaire was beating it like it does beat most projectiles, and other times it wasn't, and I was getting hit. And I couldn't figure out why. And it turns out that Zaire only beat that missile if it was unstaled. Zaire had to be unstaled for it to beat that missile. Any bit of staling on Zaire, it would do too little damage for it to break that missile. So all I had to do is that I was labbing this. Okay, I just need to nair it instead. I need to nair the missiles to break it, and then approach from there after that. And I go back into the next set. Is the next time I played him was one of the fastest sets I ever played in my entire life. He was convinced that Zero Suit Mii Gunner was unwinnable and never tried that shit ever again against me. It was one of the fastest ways I've beaten a character, beaten a player that good. So yeah, once you understand the one trick that missiles had or whatever, that you don't Zaire them, you nair them, and you just do basic zoner counterplay, Zero Suit poops on Mii Gunner. Pokemon Trainer, I have no idea. I have played exactly 1 game of this matchup, and I said never again. It could be losing for us. I have no idea. I didn't want to deal with that ever again. I picked Zero Suit, so I don't know. But yeah, I am 0-1 lifetime history in PT Mii Gunner. It was not fun. I'm never doing it again. Mii Sword, I'm going to be briefer on this because I know less about it. I think it's winning for us. All the basic zoner counterplay seems to work. I don't know the matchup that well. I almost lost to Fortune, who's a Neo Mii Gunner, a Neo Mii Swordfighter player who beat Non one time. He almost beat me my round 1 of Cost. But I pulled that back. I haven't lost to a Mii Sword ever. I'm probably going to lose to Scrubbed Out the first time I ever play him. I keep hoping I keep ducking him in brackets because I don't really know it, and I'm going to have to learn through the School of Hard Knocks probably. But I don't see any reason why the zoner counterplay doesn't work. It's worked the anti-zoner counterplay doesn't work for Zero Suit. It's kind of the same as always. Pokemon Trainer, I have no idea. I don't play the matchup.
Min Min. Zero Suit beats Min Min.
It's very, very nice. Min Min kind of struggles to cover diagonals, sort of. Ram Ram helps a lot, like the circle thing. I think it's called Ram Ram. Yeah, it's Ram Ram, Dragon, and Megawatt. So, yeah, so Ram Ram covers the diagonals decently well. The problem is that Min Min has to like preemptively cover a lot of Zero Suit's approaches to do anything about him. Because Zero Suit's full hop is so high, doing just a grounded Ram Ram usually won't catch Zero Suit's full hop. And then by that point, Zero Suit's at a diagonal angle where she can get in an approach of Min Min for free. If Zero Suit ever crosses up Min Min's shield, Min Min has no options to deal with it. Min Min's cross up, like out of shield game for like dealing with cross ups, horrible. Like even like turnaround grabs out of shield takes forever with her. It's super laggy. And once you're in on Min Min, Zero Suit kills Min Min very well. Edge guarding is really strong on her because Zero Suit covers horizontal and you can keep pushing her off stage. Her tether's just not good enough to like make up the difference. It's not threatening in the same way that Byleth's is, that we have to be careful about not getting reversaled. Juggling Min Min's really easily. She doesn't land really well, especially after her Nair nerfs. That helps a lot. Like getting parries on her matters a lot. It's just a matchup that there's no consistent way for Min Min to keep Zero Suit out. Min Min can make enough jump reads to just keep being right and keep like walling us out. And it honestly doesn't take that many times for Min Min to kill us back. But the thing is Min Min just has to make a bunch of preemptive guesses, whereas Zero Suit gets to react and like do the same thing over and over again. And eventually she's gonna find her way in, and it's gonna be brutal. I like this matchup a lot for Zero Suit. For Pokemon Trainer, I actually think it's slightly winning. I could be even. I don't know. Because weirdly, Pokemon Trainer, this is like seems like the type of matchup the Pokemon Trainer wouldn't do well in. But weirdly, all the Pokemon do what they need to. It's kind of a, I think like Squirtle is very much so Squirtle dependent on like being able to close the distance. But Squirtle's capable of doing it. You have to just be careful not to get like, okay, you hit shield on one of the arms. Like, okay, don't act too quickly out of shield because she might double arm you. If she double arms you, wait out the double arm and then you approach and then you get close. And because the thing is that it's like you definitely get walled and there's no consistent way in. But once you're in on Min Min, Zero Suit's bad. But like Pokemon Trainer is really bad. Pokemon Trainer murders Min Min. It's horrible. Gruesome, bloody, violent scene. It's a horror crime. It's definitely like a criminal. Like one grab, one straight forward air, one forward tilt. It all leads to Min Min being off stage, and both Squirtle and Ivysaur can have very lethal edge guards on Min Min at any percent because of Lingering Nair. Lingering Nair is so good against both of them. Their ledge trap's also pretty strong on her too. So like I think the advantage is like that brutal, like and like I don't think Min Min has as like a consistent way. Atelier says it's the only PT that says it's hard losing. He does deal with Proto. So I think there's like some level to that. I don't play this matchup personally. I have played it with Rich Brown on Wi-Fi a decent amount, and I realized that I surprisingly didn't hate it. I would not be upset if someone counterpicked me as Min Min into this matchup. And a lot of PTs think we win it, and I don't think they're crazy for it. So I think it could be slight winning. I just think Zero Suit does better. I think Zero Suit has more consistent ways in. Even if she doesn't kill him as well, I think she kills him well. She kills them well enough.
And absolutely none of that. And okay. But none of the bots in here. Game & Watch. Zero Suit beats Game & Watch very solidly. One of Game & Watch's worst matchups. It's either this or Ike. Most Game & Watches agree on that. Not fun for him. He can't approach. Game & Watch is really bad at horizontal approaches. And any character that forces him to do that causes him huge problems. Like, characters with projectiles are normally like characters that force people to approach horizontally, like Samus or something like that. But Game & Watch has a unique counterplay with Bucket, which really helps out Game & Watch for that reason. But Game & Watch struggles against Swords and Zero Suit because they're able to force him to approach with range. If they have disjoints,
They're able to force Game & Watch to horizontally approach without a projectile, and Game & Watch is really bad at that. And Zero Suit's especially abusive of it because of how long her like horizontal range is, like how good Zare is, and also because of how good her mobility is. Game & Watch should just never be able to catch us. Game & Watch, like I guess a lot of these characters too, like these horizontal characters that really bully him, these like range characters like Cloud or something like that, at least has like a really strong advantage on Cloud. But Game & Watch hits Cloud, Cloud's in huge trouble. These characters can struggle to land, they can struggle to recover. It's just not the same for Zero Suit. Zero Suit does not struggle to land. She does not struggle to recover. As long as you're smart about like not pulling the trigger on flip jump too early and getting it caught in the nairs. SDI the nairs up. You should never get hit by more than 2 nairs ever. It's just a very low reward game for Game & Watch. Zare also because he's floaty. Zare combo like Zare kill confirms really easy on him for like Zare bears and stuff like that. So it's very easy to just nickel and dime this character to death. It's a very flowchart matchup. I remember playing Lagrimas at Shine, and I remember feeling so outplayed for most of that set, and it didn't matter. It was like I still won game 5. And he was playing the matchup so much better than me. I remember saying a while back, if there's any top player I wish if I felt like I had the best chance of beating, it was Meister, because this matchup is just so flowchart. Very, very solidly winning for Zero Suit. Not the same for Pokemon Trainer. This could be slight losing, honestly. I think I'm going to put it in even. I think if Pokemon Trainer plays very precise, it's even. But all of the onus is on Pokemon Trainer to be precise, and none of it is on Game & Watch. If Game & Watch can be lazy, Game & Watch can do his default game plan, and it works. Pokemon Trainer has to be very careful. You can't hit Game & Watch's shield in any unsafe way whatsoever. You have to be very precise. Not a lot of lazy forward tilts with Squirtle. But I think Pokemon Trainer's dash dance game with Squirtle and being able to play like horizontally, use defensive short hops well enough, and not just run into things like an idiot. Not get too greedy and running at Game & Watch's shield, fishing for grabs. Pokemon Trainer should be able to, like, Squirtle should be able to accomplish his tasks. It's just hard. And then Ivysaur is able to platform camp with a lead very, very well against Game & Watch. If Ivysaur has to approach Game & Watch, it's not the worst thing in the world ever, because Game & Watch's movement's not that great and can't, like, Ivysaur can kind of pin him, like, is actually able to pin him down, and back here is, like, pretty good shield pressure against Game & Watch if you're spacing it. Charizard gets absolutely folded, but sometimes he's useful at kill percents. Getting edge guarded, the problem is if you're ever like imprecise at any point in this matchup, getting up B out of a shield could be a death sentence. Like landing is if the juggle goes off stage, edge guarding is really strong. I don't love this matchup on Pokemon Trainer. I think it's just a very precise one and it's not fun. I'm very glad I have Zero Suit for it, but I don't love it. I don't think it's terrible either though. I think like it's doable. It just requires precision. Zero Suit Ness. I think Zero Suit beats Ness. This is one of my best personal matchups. I've money matched Send and I've beaten him there. I beat pretty much every notable Ness player I played besides Atata. I beat Atata online, ironically, but I lost to him offline. But Atata was also having like the best day of his life, and I was playing pretty mediocrely when that happened. Zero Suit just has a very flowchart ways to keep Ness out. Zare is really strong against him. Like all the defensive anti-airs, forward air, up air are good if he tries to do sneaky stuff. Ness's like real counterplay in this matchup is he's able to like use platforms occasionally to like do like magnet side Bs and like kind of catch us for trying to jump at him. Because a lot of times our counterplay is to double jump at him for hit. You know, it's like we see him jump up like above us. We're like, oh, we just jump up and up air and forward air him. Sometimes where he is able to catch us with PK fires if we're too slow on that. And the other trick he has is that magnets can. It's like Zare's really good at like walling out specific heights. It's really good at walling out short hops and stuff like that. And a lot of times Nessus can do like instant double jump magnets to get this weird height because the magnet will like cancel their double jump. They get these like weird heights that are awkward for us to like wall out and cover. And they give them enough mix-ups to like practically get in. But I think if the Xerxes is playing really precise, there's no real ways that Ness wins this matchup. It's just pretty rough. But I think it's not. I think it requires a lot of precision. I think if you're not precise and you're playing against a Ness that knows like the tricks to get in, the Ness is bound to get in that case if you don't know if you're not aware or not playing precise enough, and Ness hits very hard. But I think it's something that Zeus is absolutely equipped to deal with. I think Pokemon Trainer Ness is slightly winning for Pokemon Trainer. I think all three Pokemon do their jobs. I think Squirtle kind of gets out hitbox, which is annoying. But like if you're precise and you wait for your opportunities, Squirtle has a lot of ways to whiff punish Ness. He's pretty easy to combo with Squirtle too. He's like a nice little weight and fall speed combination that makes him like easy to get platform extensions on. But and then Ivysaur is really good with a lead against him. Ivysaur is really good. Like Squirtle and Ivysaur are also very strong if they get like, getting him off stage and killing him for being off stage. I don't think Charizard's great, but Charizard does his job well enough. There's a reason why Quinn kind of fucked up Send when they played. I think it's just one where if the Pokemon trainer is playing well, it's pretty good for PT. But if you're sloppy and the slightest nest just gets in, messes you up. Edge guarding is brutal too. It's not fun in the Pokemon trainer matchup. Olimar is one of the other character that I'm convinced beats both of mine. I think Olimar beats Pokemon Trainer less hard than he beats Zero Suit, but I'll just put it in losing for both of them. So for Zero Suit is really annoying because he's the right combination of short that is obnoxious to deal with, has very good grounded moves. So short has really good grounded moves. It's already an obnoxious combination for Zero Suit. But on top of that, yellow and purple Pikmin are really annoying because we can break a lot of the Pikmin, but yellow is immune to all of our electric moves. So like Naring is one of the best ways to get Pikmin off of us. It's one of the best ways for us to defend against Pikmin. We can like break Pikmin as they're being thrown at us with Zare and Nair, but it doesn't work if it's yellow Pikmin. And being stuck with yellow Pikmin is really annoying because it makes our frame data worse. It makes our shield pressure worse. And if our shield pressure is not good against, we get up smash out of shield for free in a lot of cases. It's just very tedious. You have to constantly be keeping yellow Pikmin off of you. You have to constantly be killing purple Pikmin because they get in the way of our approaches. You have to like wait for like him to be on the right lineup. But Olimar is just very, very obnoxious for Zero Suit to deal with. It could be our worst. I don't have quite enough experience to say that. I think we have a really strong advantage state on him at least. But hitting him is just so hard in the first place, and he's so punishing to try and get it on. But yeah, so I think Zero Suit loses to Olimar solidly. Pokemon Trainer is slightly different. I think Pokemon Trainer loses to Olimar because Pokemon Trainer has very little counterplay against double purple Pikmin. If there's one purple Pikmin, Squirtle can deal with it. But if there's two, it's just way too much. All the Pokemon have like really weird. All the Pokemon, like Charizard and Ivysaur especially, have really laggy options to hit Pikmin for being on the ground. So like, there's no safe way to break purple Pikmin. Squirtle has safer ways to do it, but Squirtle's on a really low health bar, and there's like Olimar stacks on damage so quickly. And even like Squirtle's safe ways to do it aren't super safe. And if he's just double tossing purple Pikmin, we just won't have an opportunity to ever get in. The Myron Zone just solos Pokemon Trainer. That said, if Pokemon Trainer doesn't have to deal with the Myron Zone, if he doesn't have two purples, Pokemon Trainer kind of fucks Olimar up. Ivysaur really messes him up, both in neutral and advantage. Like back air kills all the Pikmin that aren't purple. Edge guarding can be really good against him. But the problem is you're just on a timer. You have to kill him before he gets double purples. Double purples makes life hell. Ridley is only slightly losing. I just disagree. I don't know. I've played Simeon. I played Smub. I've beaten all of them. Simeon occasionally beats me, but we have like 17 sets or something like that. I think Ridley has good like anti-airs against Zero Suit, but the anti-airs are all preemptive calls, and if he calls preemptively even wrong once, it's really brutal. The edge guarding is really brutal on both Pokemon, like both characters. I think it's a lot more on Zero Suit to make mistakes or not know what's happening to really lose that. I think there's more opportunities for Ridley against Pokemon Trainer, but even then, like the edge guarding is so bad. And again, Ridley has to make preemptive calls just to be like not whiff punished to neutral.
It really has to make preemptive calls just to stop Pokemon Trainer from getting in, and if you preemptively call wrong once against Squirtle, you get whiff punished. Pac-Man. I think Zero Suit only slightly beats Pac-Man. It could even be even. This matchup is just hard. Pac-Man's just really good. um, so I have been of the opinion for a while that Pac-Man's broken because the strategy of throw Hydrant down, charge Fruit behind Hydrant, and cover jump. I think it beats like 90% of the cast free. No brain cells required whatsoever. I think Zero Suit's one of like the 10% of the characters that actually has counterplay to it. But even that counterplay is just like good enough to keep up. There's a lot of tricks, like you can grab Pac-Man through Hydrant sometimes, which is funny. Zero Suit has just good ways of dodging the Hydrant. It's kind of annoying because Zero Suit's only move that breaks Hydrant, I think, is Flip Kick. I think Full Hop Backer might be able to do it unstaled. But Zero Suit doesn't have great ways to break Hydrant, which is really annoying. She has to hit it once first, which is like actually usually like a death knell in most characters with Pac-Man. But I don't think it's quite the case for her because her mobility around Hydrant is quite good enough. We juggle him decently well. We can edge guard him if he's lazy on beam recovery, but for the most part, Pac-Man's pretty untouchable out there. I think the big thing comes from the fact that Pac-Man has a hard time hitting Zero Suit if Zero Suit doesn't want to get hit. It's just an annoying time trying to hit both of each other, but Zero Suit has better ways in than Pac-Man does. The one thing that's like really obnoxious though is Bell. I don't know how to get around Bell's like Zero Suit. Bell's just so busted. I don't know. I think it feels like a slightly winning matchup, but only slightly. He does way better than most owners do. Pac-Man against Pokemon Trainer is awful. I hate this matchup. I've seen some PGs try to say it's even. I completely disagree. I think Pac-Man beats Pokemon Trainer by throwing down Hydrant, charging Fruit, and covering Jump. Like, Pokemon Trainer just doesn't have great ways in on that. Charizard can one-shot the Hydrant, yeah, but then he's like really laggy on all of his ways to do that. Usually gets whiff punished for it. Ivysaur can spam Razor Leaf through it, but that's not going to hit Pac-Man ever. It'll break the Hydrant, he gets a reset, and Ivysaur is usually not close enough to do anything about it. And Squirtle just does not have a way to break the Hydrant safely. He can like tap at it like uncommittally, but it's still just bad mix-ups to play, and Squirtle kind of gets outboxed and outdamaged. A lot of the time, the Pac-Man's really good. I play the matchup a lot with Sinji. I hate it. I'd rather do Zero Suit. Zero Suit feels so much better, and Zero Suit doesn't even feel that winning. Pokemon Zero Suit Palutena, most even matchup in the entire game, in my professional opinion. I play this matchup a lot. I played it with Egaz. I played it with Quinn. I played it with Mysterica. I played it with Dawn. I played it with Z. I played it with a lot of Palutenas. It feels like the most even matchup in the entire world. If Zero Suit doesn't know what's happening, if it's like Zero Suit's default game plan against Palutena's default game plan, I think Zero Suit gets destroyed. But if Zero Suit's really careful about how she's jumping around Palutena, she's not doing it too close to her. It's like getting Palutena free nairs. I think Zero Suit keeps up very well. It feels very even. A lot of the tricks. There's a lot of tricks and baits that go on. You're trying to bait like Palutena to do bad dash attacks or bad nairs. And if Palutena hits those dash attacks and nairs, it's annoying because Palutena has a very strong advantage against Zero Suit. She's actually able to like cover flip jump a lot of the time. But I think this match is like super even. But there's so many more characters. Way too many in this game. Maybe doing like one stream of a matchup chart at a time would have been better, but Pokemon Trainer, I kind of flip back and forth between slight losing and slightly winning or even for Pokemon Trainer Palutena. I think at low level, I think Pokemon Trainer kind of poops on Palu because they don't know how to deal with Squirtle. However, I think a Palutena player that plays really defensive, really platform campy, makes it very annoying for Squirtle to get anything done. And then if Squirtle slips up at any point, playing disadvantage against Palutena is awful. Very, very hard time to get anything done. Ivysaur, I think, is okay. If Ivysaur doesn't... I think Ivysaur's okay. I think Charizard's not good. But I think
if like on, especially like on stage lists with like less platforms, or in smaller stages, I think Pokemon Trainer can keep up. I think it's like probably pretty even. You just have to play very precise Squirtle if the Palutena is good, because if you slip up at any point, you're gonna get blown up for it. Pichu Zero Suit. I honestly think it's even. I think if Zero Suit plays like, it might even be slight winning. I don't know. I'll put even. It's like not controversial. I think Zero Suit vertically camps Pichu incredibly hard. Pichu's camping doesn't kind of work because he damages himself. So as long as you're just avoiding T-Jolts, it's a losing game for Pichu to be playing. So Zero Suit gets to like force Pichu to approach kind of at all times. And even though hitting Pichu is so annoying, and it's like where the match was like kind of even, fighting Pichu is really hard. But the fact that Zero Suit's so good at like not having to fight Pichu, I think makes it pretty lead based. That's how the matchup always felt to me. I always felt like if you have the lead, Zero Suit wins for free. If Pichu has the lead, Pichu kind of wins for free. Although I think Zero Suit's better at getting the lead back than Pichu is, honestly. I don't know. I could see it even being slight winning for us, but especially since the nerfs. Pichu Pokemon Trainer, I think Pichu wins. I think Pokemon Trainer wins. I don't think it's free, but I think Squirtle trades so well with Pichu, and the hitboxes are really comparable. And the problem is that Pichu can't switch to a heavier character, but Pokemon Trainer can. So like when Squirtle hits like 80%, he can switch to Charizard or something like that, and then everything kills Pichu. But when Pichu gets Squirtle to 80%, it's not the other way around. So I don't know. I think it's just Pokemon Trainer's game plan is like really felt in Trainer Pichu, where Squirtle's just so good in neutral, and then you just switch to a heavier character when you need it, and all the trades that you did just really add up in your favor. Pikachu is a little bit more different. I think Pikachu does a little bit better because he doesn't hurt himself while camping, and I think Pikachu's hitboxes are slightly better. I honestly could see this matchup being even as well for Zero Suit. I just think it's annoying. That's all it is. And Zero Suit, like, Mars does really well against ESAM historically. I think, again, a lot of Zero Suits hate this matchup because fighting Pikachu is really awful. But if you camp him vertically, again, like, Pikachu's upper is just not that threatening. I don't know. I'm not doing two lists at once. Oh yeah. So I'm doing Pokemon Trainer and I'm doing Zero Suit. Honestly, I probably should have done Zero Suit because just Zero Suit, and then like do just Pokemon Trainer another day because I'm getting tired. My voice is hurting, but I'm committed at this point. But yeah. Anyway, vertically camping Pikachu makes the matchup very doable, but fighting him is hell. If you have a lead, then you have to fight him, and that sucks. But if you don't have a lead, if you have a lead as Zero Suit, you don't have to fight him, and then it sucks for Pikachu. So I could see this matchup even being even. I think it's really overblown. I think a lot of Zero Suits just don't know how to play it, and they try to fight him like normal, and that's impossible. Pikachu, I think slightly beats Pokemon Trainer as well. I could see this matchup being even as well. It feels like about the same difficulty. I think the difference is that, again, Pokemon Trainer, Squirtle fights Pikachu pretty darn well. I think the Pikachu slightly out hitboxes him, and also because Pikachu's heavier than Pichu, like the trades are less not in Pikachu's favor. Mind me doing really again? Sure, yeah, okay. Give me a little bit, but Ivysaur platform camps Pikachu really well, but that's the only way Ivysaur can be played. Ivysaur is horrible if like they're fighting on fair grounds. Charizard has a lot of counterplay to Pikachu. There's a lot of like if you get a parry on any of Pikachu's multi hits, you can always up B armor through the rest of them. The way that Charizard's up B works, so Charizard's like pretty good at getting kills on Pikachu. But if Pikachu's smart and goes for a lot of grabs and gets you off stage game is where I think like Trainer might lose the matchup slightly. I think neutral is just practical enough for Pikachu to win, and then like the offstage game can get very scary. But I don't hate the matchup. I think I like it more than Zero Suit slightly, and I don't even think Zero Suit Pikachu's that bad.
But anyway, Ridley, I think Zero Suit beats Ridley harder than Pokemon Trainer does. And I think Zero Suit does it because as long as Zero Suit's not running into Ridley's anti-airs, which are his like really big tricks in the matchup, like Zero Suit has a hard like Ridley's Nair and Ridley's up smash are really good anti-airs against Zero Suit, but only if the Zero Suit's like not playing aware of them. If you're playing aware of them, Ridley has just a really hard time hitting Zero Suit. He's got the speed and like good hitboxes, but they're all very, very committal like swings. And if he's wrong about any of them, playing disadvantage is really rough. And Zero Suit's like really good at like playing evasive. And like the offstage game is really, really brutal. Once you understand like Ridley's angles and how they work, Zero Suit can go really far off stage to like push him, to like force him to recover from an angle that's impossible. Side B edge guards are depressing because like you can like send him off, and by the time he's out of side B's hits done, he's just not in an angle where he can recover. Downer trades a lot of the time with his up B, which is really depressing because it's really super obvious when it's coming. You can suicide kill him all the time. Ridley's awful at landing. It's just it really gets outmaneuvered, and disadvantage is really brutal. Ridley can win if Ridley has really good aerial call out timings, but even that's not practical. I played against Smub, I played against Siamia, and it's not a good matchup for Ridley. Pokemon Trainer I think is a little bit more complicated. I think Pokemon Trainer actually has to fight Ridley, which like makes it a little bit more scary. But I think Pokemon Trainer fights Ridley really well. I think all the ways that Ridley's trying to keep Pokemon Trainer out, not the other way around. And all of Ridley's ways of keeping Pokemon Trainer out involve like a preemptive call out. If he wants to stop Squirtle from like doing a grounded approach, he has to do forward tilt because down tilt's unsafe on Squirtle's shield because of up B. And if he's not doing forward tilt, then if he does a forward tilt and Squirtle short hops over the forward tilt, Squirtle gets his grab opening anyway. And then then Ridley has to start doing preemptive aerials, like preemptive nairs to call out Squirtle short hop approaches. And if Ridley does a preemptive nair and Squirtle doesn't jump, and Squirtle just gets a whiff punish forward tilt for free in that case. And then Squirtle off the hit is even more brutal than like Zero Suit in my opinion. I think like the direct combos almost always force him off stage, and Ivysaur's edge guarding is so brain dead easy on Ridley. Like a lot of characters edge guard Ridley, but like Zero Suit and I think Ivysaur do it particularly hard, especially Ivysaur. So that's why I think it's like solidly winning for both of them. I don't think it's terrible. I think there's room to be the better player, but I think sometimes it doesn't even matter. It's kind of depressing. Plant is my IDK. It's my first I don't know for Zero Suit. Every time I've played this matchup, it doesn't feel easy, but I've only played it twice. So both times it did not feel easy. So I don't know what's really going on here. I haven't lost to a Plant yet. A lot of other Zero Suits say they don't know. They feel like it feels weirdly hard. I can see it being slightly winning for us, as opposed to just like winning like most low mid tiers are. But I have no idea what this character does. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to explain. But yeah, I played a couple good ones, and it's always close, but I've never lost, and that's all I kind of got. I know Plant has some crazy combos. I know recently I played one that did this like I don't even know. He does like nair, grab, like I think like up throw, up air, neutral B into like a forward air for like 70%. I got training room comboed. But I don't know. I think Plant just like has a lot of tricks that I don't know about, and so I can't really comment. I don't really know on either of my Pokemon. Aegis, the matchup sucks for Zero Suit. It's pretty simple. Mythra just kind of fucks us up. So Zero Suit has a really like common trend where she struggles against characters that have low dashes and good frame data. If you have good like low dash, good out of shield, good frame data, like those combinations, like any combination of those two things can be really annoying for her. And Mythra has like all three. So she's just able to dash under like Zero Suit's Zera a lot of the time and get openings that way. Dash attacks like makes us respect her burst range really well. But we can't even vertically camp her that well because her up air hitbox is just so good at juggling, and she has the speed to catch our flip jumps. There's just no safe places to play against her. We can mess her up off the hit decently well, but not even that great, in my opinion. Um, I don't know. I don't like this matchup. I don't tend to play it a whole lot. I think it's probably one of Xerxes' worst. It's definitely up there. I don't know. Um, the nice thing is that we fuck up Pyra really badly. So like it's a very Mithra-centric matchup, and if they get caught on Pyra at bad times, we can turn it around on them. But I don't know how I would beat like a really good Aegis with Zero Suit. It's a hard matchup. um, Pokemon Trainer, on the other hand, I think is a lot closer. I think Aegis is like debatably the best character in the game, and I think Pokemon Trainer is one of the best characters in the game against them. And that's because we have an even matchup. I think Squirtle has a hard time in neutral, but a good enough time. I think like the neutral winning favor is like 6-4 Aegis favor. But the fact that Trainer hits as hard as they do, because Trainer has a really brutal edge guard. It's almost flowchart. It's not quite, because if Mithra and Pyra didn't have the up B snaps, it would literally be a guaranteed like flowchart death edge guard every single time you got them off stage. But if they have the option to do like an up B snap, it's not nearly as free. But even then, it's very brutal. Trainer has a lot of really like lethal ways to get in. The problem is Aegis is the ability to play very safe and very like reserved and just like fish for like dash attacks and nairs at the right moments. That it's, I think, completely competitive. I think Aegis's advantage in neutral and juggling like makes up for how brutal the edge guards are. I could see, honestly, the only way I only see this matchup getting worse. I don't see it getting better. But right now, I think it's even. I know at one point I used to think Pokemon Trainer slightly won, but like as more Aegis players cleaned up their advantage states, I was like, it doesn't feel so good. I don't love it. So yeah, without a doubt, even matchup in my opinion. Pokemon Trainer, I only have to talk about one Pokemon for that. Do you ever ledge slip Nair? I need to. In fact, I actually wanted to learn it specifically for that matchup, specifically for that interaction. I know about it. I haven't really bothered to learn it, but I think because it's not applicable for Zero Suit whatsoever. But the one matchup I know for a fact I want to have it for is Squirtle and Aegis, because I think it's actually probably very good against them. But I've been getting by just by short hopping off and nairing, which is not always as good. It's probably missing me some kills that I'm not getting. But Pokemon Trainer, Zero Suit, I think is very even. I think at low levels, Pokemon Trainer shits on Zero Suit because they have no idea how to beat Squirtle. I think at higher level, Zero Suit has to play very campy. I think if Zero Suit players understand that they have to platform camp Squirtle and camp with full hops and like bait Squirtle to take bad swings and start jumping at us and deal with worse hitboxes. I think it's a very disciplined matchup. I think Squirtle has to be very careful not to take bad swings at full hops, because at the moment like Trainer takes a bad swing, the whole situation gets reversaled, and if Pokemon Trainer gets juggled by Zero Suit, we may never touch the ground ever again. So like Pokemon Trainer Zero Suit I think is very even, and it's like sits on a knife's edge the entire time, where it's very easily like reversaled on Pokemon Trainer in my opinion for how bad our disadvantage is. But I think neutral is slightly like Zero Suit favored, so I think it's like I don't play the Ditto on either of my characters. I like going the other one for the reverse, and I've had good success in that. I think Pokemon Trainer does good against Zero Suit. I think Zero Suit is good against Trainer. I think it's a very even matchup if both players understand what's happening. So for that, I guess I'll just put Zero Suit in even since I've talked about it here as well. But Richter, I think Richter gets absolutely obliterated by Zero Suit. Zero Suit just has a lot of ways around the traps. Zero Suit's very good at... She's a very anti-trap character. She's very good at avoiding them. Very good at Uno reversing a lot of situations on Richter. The edge guard is really strong on him because we can go really far off stage and just hit him for trying to tether. Juggling is really easy against him. He has like downer tricks to land, but like that's pretty committal and very laggy if he's wrong. He doesn't cover diagonal space is probably the biggest death knell for him. He doesn't cover diagonal well. Xerxes is always able to approach from like a diagonal angle against him. And it's going to be a very hard time. I messed up T3 Dom when we money matched to Riptide. I've never lost to a Richter, like a Simon or a Richter, while playing a Zero Suit in this game. I think it's very strong for us. I have lost this matchup very early on in this game playing as Pokemon Trainer. I think this matchup is only slightly winning for Pokemon Trainer. And I could even see it being even. I think Pokemon Trainer, again, same problem as like Xerxes that Xerxes doesn't have. Pokemon Trainer doesn't approach diagonally nearly as well, and actually has to get through the wall, which I think is possible. I don't think like Richter's wall is airtight enough for us to lose it. I think Trainer has ways in if you're careful. But the really big problem is that I think like the neutral is pretty even for that reason. I think Pokemon Trainer has ways in, just Pokemon Trainer has to be smart, and if Richter is smart, they won't give him many opportunities. And will like read certain like approaches at certain times, and if they're wrong, they get hit, but if they're right, they keep him out. The problem is that both characters are awful once they lose stage. If Trainer gets hit by Richter and loses stage control for it and is put on edge, Trainer's probably dead. The ledge trap is so free, it's so busted. Very little counterplay the Pokemon Trainer has to it. The same on the same vein. If Pokemon Trainer gets in on Richter's probably dead. Richter just they throw him off stage. You hit him with like a 60% combo that ends with him off stage. Ivysaur runs off, nares him. There's not a lot of mix-ups. It's very free. I just think it's like equally lethal in terms of like either player getting hit. I think neutral's probably I give it a slight edge to Pokemon Trainer. That said, I think the Pokemon Trainer has to be a lot better at the matchup than the Richter does. If two Pokemon Trainers who don't know the matchup use their default game plans, Pokemon Trainer gets shit on. But if Trainer is like very aware of all the tricks in the matchup, I think Trainer gets in consistently enough that it's probably slightly our favor. But it could be even like in practice. That's like definitely a little bit more of like a theoretical Pokemon Trainer thing. Robin is very similar, where Robin loses really badly to Zero Suit for similar reasons, for different reasons than Richter does. Like Richter can't cover diagonals, Robin can. Robin's rising like 11 sword aerials, like rising forward air is really strong. It's really strong anti-air. It's really scary. Can lead to some pretty hefty combos that shouldn't be possible but are. But the problem is that Robin's projectiles all kind of don't work against Zero Suit. Arc Fire is really laggy, and it's very easy for Zero Suit like just run at. Like for one thing, a lot of characters that are fast can get past Arc Fire really easily just by running underneath it because its arc is super high. Its arc super high and it's super laggy in the entire thing. It's very easy to just run at Arc Fire and hit her for it. So Arc Fire neutral is not that good against her. It's better than you think because it's tall. Zerus is tall, so like a lot of times she gets caught if she tries to do that. But the problem is Zerus doesn't even have to run at it. Zerus could just flip jump on reaction to seeing Arc Fire and get a guaranteed berry punish every single time. So Arc Fire is just not a safe button to press in neutral against Zerus ever. The other problem is that Zerus crawls under every single charge of Thunder and can reactively flip jump a lot of them. Like if Zerus is just crouching, like if Zerus like sees like the Robin like charging the electric book, Zerus could just reactively just go to a crawl, and if Robin throws like Arc Thunder or Thoron, could just reactively flip jump, go over it, and bury. So Robin's zoning is all very fake against Zero Suit. It's very easy for Zero Suit to maneuver around because of her crawl, and as long as Zero Suit's not lazy about jumping, and like because like a lot of Zero Suits like they see like a zoner matchup and they're like, oh yeah, I just like play a diagonal against him like Richter or something like that. That's a very easy way against Robin to get fucked up. But if Zero Suit actually plays like grounded and just like very disciplined and only does like short hops when Robin's like not able to cover it on reaction, Robin just has no way to keep Zero Suit out, and then Robin just has no out of shield game. Her out of shield is so bad. I wish it was better. I love Robin so much. Like Robin's like my. If Robin was a good character, I would be a Robin main. But alas, she sucks. Zero Suit kind of messes her up. It's a rough time. Pokemon Trainer, I think, messes her up less badly. I think this is also slightly winning because again, the projectiles are not free for Pokemon Trainer to get through in the same way they are for Zero Suit. They're not guaranteed to keep him out. They're not like a really effective wall like Samus Charge Shot or something like that. But they're like effective enough to be annoying. And if Robin ever gets Pokemon Trainer on edge, it's like the same deal as Richter. We're probably dead. Pokemon Trainer is just super, super in trouble against the Arc Fire Ledge Trap. Squirtle has a couple tricks around it sometimes, depending if they do it right or wrong, how much time you have before they got the Arc Fire to the edge, stuff like that. But very, very rough to play disadvantage against them. In the same way, it's really rough to play disadvantage with Richter. However, I think Squirtle being short is really obnoxious for Robin because a lot of Robin's projectile setups don't work against that. It's really easy for Squirtle to just kind of run at Robin. Um, so like I actually think Robin's wall is less effective than Richter is. The difference is that I think Pokemon Trainer kills Robin less easily than they kill Richter. Robin's disadvantage is not good. Her out of shield again is awful. Her recovery is not great. But they're all like things that Pokemon Trainer can't punish quite as lethally as they can for like grabbing Richter at 0 and killing him by throwing him off stage. So I think it's a lot of similar principles where Pokemon Trainer just has to work hard and like be careful, but ultimately does win the matchup if they know it. Whereas Zero Suit, just if you know a couple tricks, Robin's helpless. She's completely defenseless. And Robin's like ledge traps don't work nearly as well against Zero Suit in the same way that like Richter's don't work nearly as well against Zero Suit. Rob, I think, unfortunately, I guess I put it in winning. Is this winning or slight winning? I kind of feel like it's slight winning. I don't think Zero Suit beats Rob that badly. I don't know. I think the Robs I lost to were better than me in the moment. I don't like Rob. It's probably as good for us as Samus is. It kind of hurts. I kind of want to put it as slight winning. I don't know. You know what? Fuck Rob players. It's slight winning. There was a whole week. It was like the Riptide week, I remember, where every single like notable top Zero Suit lost to like every single notable top Rob. I lost to Grayson at Riptide after losing MK Leo. Mars lost to Anathema, I think, at Riptide. There was some like MDVA tournament where Boosk beat there was a tri-state tournament where Boosk beat WebJP. There's an MDVA tournament where I can't remember who the MJ, I think it's MJ beat AOS. And I remember all the Zeros just got into like a group chat. We're like, guys, do we win this? And I think the conclusion is that we definitely win it. I think we hit Rob hard enough. I think our neutral's really strong against a lot of his things. We hit him hard enough. But Rob is very hard to kill, and a lot of Zero Suit is not proof to a lot of the things that Rob does. Rob's ledge traps are very dangerous against her. If he even gets one option out of us in disadvantage, we're in huge trouble. I don't love this matchup by any means. But I do think Zero Suit wins it at the end of the day. I think I could be harder winning. I don't think I'm very great at it either. But I don't think Rob players say it's as bad as Rob players say it is. Rob Pokemon Trainer, on the other hand, this shit is ass. I hate it. I think it's our third worst matchup. I hate this matchup. Rob is all three Pokemon all at once, but better at all of their jobs. Rob is a better boxer than Squirtle, a better zoner than Ivysaur, and a better heavy than Charizard. He's not quite as heavy as Charizard, I don't think, but he lives longer because of how good his disadvantage is. Just all the Pokemon get beaten at their own game. It's very, very unfair matchup for that reason. Killing Rob is really hard. It's not like we can edge guard him super easily. Like, you have to rinse and repeat so many downers with Ivysaur to get him, and it's not like he doesn't have a mix-up every single time when he's doing his up B. His landing tricks, there's so many. I hate Rob Pokemon Trainer. I don't like this matchup whatsoever. He's all three Pokemon at the same time, just better at all their jobs. He ledge traps us really hard. We're not immune to any of his 0-to-deaths. Quid beat Zomba that one time, and Zomba swears that PT wins the matchup. Zomba's just got outplayed, dude. I watched that set. Quid was working so much harder. You have to be so precise, so careful, and you just have to accept that he's just better at your job on all three Pokemon. Rob is literally all three Pokemon at once, just better at all of them. They're all their jobs. I don't like Rob Pokemon Trainer. Screw that. I'm sorry. It's just not a good matchup for us. Rosalina, I have no idea what it is for Pokemon Trainer. For Zero Suit, I know we win. Zero Suit has a very easy time dealing with Luma. You can punish it. You can like safely tap at Luma from very far away with side beads and Zairs. Nairs too sometimes.
if you cross her up with fair, she doesn't have a great out of shield to hit that. Zero's like Rosa just doesn't cover cross ups out of shield well whatsoever. And then she gets juggled really hard. She's really easy to 2-frame. She's very easy to edge guard. She has a hard time running away from us when she's Luma's down. I think the only time it's like scary whatsoever. It's very similar to like why Zero Suit beat Rosa in Smash 4, except like Rosa's just less well equipped to deal with it because Luma lasts less time. Like Luma was more beefy in Smash 4, and that helped. And she's less beefy in this game, and she's still lost in Smash 4. It's pretty simple. Roy, I think Zero Suit slightly loses to Roy. I think it's actually better than Chrom. I think so. Like the Roy's big thing is that Roy is shield pressure is better than Chrom's up close, but not as good far away. But Zero Suit's out of shield is particularly good up close. Zero Suit gets a lot of parry. If Zero Suit parries like any of Roy's strong hits, Zero Suit's getting a boost kick. Because he's going to be close enough, and the extra shield stun doesn't matter. Whereas like Zero Suit's out of shield from range is very, very mediocre. So Chrom actually a lot of time, like it's better to be shield pressuring her from range anyway. So Chrom shield pressure a lot of times is better for that reason. Chrom is able to deal with her like full hop camping a lot better because Chrom just needs to nick her barely to get full damage. Whereas it's very easy for Zero Suit to constantly stay outside of Roy's strong hit ranges if you're really careful. That said, that's all just reasons why the matchup is better than Chrom. It's still a losing matchup for us, in my opinion, because Roy has the speed and like range to pin us down. And when Roy does pin us down, we're in huge trouble. He just has the mobility to catch us a lot. I think we juggle him really hard, which is like the same way we like juggle Chrom really hard. I don't think we edgeguard him particularly. I actually think we edgeguard him as hard as we edgeguard Chrom too. I don't think we edgeguard Chrom that particularly well in comparison to like the rest of the cast. Also, shouts to Hunbar for following 2 minutes ago. I appreciate it. But I don't think Zero Suit edgeguards Roy even less bad. Roy downer trades with Zero Suit up. Roy's up B trades with Zero Suit's downer very often. So if you know Roy has to down like up B, it's very easy to get that trade. We can edgeguard him if we hit him out super for like far out pretty easily. I don't hate this matchup. I played it against Frostbite and I barely won. I reversed 3-0 to Frostbite at Riptide. I've played other Roys in the matchup. I usually go Pokemon Trainer in it. Lately I've been going Zero Suit just because my Pokemon Trainer's been kind of crusty. But I only think it's slightly losing for us. It's a pretty fun matchup. I think it's one of Zero Suit's most fun losing matchups. And there's a lot of losing matchups I actually enjoy on her. Roy Pokemon Trainer, I think we slightly win. I think it's less hard than we beat Chrom because of how fragile Chrom is against Pokemon Trainer. I don't think Roy's quite as fragile, but he's still pretty fragile. There's just a lot of opportunities for Pokemon Trainer to get like openings because Roy's a traditional sword character. It's very easy for Squirtle to outspace a lot of his buttons. If Squirtle outspaces him his buttons and get a whiff punish, he hits very hard. Roy's a perfect combo weight. Roy's not free off stage, but he is very vulnerable. He can die very easily. Juggling Roy is very easily like Chrom and Roy are just very easy to juggle in general because even though their airspeed's good, they're really bad at changing directions. They don't have many drift mix-ups and they don't have good hitboxes beneath them to like cover their landings. So I think Pokemon Trainer slightly wins. Goblin has beaten me 3 times. 2 of them were so close game 5s, but for the most part, I generally don't lose this matchup as Pokemon Trainer. I think ledge trapping is where Roy makes up the difference the same way Chrom does. I think his ledge trapping is actually less annoying than Chrom's, but still very difficult. But yeah, I think it's similar to Chrom. I think Chrom's just way more fragile, and Pokemon Trainer is way more abusive of that than Zero Suit is. So I actually think Roy's better in this matchup, but I only think it's only a little bit better. I still really like it for Pokemon Trainer. Sephiroth, I've never been able to fully make up my mind. I think Zero Suit Sephiroth is like slight winning. We have the Andrew T feature.
Where's the camera?
You can. He's right there.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So if you want to sit in this chair, you'll be right in it.
I'm gonna eat something real quick.
Ah, cool. Yeah.
Hello, friends.
What do you think of the matchup chart so far? This is Zero Suits. You don't get an opinion on Pokemon Trainers.
Okay. Wait, where's Pokemon Trainer?
Even. Well, you don't get a Pokemon opinion on Pokemon trainers matchup. You could have an opinion. On this.
Oh! I thought you meant on.
Yeah, I have another
Zero
tab
Suit
for Pokemon
PT.
trainers.
All right, winning. Piranha Plant.
I have no idea.
I think it's slight winning.
I low key too. That's what I like. I get the vibe of that, but I just don't know.
Yeah, like
It never feels easy.
it's not easy, but like he's
Uh-huh.
working way harder than we are. Like that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, it looks accurate. I feel like Pikachu's weird. It's either losing or slight losing for me.
I never feel stressed against Pikachu, and I think the results in Mars also show pretty like.
True. I was just thinking that.
Yeah, like I think if you full hop camp Pikachu really hard, it's just annoying.
Also, you think Falco's even?
I think it could be worse.
I feel like it could be worse too.
Yeah.
I feel like it is worse.
The results would suggest it's very Falco favored. Tilde's like 12-0 on Zero Suits. He's beaten AOS. He's beaten me. He's beaten Mars multiple times.
Yeah.
I think it feels like an even matchup for the most part, but I don't know. Yeah, I could totally see that being like slight losing.
Yeah. I suck against Roy, but I feel like he's worse than slight losing. You're really good against Roy though.
I'm very strong. I will say, like, I'm very strong against Roy. I think it's one of my better matchups.
Yeah.
I don't dislike fighting Roy.
You really think Lucina's like winning?
We outrange her, we outmobility her. I think she's like got the tools, but I think it's like it's like it's like a needle. You're like a needle, and you're like constantly like flying around her and like waiting for a way in. And if she takes any bad swings at you, if she's like undisciplined whatsoever, you juggle her really hard.
Yeah.
I like that matchup. It's one of my favorites.
Slight winning on Sephiroth?
I was just about to get to explaining that when he walked in here. So I think it's slight winning because I think Sephiroth is a lot of the. I agree with Lucas. Absolute worst matchup. Yeah, I 100% agree. Lucas struggles really hard to deal with Xerxes full hop and Zaire. Sephiroth, I think, is a lot of traits and like characteristics that Xerxes players really like. He's like tall. He's light. He doesn't have great landing hitboxes, so like it's really easy to juggle him a lot of the time. I think there's two things that like make the matchup harder than it should be though for Xerxes. And the first is that Sephiroth's forward air is like one of the best moves against Zaire in the entire game. If like most of the time, whenever Xerxes is constantly trying to set up that spacing where we can Zaire someone and like move in with it. And Sephiroth players can give us that spacing intentionally and just reactively forward air it because this forward air instantly turns into a hitbox at the end of the sword where Zaire travels. So forward air versus Zaire is like a very winning interaction for him. So Zero Suit actually has to beat Sephiroth like almost without playing Zaire like with Zaire in the first place. It's probably one of like the matchups like where Zaire is like the worst in. That said, I think Xerxes is very capable of it because I think Sephiroth's out of shield's very weak. I think Xerxes is like very good at running him down without using Zaire. So I don't hate it in that regard. The other thing is Sephiroth's planking is weirdly not. I mean, Sephiroth's planking is good against everybody, but like Xerxes is usually capable of like shitting on most plankers. Like Xerxes, like planking as Xerxes as Wii Fit, for example, against Xerxes doesn't really work. Planking as like Kirby doesn't really work. But Sephiroth's planking kind of sort of works. Xerxes can like nickel and dime it if you're really non-committal with Zaires and stuff like that. But we don't have actually like a particularly great way to contest it.
I feel like the same could be said though. Like if you were Sephiroth, like what is he like? Light, tall, likes to jump. But like I see why you think it's.
I just think we move into him better than he keeps us out.
I
though.
agree.
But like I could totally see this matchup being even. I'm not like very hard set on it, but I do feel that way.
Alright, I'm gonna go eat something.
All right,
I'll be back.
I'll go and explain Pokemon Trainer Sephiroth now while Andrew's gone. But Andrew T, by the way, another PR 0 student in Ohio, very good player, my roommate. I think Pokemon Trainer Sephiroth is also slight winning. I think for very different reasons. I think Pokemon Trainer has a little bit of a harder time getting in, but I think Sephiroth has a little bit more traditional sword character problems. Again, where he just like if Squirtle just sits outside of his like immediate burst range and he presses a bad button at any point, Squirtle gets a free whiff punish. I do think Sephiroth's ledge trapping is really good in the matchup. I think Wing makes things really obnoxious, but I think if you're careful enough, I think Squirtle just gets in enough times consistently. All the Pokemon do what they're supposed to. I I don't think Sephiroth has any particularly amazing edge guard against Pokemon Trainer if Pokemon Trainer knows what they're doing. I think like it's just kind of you just gotta survive the ledge traps, which I personally think that Pokemon Trainer has a slight edge for that. Sheik is probably one of my hotter takes. I think Zero Suit slightly wins against Sheik. I say this as someone who plays a lot of Sheik. I really like Sheik. I think a lot of people sleep on Sheik. And a lot of Zero Suits actually think we lose this matchup. And I disagree because it's like a lot of you're gonna go to sleep. Hope we run into a high tournament. For sure, yeah. Glad to see you stop in. We'll be done soon. The stream went way longer than I thought it would, but I appreciate you stopping in regardless. It'll be a YouTube video at some point, I'm sure. But Sheik, I think a lot of Zeus think we lose because in Smash 4, like it was debatably losing for us because of how well Sheik stuffed us out. Sheik was really good at stuffing us with just rising forward air to constantly keep us out of the air and keeping us from playing our game. However, we have a tool that we didn't have in Smash 4, which is called rising forwarders. Zero Suit's rising forwarders really, really strong against like Sheik. In my opinion, I think it makes like Sheik's ability to stuff us a lot more risky. Where if we ever jump and like forward at the same time, Zero Suit's forwarder almost always wins, and Zero Suit's getting more off the hit for it too. And once like I think that balances out neutral so much more than it was in Smash 4. Even if we don't hit quite as hard as we did in Smash 4, I think like the balance of neutral is way more in Zero Suit's favor than it used to be. And I think Zero Suit actually juggles Sheik very, very hard. I think Sheik has a really hard time killing her. I think a lot of Sheik's confirms are really obnoxious on her, especially like the more precise stuff like the Needle's Footstool and a lot of like drag down shit. I think it's harder for Sheik to hit. I think it's like Sheik still has like a slight edge in neutral, but for the difference in punish game, I don't think it makes up the difference. And I say that as like someone who thinks a lot of people sleep on Sheik. Sheik Pokemon Trainer. I think it's. I used to think Pokemon Trainer won. I think I might put it in slight winning. Maybe. I'm going to put it in slight winning. I can see worlds where this is even, though. I think without a lead, this matchup sucks for Pokemon Trainer. I think like Sheik is very, very capable of camping Pokemon Trainer in a way that I don't think Pokemon Trainer is capable of camping her back. That said, I think it's very hard for Sheik to fight Pokemon Trainer, just in general. It's kind of like Pichu in the sense where like I think Trainer trades really well on Squirtle, and then the fact that we're able to switch to a heavier character is very, very helpful. Like Charizard versus Sheik in Smash 4 was like a hilarious matchup because it was one of those matchups where Sheik would just shit on Charizard the entire time until Charizard got to 150% and wouldn't die. And this matchup is like being able to play Charizard only at the 150% and not where the matchup actually sucked. And it's like the fact that you get to play like Squirtle, Ivysaur, and Charizard in all like their best win conditions against Sheik, I think puts it very, very nice. It's like very, very nice. Like imagine only having to play Charizard when he's like most busted against Sheik, and only having to play Squirtle when he's most busted against Sheik. But yeah, you have trouble when she does choose like not interact outside of the burst range. I agree. I think it's not free by any means whatsoever. I think Sheik has a lot of ability to camp. I think landing needles is really annoying for Squirtle to deal with. It creates like a lot of checkmate like shield pressure situations. But I don't think Sheik's advantage is as terrifying enough as it is like I don't know. I think the out damaging which I think is like a very common buzzword against Sheik, but I think it actually does go into play here. I could very easily see a future where I see this matchup as like even and maybe even slightly Sheik favored, but I don't feel that way right now. I have played Phuzix in this matchup before, and I did beat him, but it was close as hell. And I was a lot worse against Sheik then. I don't know. I love playing Sheik personally. I don't hate this matchup when I play Sheik, but I also don't think it's bad for us. I can see it being even. I'm so on the fence about that. Now for my absolute hottest take of the night. This is probably going to use most of my voice left for what's left of it. I think Shulk Zero Suit is an even matchup. Zero Suit players hate me for this, but I have so much experience in it. I play it so often.
I play Dark Shed every single day, every single week. Not every single day, but every single week, usually twice a week. Usually 3 sets at a tournament, because we would always be winners, finals, grands, and a grands reset. And I think Zero Suit has a very oppressive neutral against Shulk. Everything Shulk wants to do involves jumping, and I think Zero Suit has really good anti-airs to shut it down. I think I could talk about this matchup like extreme depth for a long time, and I'll probably like make a separate piece of YouTube content for that or something. Because I want to get through this, but I think Zero Suit has an oppressive enough neutral, and like it should be so hard for Shulk to hit Zero Suit if Zero Suit doesn't want to get hit, that it balances out for the fact that Shulk is really hard to kill. Shulk is very hard for us to kill because of Shield Art, and almost all of our moves involving some kind of multi-hit. But if you can play around Shield Art by intentionally getting it out of him, you hit him with a kill move, he's forced to use Shield Art. He then doesn't have shield for 18 seconds, and you have to run him down for 18 seconds. And once you get good at that, I think it's a pretty consistent strategy. I don't mind playing Shulk Zero Suit whatsoever. It always feels like an even matchup to me. That said, I do think Shulk Pokemon Trainer is actually a little better. So hold on, where did Shulk on this end? Okay, Shulk Pokemon Trainer, yeah. I think this matchup is slightly winning for Pokemon Trainer. I think Pokemon Trainer has a lot of the similar ability to do similar things. I think Zero Suit's neutral is way more oppressive to Shulk, but I think Trainer has better out of parry options, which help a lot. So he's not able to shut down jumps quite as easily, but he is able to get better parries and get punishes on like Shulk pressing buttons in a way that Zero Suit can't quite. And then I think Trainer is a lot more scary to Shulk once Trainer hits him. I actually think Shulk's disadvantage is awful against Zero Suit if Shulk doesn't have access to shield, and that's like very relevant. But I think Trainer's disadvantage is strong against Shulk, period. There's a lot of ways to like knock him out of shield. There's a lot of ways to keep up juggles on him. There's like edge guards that work on him. It's nothing like super consistent, but I feel like just Trainer has a good enough ways in and just kind of out damages him. And I don't think Shulk makes up the difference in edge guarding as hard as he should. I don't think Shulk's juggling's that scary either, which is usually a big problem PT has against sword characters. But I don't really think that's the case. I think it's slightly winning. I think there's a lot of ways for Shulk can get a win. But I don't think it's terrible by any means. Simon's an Echo. We ignore him. Apollo Kage is going to hate me. I think Zero Suit beats Snake. I can see an argument for being slight winning. But I don't know. I personally think that Zero Suit, Snake, I think it's like definitely an information war matchup, where I think whoever knows more about the matchup is going to make it look awful for the other person. I think a Zero Suit can be very, if Zero Suit doesn't know enough about the matchup against a Snake that does, it's very easy to look like a deer in headlights and just run into everything, constantly be blowing up and just get snaked, you know? However, if the Zero Suit does know what's happening, it looks like Mars MVD. And Mars MVD is a horrific, it's a horror movie. A very quick one too. 6-minute brief horror film of Snake getting absolutely murdered. I think disadvantage is awful for Snake. I think if Snake gets popped off the ground, he has a very likely chance of never touching it ever again. At least not with his current stock. I don't think Xeosis is Snake's worst matchup. I think Snake has a lot more counterplay. I think AK plays a phenomenal neutral against Zero Suit, and not something that I've had like a ton of practice against. I understand the theory of this matchup really well. I don't think I'm bad at it. I think I'm good enough at it. But I think that was a really big problem with I don't have like a ton of like in practice experience, but it's my practice against Snake, as lacking as it is, has been good enough to get me past like every Snake that isn't Apollo Kage. And even against Apollo Kage, I'm like 3-1 against him. He's like I'm 1-3 against him. And all of those sets felt incredibly doable, especially like the most recent one I lost. That one was incredibly doable. It's only gotten better. the more I do it. And AK's always been really good against Zero Suit in a way that I'm not really good against Snake, so I just attribute it to him being better, and I don't lose to Snakes that aren't him. And AK's also just better than me, not only just at the matchup, but just period. So I don't know. Because there's just so many things that can go wrong for Snake. I think neutral is Snake favored. I think neutral, like Snake has a lot of ways to make himself very difficult to hit. But I think Zero Suit has enough ways around all of it that she just needs to be right one time, and it's so bad for him. Snake, even sometimes he doesn't even need to be right. Sometimes Snake just blows himself up on accident and just never gets to play the game ever again. Like literally, look at this shit. Hold on. This was Riptide like a couple weeks ago.
Chasing that A and want to save time on proofreading? Grammarly makes editing
Kepler,
one
this
simple.
Kepler, Brandon Gordon, depending on how you know him. Kepler was playing a great game against me. He was winning. I get a kill. I'm down all this percent. Look at this shit.
Alright, so Brandon Gordon doing a good job and leaving these C4s and these really sneaky.
Look what happens to him.
That DoorStop is not going to be privy to until it's already too late. But
it was his
90
game,
damage
right? Yeah.
done to DoorStop. Any trade that Brandon Gordon gets here is going to be beneficial. But you can't pull the grenades out of this. Oh my god! DoorStop!
You know why he died? He died because he just pulled the grenade at the wrong time. Like, he was like, while I'm out the entire time, I get one hit, he just happened to have a grenade in hand at the wrong time, gets 0 to death. It's just not fair. Like, and this, like, it's like to say this is like consistent is like it's not consistent, but it's not inconsistent either. Like Snake blows himself up once a game very frequently, you know. And like just accidentally blowing himself up within the vicinity of Zero Suit looks like he might just get 0 to death for it. Like literally 0 to death. Like that was all real. He might have been able to nade on that like first upper on the platform, but like that's it. It's just it's rough. Zero Suit has the ability to be precise around a lot of his hitboxes. I could see it being slight winning, but I think I wish I could do this to be haunted by friends play Snake. You gotta practice it. You have to also practice being like precise around aiming away from where his nade is when he's holding it. Zero Suit has precise enough hitboxes to like hit pressure Snake without hitting his nades when he's holding shield. But it is something you have to be careful about. I don't know. It could be a slight winning matchup. I might put it slight winning. Snake crouch is such a saving grace. It is. I think but I think it like also gets overblown a lot. The tip of Zero Suit's grab can still grab Snake crouch. A lot of you found a video of me. Hold on, what's going on?
I don't make mistakes. I'm not just like the rest of you. I'm stronger. I'm smarter.
I'm better.
I'm better. I am better.
Love that. I don't know. I'll put it slight winning. I think I'll put it slight winning. Snake crouch is nice. I don't know. For forcing parries, absolutely. You have to start empty landing in Snake a lot because of that. Snake's out of parry game is incredible. And his crouch is like being able to force that's very strong. I think I'll put it as slight winning. Snake's neutral does hurt. And I think Snake has an advantage in neutral. You just have to be careful. At the end of the day, like every zoner, the nice thing about fighting zoners is that the pressure is always on you to try and hit them and not the other way around. So you don't ever have to approach Snake if you're not sure exactly how the interaction is going to go, and you'll probably be fine. You can always just play like evasive and then wait for your opportunity. You don't have to run into every hitbox trying to hit him constantly. And at the end of the day, he kills you a lot slower than we kill him. So, but I don't know. As for as well as the AK has a set record on me, I can only say slightly winning. Pokemon Trainer, on the other hand, I think is even. I think. Do I randomly full hop as a mix-up? I full hop not randomly as a option all the time. Zero Suit's full hop is so good at scouting. Watch Mars play and like count the amount of times he full hops as opposed to short hopping. I'm trying to like cut short hops out of my game because of how strong Xerxes full hop is. It's just very hard for characters to contest, and like it's very easy a lot of the time. You can just full hop in neutral and just see someone doing something on the ground or short hopping in a certain spot that they shouldn't be, and just reactively hit them for it. And if they don't do this like something wrong, then you can always just back off. It's a very low commitment way to scout out bad options from your opponent. Snake Pokemon Trainer, I think, is even. I think I don't know this matchup very well. I remember I used to play it back in the day, back when I didn't understand how Zero Suit beat Snake, and I remember feeling it was even. It's just kind of awkward. Whereas, like, you can kind of Razor Leaf camp grenades, but if the Snake player is good with grenades, Razor Leaf camping doesn't really work. You just kind of bully him in disadvantage with Charizard and Ivysaur really hard. Squirtle's really hard to play against Snake. I generally don't do it, which is one of the reasons why I personally didn't like the matchup, because I'm very Squirtle based. But I think most people would agree with me. I think it's just a pretty even matchup. I know AK likes it less than Zero Suit, which I think he's crazy for. I think Trainer has really bad ways to chase Snake a lot of the time. I think Trainer has like a freer advantage state against Snake, but I actually think it's less good, surprisingly. I can see it being slight winning, though. This is like definitely one where I can see it being down there. Honestly, it might be slight winning. I don't know. I think in a practical sense, it might be slight winning. But, I'll leave it at even. Your nade play kind of sucks. You think Ivy's pretty hard? Really good nade play is the answer. Like, it's one of the things that I noticed when I played MVD, as opposed to, like, I remember because I used to be a Pokemon Trainer player that beat all the snakes in my region because I spammed Razor Leaf with Ivysaur, and I was like, oh, that's free. And I played MVD at one point, and I started noticing that, like, he was very good at using, like tossing nades as a way to, like, prevent, like, block Razor Leafs, because, like, Razor Leaf's not a transcendent projectile. It's very easily, like, got in the way of. He would like throw nades over me, and like I kind of realized that it was like an arms race that I was losing. Like, I can't get out Razor Leafs faster than he can get out nades, and because he's not sitting in shield and letting me throw Razor Leafs at his shields while he's holding nade, he's just not getting hit by things. I don't mind the questions at all, Anthony. Short hop, I think short hop most of the time is a read. It's more like as a read or reaction punish, a call out on a dash back or something like that. Or like a read on a dash in sometimes. I think short hop is a lot more committal, weirdly, for Zero Suit than full hop is. I think from range it's not really committal at all, but I think like if you're close to someone, you should full hop more often than you should short hop, unless you're sure they're going to do something. Like, sometimes I fish for people's spot dodges with like short hop nair or something like that, but Sonic, I think, is probably even with Zero Suit. I don't know this matchup very well. I don't play it a lot. Text me when I play. You to keep working on stuff. Okay. Sorry this is taking way longer than I thought it would, Andrew. But I'll let you know. But I think this matchup's even. I think Zero Suit has all the tools required to catch Sonic. I think she juggles him hard. And I think she's like better at getting leads back from Sonic than like 90% of the cast is. However, I also think Sonic's broken, so I don't really know. I've played Supergirl Kells. I've beaten her both times I played her. I played Tony Z Tank. I beat him, but I feel like whenever I watch Sonic's, I'm also like, I have no idea what I would do here. A lot of Zeruses don't like it. A lot of Zeruses do like it. We haven't really made up our minds. I'm inclined to say even. I can see where Sonic's counterplay would be to most of the things that I do, but I have yet to like feel like there's anything that we can't do with. I'm gonna come back to Alabama. I really want to play. I think it might be a while before I'm back down in Alabama. It was more plausible for me to make that drive when I was in Cincinnati, but now that I'm in Youngstown, that's like an additional 4 hours. I was already 6. Like 6, that was 6 like and a half usually, but for Timbo, you could see me in Alabama possibly, but I don't know if Timbo's not down there anymore. Less likely, but do find me at big events. I'm always down to play. Pokemon Trainer, I think, loses to Sonic. Yeah, I think we just lose to Sonic. Yeah. I think Pokemon Trainer can win, but the moment we don't have the lead, it all kind of just falls apart. I don't think any of the Pokemon have very real ways. Zero clue what to do against Sonic. You want to play on platforms. If Sonic is charging spin dash, never be directly horizontal to him. Make it so that he has to spin dash, jump at you, and then drop to the platform and like stuff him with an aerial or something like that. But never be directly horizontal to him. It's not a whole lot you can do about it from that position. Oh, Timble's still here. They got a job at the University of Alabama. Oh shoot, yeah. It's more possible then, but it might be a while. Pokemon Trainer Sonic sucks. I think it's just like I think it's a very fine matchup until we don't have a lead, and then it sucks. I'm like, yeah, oh well. I don't think we have great ways to catch him. We're just not fast. We don't have amazing hitboxes. I think it's playable when we don't have a lead. When we do have a lead, I think it's very fine when we have a lead. I think it's very fair, but I think the moment we don't have a lead, it just kind of spirals out of control. And we're fishing for bullshit and hoping he spin dashes into a Flare Blitz or something like that. Sora, Pokemon Trainer, I have no idea. Sora, Zero Suit, I think Zero Suit wins. I think Sora very much so struggles to catch Zero Suit. I think like Sora is like very floaty, which is generally not a good trait in neutral against us. He doesn't have a great ground game. His dash attack's nice, which helps, but he doesn't have a good ground game. He's not very fast in the air or in the ground. We just kind of movement camp him to death and get to poke at him with Zero over and over again, like other sword characters. His combos are annoying, but like I think Zero Suit's one of the strongest characters against him. He's just very, very easily camped. And very, very easily juggled too. Also, his side B like not snapping makes him very easy to flip kick spike if he's not careful. But Steve, I think Pokemon Trainer beats Steve. I don't know how badly, but I agree with all the assessments that PTs have. I think PT is one of the few characters that actually has the record on Steve to like prove that it might be winning, whereas like a lot of people say that Cloud beat Steve or something like that, but then like every Cloud player loses. And where like only the theory supports him winning, whereas I think the practice very much so shows that Pokemon Trainer is good against Steve. I know that Beast has beaten like every Tri-State Steve, and he plays them all a lot. He has a positive record on all of them. Beast beat Jake and Yanni when he played them the only times. Diddy beats all of the Steves with Pokemon Trainer. There's Squirtle is like very good. The fact that Squirtle's forward tilt goes under Steve up tilt makes like Squirtle's ground game a lot better than most characters against Steve. Steve can't go for as high reward options all the time on us. And I think Ivysaur is really strong against the block walls and is able to camp him really hard, is able to platform camp him very hard, and is able to like pressure his shield. Steve's out of range, like out of shield range is like not great. And Ivysaur is actually able to hit his shield from range decently safely. I think Charizard does his job, which is all you need him to do. I think all the Pokemon do very, very good against Steve. It's just a very solid matchup for us. I think Steve being as good as he is has made PT a lot more meta relevant, thankfully. But Zero Suit Steve, I also think we win. I play this matchup over Pokemon Trainer. I don't necessarily know that it's better. I think it's just feels safer because you don't have to play as close to Steve. Zero Suit's full hop is really hard for Steve to deal with because Steve doesn't have a good full hop of his own. Steve is able to shark with up tilts and being scary that way. But a lot of like his ways of hitting us is very much so like human error based. One thing that Steve has against Pokemon Trainer is his ledge traps are like insanely busted against us. Whereas against Zero Suit, the ledge traps are still very good because of Steve Gordon weird ledge trap stuff that's like can cover a lot of options, even flip jump. But we have way more options than most characters do on it. It just feels like a safer matchup. Zero Suit's able to pressure him from like mining by just existing at full hop height for like half the stage away because she could always zero it if she tries to like craft or tries to mine. I do think that Steve has like good counterplay. I think like Minecart is really, really good at like reading Zares a lot of the time with armor. But I think Zero Suit's like has some ideas for that too. It's definitely a matchup I want to get better at. But I actually do see how Zero Suit wins. As much of a like I'm definitely like a Steve could be the best character in the game, could be game killing potentially. I do think both of my characters beat him though, actually, which I promise that isn't just from a place of like overzealous optimism. Terry, I don't love fighting Terry at all. I think Terry's really obnoxious. Terry might be the best fighting game character against Zero Suit. I think he's really strong in a lot of ways. I think his ability to like break distance is something that like is his ability to like his burst range is like a lot more threatening to Zero Suit than all of the other Shotos, and he's able to close distance. And if he's ever able to pin us and shield, we're in huge trouble. I think the downsides to Terry though is that Terry's doesn't cover full hop height very well, which means that there is a safe place for us to play. It's not like everywhere is in his danger zone. And then also Terry has a very bad disadvantage against us. Terry not having focus is really, really difficult for him to land. Zero Suit has the mobility to cover all of his like burst ways to try and land, like the crack shoot and knuckle thing or whatever. I don't know what it's called. Still streaming? Holy yeah, this has been going on for a while, Justin. Almost done. My voice is dying. I'm in pain. We were actually, me and Andrew were planning on playing on stream after this, but I think I'm just going to go off stream because I can't talk that much. But yeah, so that's kind of how I feel. But I think Zero Suit has like a safe enough place to play, and she hits Terry very hard. I think Terry not being able to snap makes him very easy to flip kick. I just think it's probably like the best fighting game character in Zero Suit, but I think she still slightly wins. Terry, Pokemon Trainer, I like less. I think Pokemon Trainer is a very strong advantage against Terry, which makes the matchup better than Ken. But again, you just have to fight Terry as Pokemon Trainer. That's just not fun. No one likes doing that. So I think it's probably even. Toon Link, I have no idea for Pokemon Trainer. For Zero Suit, we win. Very hard. I actually think it's really easy. I think it's like probably the easiest Link for us to fight. I think Toon Link is very reliant on circle camping as a strategy, and that just does not work against Zero Suit. Zero Suit's way too good at covering like Toon Link jumping around between platforms. All of his projectiles are really slow and easy to get around if he tries to zone us the normal way. We're really, really abusive as a disadvantage. Toon Link doesn't hit particularly hard. I think he has like the least impressive combos of any of the Links. I make Vivid very sad when we play this matchup. I make Cantaloupe very sad when we play this matchup. I just think it's very free. I've played better Toon Links than I should have, and it's never felt particularly hard. Villager, I think Zero Suit beats. Kind of like the same reasons why we're talking about like Isabel. Slightly different, but also kind of the same idea where Villager can't cover short hop, full hop, and instant double jump from Zero Suit. So whenever he's trying to do like the Lloyd slingshot setup, he can only cover one of those three heights. And if he's ever wrong, Zero Suit just gets in and goes to town on him. Pokemon Trainer Villager, I have no idea. It's probably annoying. Wario, I think Zero Suit probably slightly beats Wario. I think Zero Suit beats Wario, just solidly. Wario plays this game of like air camping where he's like constantly trying to stay outside of like our aerial burst range. He'll like full hop just outside of our aerial burst range and be like drifting in and out of it, trying to bait us to swing at him, and then he'll like try to swing at us as we miss him. But Zero Suit's one of the best characters in the game. Like her aerial burst range is so big that like Wario has to give it so much respect if he wants to try and play that game plan. He's probably the only character in the game that can even try that against us, but I still don't think it's a good strategy. I think Zero Suit's just default game plan is way too strong against his. If Wario has to play really grounded, which I think is probably the better way to go about it, is still not very good. I think Wario just doesn't play out of shield well enough. I think Zero Suit has too many ways to punish a lot of his moves. I know that most Warriors think we win. I know that most Zero Suits think we win, and most Zero Suits are pessimists. I really like Zero Suit Wario. Pokemon Trainer Wario, I think, is even. I think all the Pokemon do their job. However, I think you have to fight Wario, and it's scary. I think Wario is more likely to get his setups on us because we're just playing more in his range at all times. That said, I think, I don't know, we're both kind of playing into each other with each other's BS. I think it's pretty... I think Wario has a hard time hitting Squirtle, but like once it starts mattering, like once Squirtle gets like Wario to a high enough percent,
or Wario has Waft. Like the risk of playing Squirtle is high enough that it's like worth switching. I think Wario shield pressures Ivysaur really well, but if Ivysaur doesn't get caught in shield, Ivysaur walls Wario out really well. I think Charizard is able to do his job well enough, but also gets comboed to the end of time if you play him too early. I don't know. I think there's ins and outs both ends of the matchup. It always felt really even and never felt particularly advantaged to any character. And then Wii Fit Trainer. I think Zero Suit beats Wii Fit. I think both of my characters do. I think Zero Suit does it because Wii Fit has very specific hitboxes that kind of struggle to hit a lot of the angles that Zero Suit like to play at. And if Zero Suit tries to plank against, if Wii Fit tries to plank against Zero Suit, Zero Suit's so good at dealing with planking. It's like a very high risk game. There's a lot of ways for Wii Fit to get flip kicked, an air flip kicked, down smash two framed. As long as you're like playing aware for extra roll distance, ledge trapping here isn't too hard. Zaire knocks away like the soccer ball really easy. Side B knocks away the soccer ball really easily. It's like her planking strategy doesn't really work, and I think Zero Suit just kind of outranges and outmobilities her. Otherwise, it's scary sometimes. Deep breathing is no joke. Her shield pressure is no joke, but I don't think you should ever be getting caught in shield in the first place. Wii Fit Pokemon Trainer, I also think is winning. We got like 4 characters left.
Big House brackets are live.
I did see them. Elijah Min tried to bait me into giving him Shulk advice on stream.
Who?
Elijah Min.
Oh.
Yeah, it was fun. It was like mainly a joke. It's like anything that's particularly annoying or whatever. I was like, I know what I check my brackets. I know.
If I that Little Max seated over me,
Yeah.
if I beat him, I play Cosmos. Beat his ass.
Yeah, just go Ness. It's what worked before.
True. True. I'm literally rooming with him.
Oh yeah. So tell me he won't get that ride if you don't throw.
Yeah.
But who's the more reliable solo main between the two? Zero Suit, absolutely. And we'll be getting to the reason why. I just think Zero Suit's matchups, like Zero Suit, like all these matchups down here, not all of them, but like Zero Suit can win these with limited knowledge of how to fight the character. If Zero Suit just knows how to do like Zero Suit things, Zero Suit can get by against all these casts, whereas Pokemon Trainer, I think, needs extensive knowledge of almost every matchup they play. If you don't know why Pokemon Trainer wins a matchup, it's very easy to just get bodied in it. Even in like Pokemon Trainers like winning matchups like Donkey Kong, if you don't know which Pokemon you're supposed to be on at which time, you're not playing a winning matchup. You're playing a losing one. You're playing the wrong Pokemon or something like that, right? So I think Pokemon Trainer requires really extensive matchup knowledge on like every character in the game, which is really hard. I think it's the biggest difficulty of Pokemon Trainer as a character. I don't think Pokemon Trainer is like technically that demanding in a lot of ways, or I think the real difficulty of Pokemon Trainer comes from like the amount of matchup knowledge you need to have in order to like stay competitive in matchups with them. Whereas Zero Suit has a way easier time just being able to like play her game against most characters. You only need to know matchups like that are like even and up, right? Like these like tier characters, you need to know those matchups, but that's way less that you have to know. You don't have to know random mid-tier matches most of the times in Zero Suit to survive them. But even in these matchups are like pretty hard. I think Pithra's rough, but I think PT also has some pretty rough matchups that are as bad or worse. And I don't know. I think like Zero Suit just has less matchups that require specific knowledge and practice that Pokemon Trainer does, which is why I think they're more reliable. I think also Pokemon Trainer has a few matchups that are worse than anything that Zero Suit has. Movement's so important at top level. The fact that she has it is so nice. Was I talking about a character before Wolf? I'm trying to remember. Wii Fit Pokemon Trainer. Wii Fit Pokemon Trainer. Wii Fit struggles so hard to hit Squirtle. Squirtle's so tiny. It's really, really hard time. The planking doesn't work that well. Down tilt's really good against the soccer ball. A lot of lingering hitboxes to hit back the soccer ball. Water gun to push her off stage can get really, really annoying for her. And if she's ever too far out stage, then she has to upbeat to recover. Ivysaur gets the edge guard for free. It's probably one of Pokemon Trainer's best matchups, actually. I think Wii Fit really struggles in that one.
Wolf. I think Wolf is bad for Zero Suit. Not good, not fun. I do not like Wolf. It's hard to describe why we lose to Wolf. He kind of just outbuttons us everywhere. If Zero Suit is anything like if there's ever any interaction where Zero Suit's anything less than absolutely right and perfectly spaced, Zero Suit just loses the interaction. Wolf is Zero Suit's worst matchup. I think there's an argument for it. I feel worse about Fox because at least I feel like Zero Suit has like counterplay and mobility. If Zero Suit's running around the map very, very safely, and like moving around Wolf and like whiff punishing was there only when she knows that like she has an opportunity to get in. I think there's practical ways to consistently beat Wolf with Zero Suit. But Fox, whereas like I feel like Fox is worse because of the mobility, but Wolf is up there. I think Wolf is very hard. I do not not enjoy fighting Wolf with Zero Suit. It feels and if we like ever try to Zero camp too hard, he just lasers us for free. But yeah, you're right. It's just a very hard game for us to play. We kind of just get beat everywhere. It's a very sad matchup. It's no clear, obvious reason why we lose. You just kind of have to experience it to get it. But I think there's enough counterplay that it's not like terrible. None of Zeus's matches, in my opinion, are terrible. I think they're all winnable. Can't zero him because of laser. You can't beat him in the air because his priority is stupid. You have to beat him in the air with Zaire because he's not always able to laser in the air. It's kind of weird. You can't Zaire camp him. You just have to like whiff punish with Zaire. It's very precise. But it's not fun. Pokemon Trainer Wolf. I feel like Pokemon Trainer probably slightly loses it. I can see an argument for even. I feel like if I put Fox as even, I should probably put Wolf as even for Pokemon Trainer. I feel like kind of the same way about the matchup. Specifically, I actually go Zero Suit against Daybreak's Wolf because Daybreak's so good against Pokemon Trainer that I can't beat him in it, but I beat him with Zero Suit Wolf. But every other Wolf in the game, I generally go Pokemon Trainer against. I think Squirtle has enough going for him that if you play very precise, your Squirtle's able to keep up. There's a lot of really strong two frames that Squirtle has against Wolf, like with up B. The Edge Guarding's pretty nice. You get kills decently consistently that way, but it kind of sucks because Charizard and Ivysaur both get laser camped really hard, and there's not a whole lot they can do about it. Wolf Shield Pressure is really safe unless you're getting parries consistently. I think there's room for both characters to get better at the matchup, though. You're going to go play some Overwatch 2? Have fun with that. It might be me later at some point, but not tonight. The server's too busy for me tonight. But I'll see you around. So I'm inclined to say that it's an even matchup for PT. ZSS Yoshi. I think Zero Suit slightly wins. I think this. Well, I don't know. I think Zero Suit could solidly win. I don't know. I don't know about Yoshi Pokemon Trainer. I don't play that matchup. Zero Suit Yoshi. I think you have to be precise. I don't know. I've lost it, but I feel like it's probably down here. I think Zero Suit is capable of playing very defensive against Yoshi. You don't necessarily want to like camp him too hard. You just want to make sure you're hitting him in the right ways so that he doesn't like armor and hit you. And Yoshi's kind of on a timer the whole time in the matchup. The more you go without getting hit by Yoshi, and the more you hit him, the more damage you tack on him, the closer he gets to like Zera starting to knock him down. And once Zera starts knocking him out of like double jump armor, he's got nothing. His approaches are all aerial based, so like if he isn't able to armor through us, which he has to, so he has to go through our hitboxes to try and hit us and take damage intentionally, he's kind of on a time limit to be able to make something out of that, which is why I feel like it's definitely winning. That said, I don't think it's free by any means. I played a lot of good Yoshis. I played Suarez online where I beat him. I lost to Suarez offline in a very close set. I definitely choked it. I had like 3 winning throws. And then I beat Pharaoh offline. I played a lot of other good Yoshis. There's a couple really good ones up in Northeast Ohio, Weeblewobs and Winter Shorts. And I think I've dropped one set to Weeblewobs, but I generally win that. I feel like it's pretty solid for us. But let's move some things around. Ooh. But Young Link, one of my best personal matchups. I feel like it's pretty even. I could see this matchup being slight winning. I think if anyone wins at Zero Suit, it's one of my best personal matchups. I play with Toast all the time. I think Toast is the best player in the world at the matchup. I think the way he plays is very right. I think there's a lot of optimization that Toast could be doing to be better at the matchup. But I think he's better than Skittles was. I like it a lot. I think this problem is just like Young Link's very hard to hit. He's a very small hurt box. It can be really annoying. His projectiles are weirdly good at like covering a lot of the spaces we like to play in, like that full hop height where we really like to like just body most zoners. Boomerang's able to cover very well if we're not careful. And he has like ways to lock us down by like throwing Boomerang up and then like approaching us like while it's been up there. I think it could be slight winning though. I don't know. I'm kind of inclined to put it there. I might. But I don't know. I think it's probably in there. But Pokemon Trainer Young Link. I hate this matchup so much. I have a specific tier pre-prepared for it. This matchup is so awful. If Toast was like came up to me and said, "I am here to clean your teeth. I am your dentist for the day." I know that Toast has no dental training whatsoever. If I saw him with like the pliers and all the worst, most painful torture equipment in the entire world, I would feel better than if he told me we're just gonna sit down and play PT Young Link. If I had to play him in PT Young, I would rather him just clean my teeth. It's so painful. This matchup, I think, is I think it is winnable, and I think it is like whatever is like barely not losable. So like is what is barely losable for Young Link. If Young Link makes enough mistakes, I think it's like as good as a matchup can be for Young Link. If like Young Link needs to make like 1 or 2 mistakes and it's doable for Pokemon Trainer. But like it is so flowchart the way that Young Link can keep out all 3 Pokemon, but circle camping Pokemon Squirtle and just normally camping Ivysaur and Charizard. It's so oppressive. It's very, very difficult. There's so few opportunities to hit Young Link ever. When you do, it's pretty bad for him. The edge guards are very strong on Young Link. But even then, it's not like consistent enough that like it's making up the difference. You're going to be getting like stray weak forward airs and like very little follow-ups off of them. It's a depressing matchup. I hate it so much. It's awful. I despise Young Link. Samus is like almost as bad. Honestly, I might move Samus up there at some point. I'm not sure. Last, not least, but also not most. Zelda. Zero Suit beats Zelda. I play this matchup a lot. Emma's plays Zelda all the time, obviously. I actually put in a lot of work to practice this matchup back in 2019 because Mysterica was beating me in the matchup, and I like figured out a lot of counterplay to her. But at the end of the day, we're just able to move around Knight way too easily, and Zelda fighting with Knight's not even that impressive. Zelda fighting without Knight's just completely helpless. Xerxes is able to overrun her very well. That said, I don't think Pokemon Trainer wins as quite as hard. I think Pokemon Trainer is actually a little bit harder. I think because Pokemon Trainer has a much more linear approach and there's less ways to get around Knight. I think Pokemon Trainer has to work harder just to get hits on Zelda. I think Pokemon Trainer's hits on Zelda are also less meaningful. I think Zero Suit plays advantage better against her. And then also, I think Pokemon Trainer gets ledge trapped a lot harder, so there's more things that Zelda has going for her. That said, I still think Pokemon Trainer just has the advantage. Pokemon Trainer hits harder, and has plenty practical enough ways in to make it count. So this is the final matchup chart. I'm liking the way it's turning out. I think I might put Wolf in there. If I have Pikachu, slight losing, I think I might put Wolf in there. Just barely. Might move Samus up. Let's name this tier ass. That is not worth it. Not fun at all. Anything I'd change about this? I might move Crom down. I feel like Crom does not belong up there with all the other ones. I do like to put Crom up there, just like the show that I don't think he's like. I think he's worse than Roy is, but I don't know. I feel like it's wrong to have Crom up that high. But for the most part, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Does PT need a secondary then? Yes. In my opinion, PT does. I think, well, okay, so I think PT needs I think PT can win a major without a secondary. Quid showed that. However, what I think PT needs is a fortunate enough bracket. I do not think at like the highest level, these matchups like Young Link PT and Samus PT are consistently like, it's just not practical. You can't consistently win those. And I don't think Quid or Puppet beat Toast one time, and I know for a fact that Toast was like on the worst streak of his life during that point. And I just don't think these matchups are very consistently winnable. I think they are winnable. I don't think they're consistently winnable. So if you want to like play PT at a top level and like be winning every single major, I think it'd be very difficult to do it without a secondary for at least these matchups, and honestly these ones too. I think Zero Suit is more capable of being a solo main because I think Zero Suit doesn't have any matchups like worse than this tier. I think these are like Zero Suit's worst matchups are still very playable. I think they're not good. I don't think they're fun. Well, I think some of them are fun, but they're not good. But I think Zero Suit is much more capable of winning these, and Pokemon Trainer is capable of winning Samus or Young Link. So I think Zero Suit is more solo mainable. That said, I think a secondary certainly doesn't hurt for her either. In a way that I think like a lot of characters, I think a lot of characters like, for example, Sonic or Aegis or Steve or something, like just don't have bad enough matchups in general that like they even need secondaries. It's not worth the time most of the time for them. But I think these are the final thoughts on them. So we'll like zoom out on this. We'll post these to Twitter. Get a snipping tool going. This was a 5-hour stream. I did not think it would take that long. I did like explaining my thoughts. I wish my throat didn't hurt so much, and I wish I didn't make Andrew wait to play me so long. But I will see this chart. And we'll snipping tool. Pokemon Trainer. Matchup chart. I'll save a different. Hold on. Try this again. Not for Zero Suit. Alrighty. I think we'll post it tomorrow. We'll wait till tomorrow to post it. But I think in the meantime, I think I'll head out. This was a good 5-hour stream. I have not done I don't think I've done this one this long, maybe ever. Actually, no. I think maybe the charity stream is that long. But yeah, it's been a long stream. I hope you guys enjoyed my thoughts. I'll probably try to upload like a cut VOD of this to an extent, but that might take me a while. I don't want to just upload a 5-hour raw VOD. I might do that, honestly. I don't know. But yeah, I'll see you guys around. I'm planning on streaming more consistently. I've been kind of slow on it before. I've been obsessed with like fictional media and watching Better Call Saul and playing Xenoblade and having it take up all my free time. But yeah, I appreciate you all guys all stopping in. It was a good time. I did this for the charity stream. It was fun. A lot of people stopped in. Get my my thoughts out more often. Maybe I'll do like next time. I think I might do like one matchup chart at a time, so we're more concise about it. But this time around it took a little while. Appreciate you guys staying with me this late though.